forced a kiss on a female ghost and made her my wife, even forced her to give birth to a group of little ghosts for me. All because soon after, the Eerie game invaded reality. Various powerful ghosts and monsters will descend upon the human world. Countless humans face an unprecedented doomsday crisis. However, those players who had early contact with the game gain self-protection abilities after signing contracts with ghosts and monsters. And that woman in red is the Ghost King behind the scenes. They can continue to multiply after mating with the opposite sex. In the previous life, there was a person who signed a contract with it at the Ghost Temple, gained the ability to control countless ghosts and monsters, became a powerful ghost father. And in my past life, although I contracted with several good ghosts, I was devoured by countless ghosts due to insufficient strength while exploring the secret realm. Now, the first thing upon my rebirth is, I need to gather all the resources before the arrival of the Eerie game. Right now, inside a rented room, I suddenly woke up, looking around in bewilderment. I quickly took out my phone to check the time, only to find that I had been reborn to the day before the launch of the Eerie online game. But just then, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my left eye. Then, eerie black blood slowly dripped from my left eye. As I stumbled to the mirror to check, I discovered that it was the mysterious ghost eye from the secret realm. At this moment, my left eye was like a ghost pupil, pitch black, emitting eerie black gas, and still oozing terrifying black liquid. Seeing this, I wasn't afraid, but it's doubt. Remember in the previous life, before dying, unlocking the seal in the secret realm, I saw this ghost eye and was devoured by countless ghosts. How could it be reborn with me now? This is a piece of information appearing in my mind. This ghost is called the Cycle Eye. The qualification, level, and type are all classified as mysterious. Loyalty 100, and it has 4 abilities. They are respectively the ability to bring the contractor back in time, the ability to peek into the past of the haunted house and gain its information, the ability to manipulate enemies through powerful illusions. But the greater the difference in strength between the enemy and the host, the weaker the effect. Reincarnation, heavenly cycle, karma loop, causing the enemy to be directly devoured by the heavenly Tao. See this, I suddenly understood everything. At the same time, a hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. You see, a ghost eye of SSS level talent can have up to 3 abilities, and although my reincarnation ghost eye is mysterious, it actually has a total of 4 abilities, each one more abnormal than the next. At this moment, I glanced at my phone. It's already midnight. Tomorrow, that mysterious virtual reality game will be released. Players only need to purchase the game helmet to enter the game. This time, a total of 20 million game helmets will be distributed globally. The game is mainly for players to obtain through various methods, capturing and signing contracts with ghosts, then engaging in battles. Players can also strengthen themselves through contracted ghosts and become powerful themselves. I remember in the previous life, when all players left the novice village and entered the top 10 ghost cities, this game has actually merged with the earth. In an instant, countless ghosts were born on Earth, becoming a new world teeming with ghosts. Ordinary people on Earth are no match for them, but luckily, the players who entered the online game earlier obtained humanity in the game. It was under their leadership that underground shelters were established to survive. The next day, I quickly bought the game helmet. Then without wasting a single second, I entered the game directly, because I knew that the first person to enter the game had a privilege, so I had to seize the time. At this moment, my consciousness entered into darkness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a pitch-black small room. Then a prompt sound entered my mind. Congratulations to the player for being the first to enter the bizarre Doomsday online game and obtaining privileges. Players can choose their own beginner village and receive a piece of hidden ghost information. Please choose. Before the words fell, I shouted directly, "Choose beginner village number 4. As the selection is completed, I was also teleported to the designated location. But just at this moment, a hoarse voice came from behind me. "Young man, can you please help me with something?" I saw an old man with a face full of dark spots looking at me, and he is the village chief of the beginner village. Every player can comprehend a ghost collection task here with the village chief. After completing the task, players can obtain their first ghost. But the thing to note is, generally, all players can only contract with 6 ghosts, but there are always exceptions to everything. In the past, there was a person who could have countless ghosts, known as the Ghost Father. And now, I'm here to take away his machine, so I didn't. Old man Li Gui then opened the system map, found a place called the Ghost Empress Castle, In this castle lives a ghost empress, not only beautiful, but also highly talented, and extremely powerful. At this moment, I walked up to the castle. As I pushed the door and entered the hall, I saw a woman in a red dress sitting with her eyes closed on the throne. I was instantly stunned. Never seen such a stunning woman before. Truly beautiful. No wonder the ghost father always had the ghost empress wear a veil when meeting people. After calming down, I activated the power of the reincarnation ghost eye. The next moment, the information of the ghost empress appeared in my mind. Name: the ghost emperor behind the eyes, with an SS level aptitude. When the rule class level ability of the ghost emperor behind the eyes combines with the opposite sex, it can continuously propagate Ghost 4. Not only will the aptitude of Ghost 4 not be lower than level 1, and Ghost 4 absolutely obeys the mother body. The mother body can even use its own Ghost 4 abilities. Is the soulmate the ghost emperor behind the eyes a complete romance? Will share with your partner, soul comforting together, and listens to your partner obediently. Seeing this, I couldn't help but take a cold breath. It's really strong and abnormal. Just as I was dazed, suddenly, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded in my ears. Who are you? Only to see the ghost emperor behind, staring at himself with a cold and chilling look. Witnessing the situation, I was prepared long ago. This morning, I found countless scumbag quotes online. I refuse to believe that I can't charm this ghostly queen. Hello, miss. Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is that I have a heart that loves you. I'm here. I can feel the heat of your heart from hundreds of meters away, miss. I came here following your scent. As I spoke, I walked towards him. At this moment, I saw the ghostly queen bowing her head. My whole body trembled slightly. A smile instantly appeared on my lips. Sweet and naive is just sweet and naive. This made me shy and my whole body trembled. Sure enough, I, a master of romance, took her down with one move. But just as I walked up to the ghostly queen's side, suddenly, an astonishing ghostly aura burst out from his body. Then he glared at me with anger on his face. You actually called me slut. You deserve to die. Go to hell. As he spoke, behind him, the ghost emperor extended his sharp ghost claws towards me. Seeing this, my head suddenly exploded. In my mind, the ultimate move of the scumbag suddenly appeared. I didn't hesitate at all. I directly kissed the ghost emperor on the lips, holding his body tightly with both hands, and the ghost emperor behind him seemed to be dumbfounded, like a puppet, letting me kiss him wildly. After more than 10 minutes, I couldn't resist anymore. Let go of my mouth. I look at the ghost emperor with blurred eyes in front of me. A trace of uneasiness appeared in my heart. The girl is still drawing, because a jade hand covers her lips. I saw the ghost emperor behind me shyly look at me. Said, you don't have to say much. Now you've taken away someone's first kiss. You have to take responsibility for it. Hearing this, a touch of excitement flashed in my eyes. Indeed, it is the ultimate move of a scumbag. Too powerful. Actually conquered an SS level ghost emperor directly. Excitedly nodded at him. Said, good, from now on, you are my wife. Hearing this, the ghost emperor behind me shyly shouted at me, husband, as a soft white light emerges from him. Suddenly, a system alert sounds in my ear. The ghost king behind me wants to sign a soulmate contract with you. May I ask if the player accepts? I didn't hesitate at all. I directly chose to accept the contract. And because I am the first player to contract with a ghost in this game, I received a special reward. The ghost's qualification level increased by 1. At the same time, the ghost king behind me was promoted to SSS level. He also gained a new ability, Love Transmission. This is a special ability that the ghost king comprehended for his partner after the love brain performance. Can temporarily transfer all of his own power to his partner. Seeing this, I was extremely excited in my heart. When I looked at the ghost king's stunning face again, can't hold it in anymore. I directly, 2.5 hours later, I left the castle. Then the ghost king turned into a ghost patterned on my heart position. And the ghost is a special pattern produced after the player and the ghost sign a contract. At this time, the ghost king behind him told him that he was already pregnant, bearing the ghost 4. Need to recuperate these days. Give birth to the first ghost thorn. Hearing this made the corners of my mouth twitch slightly. I have to say, this speed is really fast. When I returned to the newbie village, it was already bustling with people. I arrived in front of the village chief ghost old man to receive the newbie mission, and the newbie ghost mission is divided into 3 levels in total. The difficulties are respectively easy level, hardship level, difficult level. For simple level ghost capturing tasks, you can handle them easily. as long as you defeat a weak Kuan ghost, such as the fingerprint ghost or the intermediate ghost. But you can only obtain a contract. These weak ghosts usually have F-level qualifications. For challenging level tasks, you need some strength and brains, and the ghosts obtained after completion usually have D-level qualifications. After completing difficult level ghost capturing tasks, you will generally obtain ghosts with qualifications of C-level or even B-level, so I directly chose the difficult level task. At this moment, the old ghost handed me a gourd and said, "There is a small courtyard on the west side of the village. Strange things often happen there. Even some villagers have disappeared there. Please help me find out what kind of ghost is causing trouble and capture it. Bring it back to me for you." This is the trapped ghost gourd. The ghost is weak or voluntarily enters. Then the ghost can be contained inside. And this gourd is a Class D ghost item. There are many such ghost items in the game. There are artificially created ghost items. There are also those naturally born from the weeping of heaven and earth. These ghost items are also graded. They are also classified into levels, from Class F to Class SSS. The higher the level, the stronger the power and ability of the ghost item. Remember, after the fusion of the online game and the earth in the previous life, heavy items are easily brewed into ghost items by the ghostly aura, especially things in tombs. Chinese national treasure level antiques are brewed with powerful ghostly aura. Become an SSS level ghost. Possess incredible abilities. It was obtained by a player at that time. Then this player rose to power by relying on this SSS level ghost, becoming one of the strongest players at that time, known as the Ghost King. After I took over the trapped ghost, I headed towards the west side of the village. Along the way, I saw many players in the woods chasing and hitting the little ghost wearing a black suspender with sticks. This little ghost is the lowest level Kuan ghost. Its strength is similar to that of a human, but it has one quite powerful ability, which is to throw a ball and have it returned. It can return a ball to you after passing through the woods. I arrived at the small courtyard the old ghost mentioned. The area of this small courtyard is quite large, very run down. There are many decaying runes hanging in front of the door. I had just stepped into the room. A piercing laughter rang in my ears. As I turned around with an expressionless face, I saw a woman in a red dress revealing a strange red eye, and at that moment, my left eye immediately obtained information about this ghost. Name: red-clothed female ghost. Qualification: C-level. Type: physical. Class level: level 8. Ability: named red-clothed ghost claw. Inflicts terrifying damage on enemies using sharp ghost claws. False information. 10 years ago, she and her parents lived happily in this courtyard. One day, a limping man stayed at their house for a night. He saw her. Evil thoughts arose. The man cruelly killed her parents, then tortured her to death. The ghost is brewing into an embodiment of resentment, but fears the mirror. Her face was cruelly destroyed by the man. Seeing her own appearance will drive her into a frenzy. Hidden mission: help the red-clothed female ghost find the man who killed her parents and raped her. Can receive hidden rewards. Seeing the final information prompt, a strange color flashed in her eyes. I never thought that my reincarnation ghost eyes could even uncover hidden tasks. Just at this moment, the red-clothed female ghost saw me standing still in place, immediately revealed sharp ghost claws pouncing towards me. Seeing this, my left eye suddenly opened. A terrifying energy quietly emerged. The woman in red, and her figure instantly stopped in place. Only one red eye looked fearfully at my left eye. This is the third ability rotation of the Samsara ghost eye. Can use illusions. Can even manipulate enemies. Then I slowly spoke. I can help you find the man who killed your parents and tortured you. The woman in red heard this. Her blood-red eyes suddenly shrank. Looking shocked and excited, a chuckle came from her throat. Seeing the situation, I closed the sound of the Samsara ghost eye. The woman in red, gaining control of her body, knelt directly in front of me, continuously kowtowing to me. The woman in red's mouth made a pleading sound. I took out the trapped ghost gourd. I said to the red-clothed female ghost faintly, "If you believe me, then enter this gourd." The red-clothed female ghost didn't hesitate at all, and directly turned into a stream of light and drilled into the trapped ghost gourd. At this moment, the system's prompt sound slowly rang in my ears. Congratulations on completing the ghost catching task. Bring the red-clothed female ghost back to the village chief to receive the reward. Hearing this, I walked out of the courtyard expressionless, analyzing the clues to the hidden rewards in my mind. At present, I probably know two things. First, from the information about the female ghost, it seems that the man is a Firefoot. Second, that man definitely hasn't left the novice village. Because the novice village is like an island, surrounded by mud fog people. There's simply no way out. Even players can only teleport out by completing the final trial mission. So the man who killed the red-clothed female ghost 10 years ago must be someone from this newbie village. At this moment, when I returned to the village, I found a child praying under the big tree. Seeing this, I went up and asked, "Child, what are you doing here?" The child looked at me and spoke. "My mother has been missing for a day now. My father said my mother was killed by a ghost, but I don't believe my mother is gone for good. I'm praying for my mother to come back and be with me in this game." The game system's prompt sounded. You triggered the mission to find the child's mother. The child's mother has gone missing from the village. Can we go and investigate? I heard there's a surprise for me. I didn't expect to be so lucky. It triggered a mission. I know most missions in the game need to be explored to trigger, and the rewards for completing missions are very generous. At this point, I smiled and said to the child, "I will help you find your mother. But I have a question for you. Is there a person in the village named Jobwa?" The child was slightly stunned at the words. "It seems like Uncle Tai is a blacksmith. He lives alone in the village and runs a blacksmith shop." Hearing this, I already have an answer in my heart. The person in the red clothes must be him. Wait for the blacksmith shop. A limping man is swinging a large iron hammer, hitting the fiery red iron pieces. At this moment, he sees a man standing at the door. Asks, "Guest, do you want to buy a weapon?" I slowly walk into the house. I'm not buying a weapon. I'm looking for someone. I want to find a family of 3 in the small courtyard on the west side of the village. The bound-foot man hears this and the iron hammer in his hand instantly falls to the floor. Just as I see his reaction, I speak coldly again. 10 years ago, you should have also used this iron hammer to kill the girl's parents, then destroyed the girl's appearance, tortured to death. The bound-foot old man hears this, looks at you in shock. Gripping the iron hammer tightly, he growls at me. Who are you really? Do you have any evidence? Don't talk nonsense here. See this. Without hesitation, I opened the trapped ghost gourd. Just as the red-clothed female ghost appeared, I rushed directly towards the lame man. The lame old man let out a miserable cry instantly. I stood quietly in the house waiting. When the red-clothed female ghost came to me, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Then he took out a bead from his mouth and handed it to me. As I activated my reincarnation ghost eye, a piece of information appeared in my mind. This is a first-level ghost called Ghost Embryo. It has the effect of improving the aptitude of ghosts below S level. After consuming it, the aptitude can be improved by 2 levels, but it won't exceed S rank. I see. I am very surprised. Remember to be on guard when you see it. The ghost items have been fried to a price of 1 million. Even so, it still makes countless people crazy to snatch it. And after I received the ghost fetus, the red-clothed female ghost also turned into a stream of light, entered into the trapped ghost gourd. The grudge in his heart has been resolved. He no longer has any attachment to this world. When I arrived at the village square, many players have already obtained the first place. Only ghosts are discussing with each other. As I handed the trapped ghost gourd to the old ghost, the game system's alert sound also rang in my ears. Congratulations on completing the difficult level ghost collection task. Congratulations on obtaining 5 F-grade ghost crystals. Congratulations on successfully contracting with the ghost. As the words fall, I feel the mark of a sword appearing in my mind. And this is the symbol of signing a contract with the ghost. But the contracts signed by ordinary players and ghosts are usually equal contracts. If you mistreat them, the ghost's loyalty will decrease. That would be very dangerous. Remember, in the previous life, many players were watched by their own ghosts. However, this kind of equal contract can be terminated at any time. A swordsman with a long sword appears by my side. At the same time, information about the reincarnation ghost eye appears in my mind. Name, Ghost Aptitude, Type B, Physical Class Level, Second Level Contract, Equal Contract, Loyalty, 60 Abilities. The Ghost Sword Art has extremely high swordsmanship, killing without a trace. Witnessing the situation, I am very satisfied. Then, I looked at the ghost spirit in the system backpack. This item will be the hardest currency for the future invasion of reality by the game. Only energy crystals dropped by killing ghosts contain pure energy inside. Players and ghosts can both increase their level and strength after use. At the same time, the level of the ghost spirit ranges from F to SSS. At this time, the surrounding players looked at the handsome ghost by my side. They immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck? What kind of ghost is this? It's too handsome. Why is my ghost a suspender ghost?" At a glance, it's not an ordinary ghost. The gap is too big. This kid is just too lucky. Should be messed up by him. Disrupting and completing the difficult ghost collection task. Seeing this, I didn't pay attention. Instead, I chose to leave and hurry to complete the task of helping the boy find his mother. On the way, I gave the ghost item obtained from the red-clothed female ghost to Jiangue. Suddenly, a burst of black gas erupted from Jian Gui. When I checked his information again, I was very excited. I found that Jian Gui had been promoted to S level, and he also gained a new ability, Ghost Sword Mastery. Jian Gui can gather powerful ghost energy and unleash a devastating sword strike against the enemy, destroying the enemy. Then I took 3 obtained F-level ghost essences. My own level also rose to level 3. In an instant, I felt my whole body filled with power. And after the remaining 2 were absorbed by Jiangu, he also reached level 3. At this moment, seeing the changes all over my body, I couldn't help but start thinking. To quickly improve my strength before the game invasion, my plan to buy ghost essence beforehand must be prioritized. When I arrived at the designated location for the mission, I found some little ghosts hiding behind the trees in the forest. Night Eyes stared at me cunningly and slyly, and they were indeed some F-level trees. Little ghosts are generally timid. They often hide in the trees and like to scare people. They are good monsters for players to level up. Seeing this, I ordered Jiangu to take care of them. After all, the ghost essence from defeating the little ghosts is still useful for me. Even a mosquito is meat. Can't waste. At this point, the ghost nodded. Pulling out the sword behind him, he instantly turned into a black stream of light. A sword thrust out. One of the tree imps didn't even have time to react and was immediately stabbed to death. Let out a scream. Then, he turned into a black mist and dissipated in the air, and a small ghost crystal fell to the ground. The remaining tree imps were extremely afraid when they saw this. They fled frantically. It can be seen that the ghost's speed is faster. In no time, 5 tree imps died under his sword. At the same time, they also contributed 5 earthen imp crystals to me. I directly swallowed them. My level also successfully reached level 4. After passing through the small grove, a small river comes into view, and not far from the river bank, there is a wooden barrel. On the ground, there are some dropped clothes. Seeing this, I immediately walked to the side of the barrel. Instantly, a piece of information popped up. You found the wooden barrel clothes of the little boy's mother. It seems that the little boy's mother is right here. The truth of the disappearance is getting closer. Please continue to search for the little boy's mother based on the scene. I felt a stir in my heart, seeing traces of resistance and struggle on the ground, and there are 2 traces of dragging. I followed the traces and walked for about 10 minutes. I arrived at a stone cave. It's eerie inside, quite sinister. The cave walls are lit with oil lamps, barely able to see the path. I let Jiangwo walk in front, while I closely followed behind. After all, I don't want to be suddenly killed by a ghost. You should know, the death penalty in this game is quite severe, losing a level with each death. Although there's a chance to revive, but there are only 5 chances to die. Once all 5 chances are used, you can't enter the game. But after the game merges with the earth, there won't be a chance to revive. At this moment, Jiangwo and I walked in the gloomy passage. Jiangwo drew his sword. A hint of seriousness appeared on his face, seemingly sensing danger. And at this moment, suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the cave. I heard my pupils suddenly contract. When we entered the cave, we saw a woman tied to a stone pillar, fainting. And next to her, there was a ghost covered in long black fur. It's the time for reincarnation. The ghost eye displayed a piece of information. Name: long-haired black ape ghost. Qualification: Earth level physical type grade, level 5 ability. Power of the black ape. The long-haired black ape ghost possesses stronger strength than the average ghost. Seeing this, I decided to test the strength of the ghost, and just as the black ape ghost saw us, it instantly opened its blood-filled mouth and launched an attack. I quickly ordered the ghost to take him down. At this moment, the ghost gripped the sword. The figure turned into a stream of light and dashed towards the black ape demon. Facing the tearing attacks of the black ape demon, with just a sidestep, Jian Gui evaded his power. At the same time, his sword slashed out. A sound of a wound being cut open rang out. A scar appeared on the abdomen of the black ape demon. He let out a painful howl, immediately turned to attack Jian Gui, but Jian Gui's speed was too fast. While constantly evading the black ape demon's attacks, and constantly seizing the opportunity, cutting several wounds on its body, the black ape demon howled in pain, but still couldn't catch Jian Gui. This made him furious. A glance with red eyes. The black ape ghost, in a fit of anger, actually gave up its defense. It pounced directly at the black ape ghost. Now is the time. Quick, use the ghost sword slash. Suddenly, my voice echoed in the black ape ghost's ears. The black ape ghost instantly burst forth with an astonishing aura. Then, it suddenly unleashed a strike towards the pouncing black ape ghost. Before the black ape ghost could react, it turned into a black mist and disappeared into the air, leaving behind a flickering black ghost essence. At this sight, a satisfied smile appeared on my face. I never expected to be able to instantly kill a level 5 ghost at level 3. Truly worthy of being an S-rank ghost. I wonder how powerful the SSS rank ghost soul inside my body is. I remember in the previous life, the SS rank Empress made the Ghost Father the top-ranked powerhouse. And my wife in this life is definitely SS level. I dare not to see what's so strong and what's so scary, step by step, with a glance at the ghost in front of me. The current Ghost Queen is still in the ghostly posture. At this moment, as I let the ghost absorb the ghost spirit, his level has also reached level 4, even approaching level 5. After that, we rescued the woman on the stone pillar. Then we returned to the village. When we arrived at the village square, the little boy was still sucking under the big tree. At this moment, I put the woman next to him, said, "Little brother, your mother and brother helped you find your way back." Seeing this, the little boy, suddenly tears of joy flowed from his eyes. Then he took out a bell from his arms and handed it to me. At the same time, the prompt sound of completing the task from the game system also came along. And the Samsara ghost, I also obtained the information of the bell for the first time. This is a sea-level haunted house. The ghost bell only needs to be shaken. The bell can effectively affect ghosts, corpses, and spirits below level 20. The lower the level, the longer the time for ghosts, corpses, and spirits. The ghost information is an accompanying item of a tomb, nurtured by ghost weeping. It turned into a haunted house, accidentally obtained by the little boy. Seeing this, my pupils suddenly contracted. What surprised me was not the sea-level ghost, but the information about the haunted house. I looked at the little boy and asked, "Little brother, can you tell me where you dug up this bell, brother?" The little boy was stunned at the words. Pointing towards the direction of the back hill of the village, he said, "On the road to the back hill, walking on a small hill, that's where I dug it up." Hearing this, I was a little surprised, because from the information, there must be a tomb on the back hill, and there is a high probability that there are other haunted houses inside. I glanced at the time, and found it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, so I quit the game, planning to go eat something. After eating and drinking my fill, I logged into the official forum of the Doomsday Bazaar online game on my computer. As real in-game footage was released, more and more people started paying attention to this game, and countless people in the forum are buying game helmets. Now it has been hyped up to 30,000 for a game helmet. You should know that the official price at that time was only 3,000. It has more than multiplied by 10 in just one day. At this time, there are countless topics in the forum. There are guilds recruiting people. There are purchases of beautiful female ghosts. There are also some teams practicing skills. Looking at this information, I have a smile on my face. It's time to prepare for the game to invade reality. So I left a post on the official forum. Number 4, newbie villages buying ghost essence, ghost items, ghost treasures, high qualifications in unlimited quantities, ghost hidden tasks, etc. Price is not an issue before private chat. After doing all this, I will wash up and go to sleep. The next day when I entered the game again, I've noticed a lot of people applying to be my friend. I know it should be the post I made that's taking effect. After going through the screening process, I found one that's relatively close by. This one is called Data Gene. The first person is a studio specializing in gold farming in the game. After adding him as a friend, I sent him a location. Not long after, 5 men came to me. The leader was a muscular man around 30 years old. Seeing the situation, I didn't waste any words. I got straight to the point. "How many ghost essences do you have? What level ghosts?" I don't need level 1 drops, because now both my ghost and I are at level 4. Ghost essences below level 3 have very little effect on ghosts and players. Even 1000 first level ghost crystals may not necessarily level up. Bro, you can rest assured, they are all second level ghost crystals. Last night, the brothers in our studio were grinding all night. Currently, there are a total of 255 second level ghost crystals. There are only 10 third level ghost crystals. Our level is only second. Third level ghosts are too strong. Some are hard to grind. The top gold farmer said to me awkwardly. My eyes lit up at his words. "Sure, if you offer a suitable price, I can take them all. And I want all the ghost crystals your studio gets in the future. We can cooperate long term." A hint of joy flashed in the top gold farmer's eyes. After exchanging glances with the others nearby, he said, "Since you're so straightforward, then I won't dawdle either. Level 2 Ghost Spirit, $20 each. Level 3 Ghost Spirit, $30 each. A total of $5,400. I heard. I immediately agreed. After all, once the game invades reality, all money will be worthless. Now, improving strength is the key. After the transaction is complete, shocked, a few people were very excited. They didn't expect to make money so easily. A few people made up their minds. They will definitely thank me, the god of wealth. And I found a place to summon the ghost out. Then I gave him some of the ghost spirits I bought. As we absorbed all the ghost spirits, our level also reached level 5. But just then, suddenly, a loud sound echoed in the sky. Congratulations, 20 million players have all reached level 2 or above. Open World Level Rankings, Ghost Rankings, Ghost Qualification Rankings, Open Area Chat Channels and World Chat Channels. At the same time, the game system sound rang in my ears. Should players hide the game when entering the rankings? After choosing to hide, I opened the rankings. Currently, I am ranked first in the level rankings. The second place is named Musashi Miyamoto, level 5. A player from a country living a trashy life. Remember, in the previous life, he wielded the SS grade Demon House Village's demon sword, slaying fierce ghost sorcery, becoming the strongest ghost encounter master in the island country. The third place is named Arthur King Caesar, level 5. He is the strongest player in the United States. He was also the absolute top ghost hunter in the previous life. The fourth place is named Emperor, level 5. He is one of the top players in the Dragon Kingdom. In the previous life, he established the Heavenly Court settlement, becoming the aspiration of countless humans. But when I saw that the fifth player's ID was named Handsome Dominator, a cold killing intent flashed in my eyes. A hint of cold killing intent flashed in my eyes. This person's real name is Li Shuai. Not only narrow-minded, extremely lecherous, but also extremely ruthless. He kills anyone he dislikes. I remember in my previous life, I offended him over a small matter, and as a result, he blacklisted me. If it weren't for my strength at the time not being bad, otherwise, I would have been killed countless times. This time, I will definitely make him experience the feeling of being better off dead. After that, I opened the haunted house ranking list. If I hadn't let the ghost eat the ghost embryo, I would definitely be ranked first. But now my ghost restraining bell is currently ranked 4th. The rest are all B-grade haunted houses. I don't mind either. Then I clicked on the ghost aptitude ranking list. The first place is SSS level I Ghost, Ghost Emperor Tree. The second place, S-level Sword Ghost, is also me. The third place, S-level Tengu Ghost. The contractor's name is Miyamoto Musashi. Fourth place, S-level Malevolent Ghost Demon. The contractor's name is India's Asen. Fifth place, S-level Daojun Valley. The contractor is named D. Jun. The sixth one, also known as Nyo 2. The contractor is named Yin Wang. Currently, among the 20 million players, only 4 have ghosts with S-level qualifications. It's evident how rare high-qualified ghosts are, not to mention my wife, with her SSS level qualification, shining like the sun on the qualification leaderboard. Remember in the previous life, even SSS level ghosts were considered game invasions. In reality, 2 years later, only 2 people in the world have one. One of them is the player who obtained the SSS level ghost house, the top Dragon Country player, Yao Gui Wang. The effect of this ghost house is extraordinarily amazing. It can refine ghosts and condense them into elixirs. One of them can enhance the qualifications of ghosts. Yao Gui Wang, by relying on the extraordinary ghost house, has refined countless ghosts, and forcefully raised one of his own ghosts to the SSS level. And this is stored in the Magic City Museum. After the game invaded reality, this thousands of years of history has long caused entanglement. After brewing those tears, it directly became an SSS level ghost. At this time, a hint of greed appeared in my eyes. I must turn this island upside down. At the same time, the World Chat channel just opened, and it exploded directly. The most sensational thing is my SSS level qualified Ghost King behind my eyes. Some players directly expressed their inability to accept it. They want to report me for opening the museum. Some players even started arguing with players from the host country. Because the island country recently discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, such irresponsible behavior has completely aroused the anger of the people of the Dragon Country. Seeing this, I didn't pay any attention. Instead, I opened the friend request log. I saw a player named Fat leaving a message for me. A very thin player. Brother, I found a hidden quest, but the level must have reached character level entanglement. I can't handle it if I'm only at level 2. If you're at level 5, you can find me. Complete this hidden quest with me, but you have to give me money. Classical language. I accepted the friend request. I directly sent him a location. In no time, a chubby little kid ran over. After agreeing on the price, we headed to Rendi. At this time, the fat kid led me to a corner of the village. There, an old beggar was kneeling on the ground begging. The fat kid took out a pancake and handed it to the old beggar. He said, "Grandpa, I'm back again. This time I brought help. He can help you complete your mission." The old beggar glanced at me, nodded and said, "In fact, I come from a place called Bayin Village. But one night, except for me in Bayin Village, everyone in the village died, and some of the villagers seemed possessed, feeding on anyone they saw. They bit other villagers to death. My grandson and wife also died. I was the only one who survived by hiding in a haystack." At this point, the old beggar's eyes welled up. A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. He said in a low voice, advice. I want you to go to the village of Ing and find out the truth, and then kill the ghost behind the scenes. Avenge my grandson and my partner, and let the manipulated villagers rest in peace. If you complete the mission, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Okay, I've taken on this task. I, Wei Wei Chen Si, have agreed to it. At the same time, the game system's sound rings out. Congratulations on accepting the hidden mission. Find out the truth about the village destroyed by Ing, and find the hidden enemy. Eliminate them to complete the mission. This mission has a higher risk. I heard that. I felt a flash of joy in my heart. After all, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. This is the eternal law in the game. Then, Fatso and I followed the route the old beggar told us and kept walking north. After walking for about 20 minutes, we crossed a small hill. Finally, we saw a dilapidated village. At this time, there was a strange black mist in the air. Crows on the withered trees let out eerie cries one after another. Seeing this, Fatso said nervously, "Boss, I feel this village is too eerie. Should we go back and find some more people?" I glanced at Fatso, calmly speaking, "If you're afraid, you can go back. I can handle it alone." Fatso was speechless for a moment. And of course, he wouldn't go back like that. After all, he is very clear that the hidden task rewards are very rich. He won't give up until he has to. I took a quick look around the village. Then I ventured into this eerie village. I felt like I arrived in the village. Suddenly, I smelled a strong stench. It was the stench of human corpses. I saw a severely decomposed body lying by the road. Some crows were pecking at the flesh. My friend smelled it too. He felt nauseous. I furrowed my brow. The village felt eerily quiet. My friend continued forward. When we passed by a small square, we heard a strange sound coming from a nearby house. Sounds a bit like gnawing on bones. Seeing this, I immediately summoned the ghost and asked him to go and investigate the situation. The chubby guy was shocked to see my ghost. Holy cow, it's actually the second-ranked ghost on the ghost talent ranking. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then the chubby guy also summoned his own ghost. A ghost wrapped in long hair appeared before my eyes. I glanced over. A hint flashed by. This ghost is called Long Hair Resentful Ghost. Second level rank. Earth level talent. Interestingly, he has a pretty good ability, and it's a control skill, called hair entanglement. You can extend your hair to entangle the enemy. It's quite a good group control ghost, and the ghost slowly opens the door over here. Suddenly, a strong stench emanates. When I saw the scene inside, I squinted my eyes slightly, while the fat guy covers his stomach and starts to endure. I saw a person emitting ghostly aura, crazily gnawing on a corpse. My left eye trembled slightly. A piece of information suddenly emerged. Name: Ghoul Servant. Qualification: F level. Type: Physical. Class level: Level 4. Ability: Calling for similar ghoul servants can summon ghostly information through their calls. The villagers who drank the well water contaminated with ghoul blood turned into ghoul servants. This ghoul bites at the sight of people. Never rest until death. When consuming corpses, the weakness of the body is that movement will be slower during the day. Slowly losing the head will lead to death. I was somewhat surprised to see this. I didn't expect a ghoul to reach level 4. It's conceivable how high the bread gang's level is. At this moment, the ghoul servant noticed the ghoul leader, instantly let out an excited cry. Not good. He is calling for his kind. Quickly deal with him. Cut off his head. My expression changed slightly. Immediately shouted loudly at the ghoul, speaking as the ghostly figure flashed by. This ghoul servant was directly beheaded by a sword. Its body turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving behind only a ghost spirit. The chubby man on the side saw this scene. He immediately took a sharp intake of breath. But before he could be shocked, suddenly, terrifying roars echoed around the house. Immediately, ghouls started running towards us. Seeing this, the chubby man shouted in fear, "Boss, let's run quickly. There are too many of these ghosts and ghouls." "Okay, how do we run? We are already surrounded. We have no choice but to fight." I gave a cold smile. Seeing the zombies and servants coming from all directions, he said in a low voice, "But luckily, it's daytime now. The movements of these zombies and servants are relatively slow." At this point, I took out a sharp tang knife from the system backpack. Then I shouted at the fat man, saying, "Fatty, you are in charge of commanding your ghosts to entangle their movements. Leave the rest to me." The fat man quickly gave orders to his own ghosts. The long-haired grudge ghost immediately let out a ghostly howl from its mouth. Its long hair swept towards the zombies and servants like seaweed, entangling them and affecting their movements. Even a few zombies and servants were entangled, causing them to lose their balance. I charged out with a tang sword in hand, alongside Jingu, the ghost. My swordsmanship is fierce and chaotic. I mercilessly harvested these entangled corpse-eating ghost servants. On the other side, Jingu became even more ferocious. The sword's body is not visible, only the sword's shadow flashes through the light. And then a head fell to the ground. In a moment, these corpse-eating ghost servants were like bowling pins. We mercilessly harvested the heads with Jingu and me. The fat man looked at the densely packed bodies on the ground, shocked. He knew I had strength, but he didn't expect it to be this fierce. After the battle ended, I immediately picked up the fallen ghost spirits, a total of 35 pieces, 4th level ghost spirits. I couldn't help but smile on my face. With these ghost essences, it's almost enough to cultivate myself or the ghost to the 1st level. Boss, you're amazing, the fat guy said excitedly to me. I lost a piece of ghost essence. Speak to him lightly. This is your reward. Let your ghost eat it. A bit higher level. Maybe it will be useful later. The fat guy was instantly happy. He quickly thanked me, then successfully absorbed this piece of 4th level ghost essence into the long-haired grudge ghost. Broke through to the 3rd level. I directly absorbed all the ghost essences into the ghost. As expected, the level increased by 1. I nodded in satisfaction. Continue to extend into the village. But as I continued to delve deeper, the surrounding gloom became heavier. Just then, a strange sound came from a cowshed. I tightly held the candy knife and saw ghosts in my hand. Slowly walked towards the cowshed. I saw that the cowshed was full of bones. A strong bull was completely rotten. It was madly gnawing on human corpses. My reincarnation. The ghost's eyes trembled slightly. A piece of information emerged. Name: Ghoul. Elite qualifications of cattle servants. Earth type: physical class level 6. Ability: bull head charge. The sharp and hard bull horns crazily charge towards the enemy, causing massive damage. My pupils slightly contract. It's actually a level 6 elite monster. Elite template monsters are much stronger than regular monsters, and above the elite template is the boss level. Then it's the elite, right? Corpse explosion. Legendary explosion. The higher the level of the abyssal divine demon leopard template, the more terrifying the monster's strength. At this moment, the corpse-eating ghost bull servant noticed, immediately let out a roar. Its strong limbs went madly charging towards us like iron pillars. Jiangu uses ghost sword slash. My face turned serious, hastily shouted to Jiangu. In an instant, Jiangu gathers the ghostly energy in the sword. With the ghost sword in hand, he swings a sword. The chi strikes directly at the head of the zombie ox servant. A deep, visible wound appears on his head, exposing the bone cannon inside. But the zombie ox servant did not die. Instead, it thoroughly enraged him. His eyes gleam with a bloodthirsty madness. The zombie ox servant roars in anger. His sharp and hard horns charge madly towards Jiangu. Jiangu skillfully dodges the charge with agile footwork. Just as the zombie ox servant attempts to charge again, a crisp bell suddenly rings. The mind of the ghoul suddenly went blank. A hint of confusion flashes in his eyes. I was seen shaking a bell in my hand. This is the ghost bell of the ghost town. Damn it! Kill him quickly! I immediately shouted at the ghost loudly. The ghoul understands. Immediately used the ghost sword slash again. And the head of the ghoul cow servant was also cut off by a sword. Then left a black level 6 ghost spirit on the ground. Seeing this, I picked it up and threw it into my mouth. My level also increased to 6 as a result. It's worthy of being an elite level monster. The energy in the ghost spirit is really just ordinary. At this moment, the chubby guy excitedly looked at the bell in my hand and said, "Boss, could this bell be the top-ranked ghost bell in the haunted house list? This is too amazing. To be able to make this ghost thing stunned, truly worthy of being the boss. I don't buy into this kind of flattery. Let's go. I feel like the final boss is about to appear." I glanced at the chubby guy, continuing to move forward with a sense of foreboding. As we walked to the front, the ghostly atmosphere here is getting so thick that it's making my face look serious and heavy. There's definitely a powerful ghost creature here. It feels so eerie here, like the terrifying presence that wiped out the Een village. My whole body is covered in goosebumps. The chubby guy looked around fearfully. In a low voice, he said, "I didn't say anything," continuously observing the surroundings vigilantly. This is a small square. In the middle of the square, there is a large well. Probably the villagers all get water from here. Suddenly, my eyes widened. I remembered the ghostly information about the ghoul servants. It seems like the villagers consume water with ghoul blood in it. He has turned into a ghoul servant, so the ghouls might be in the well. I held the ghost-repelling bell in my left hand, and with the sugar knife in my right hand, I slowly walked towards the deep well. When I reached the deep well, my pupils contracted. The well water has turned into a pool of blood. The strong smell of blood hits me. It almost made me unable to hold back. As soon as Fatty came over, he immediately started vomiting in place. Just then, the blood water suddenly bubbled up. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate at all and ran straight to the back. In an instant, the blood water suddenly exploded. A terrifying figure suddenly jumped out of the blood water. Countless red blood gushed out in the air, and a huge figure suddenly jumped out. Roar! An angry roar exploded in Lin Chen and Fatty's ears. Ah! Fatty was scared out of his wits and hurriedly ran away. The blood dispersed, and Lin Chen finally saw the true face of this monster. It was at least 2 meters tall, humanoid, with a big mouth full of sharp teeth, a nail in its heart, emitting a strong smell of blood, and blood-red eyes full of bloodthirsty light, like a ogre. Lin Chen's left eye trembled slightly, and a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Ghoul, Boss, Aptitude, C, Type, Physical, Level, 8, Ability, Bloodthirsty Rage, awakens the bloodthirsty instinct, releases powerful strength, but loses rationality. Ghost information, formerly human, but liked to eat human flesh, was executed and buried underground, but the resentment turned it into a ghoul. Weakness is its head, cutting off the head will cause immediate death. Description, when it goes berserk, even it fears itself. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. It was indeed a boss template monster, and it was also a C-level aptitude, level 8. In this stage where most players were at level 2 or 3, level 8 was like a nuclear explosion, and it was a boss template monster, with a C-level aptitude and the ability to go berserk. It's really not bad. If it were in my previous life, I would definitely be happy to contract it as my own ghost. But in this life, with a C-level aptitude, I really don't care. Lin Chen thought to himself. The boss template monster could also be contracted, but after the contract, the boss template would disappear, and it would become an ordinary C-level aptitude, level 8 ghoul. Boss. This is a level 8 boss. How? How do we fight it? Let's run quickly and find more people to gang up on it. Fatty was sweating profusely, looking at the ghoul boss at the well, and said anxiously to Lin Chen. Run! As long as we defeat this ghoul, we can complete the mission. You can leave if you want. Lin Chen said expressionlessly to Fatty. Gulp! Fatty couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew this mission was very dangerous, but the reward must be very generous. If he could really complete this mission, what's the harm in dying once? Damn! It's just a game, what's there to be afraid of? Fatty's eyes flashed with determination, and he shouted angrily, Boss! I'm in too, even if I die once. Lin Chen showed a faint smile on his face. This Fatty, although cowardly, had some backbone, but not much. Roar! The ghoul boss roared, and rushed towards Lin Chen and the others with its sharp claws raised. Fatty! Have your long-haired grudge ghost provide support, and make trouble for the ghoul, preferably entangling it. Lin Chen looked at the oncoming ghoul boss, his face suddenly darkened, and immediately shouted at Fatty. Yes, boss. The fat man looked nervous and responded, then shouted at his own long-hair ghost. Long-hair ghost. Use your long hair to entangle the corpse-eating ghost boss. Woo woo woo. Although the long-hair ghost was somewhat afraid of the corpse-eating ghost boss, it still obeyed the fat man's command. In an instant, its long hair swirled like seaweed, rushing towards the corpse-eating ghost boss and entwining its body. Roar! The corpse-eating ghost boss looked at the hair on its body, and a hint of red flashed in its eyes. It roared in anger, shook its hands, and directly broke the entangled hair, causing it to scatter in the air. The level difference was too great. The long-hair ghost was only level 3, making it difficult to have a significant impact on the corpse-eating ghost boss. But it was enough, because Lin Chen and the sword ghost took advantage of the corpse-eating ghost boss's diverted attention and had already arrived behind it. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with terrifying light as he swung his tang sword at the corpse-eating ghost's body, leaving a gash and splattering black blood. The sword ghost's ghost sword erupted with a dark light, exuding a powerful ghostly aura. It struck the corpse-eating ghost's back, causing blood to splatter and leaving a deep wound, but the corpse-eating ghost's hard bones blocked the sword ghost's ghost sword from penetrating further. Roar! The corpse-eating ghost boss let out a painful roar, its eyes flashing with intense anger. It turned its massive body, waved its hand, and sent the sword ghost flying. Its red eyes locked onto Lin Chen and the sword ghost, furious that these two ants had attempted a sneak attack, showing no martial ethics. The corpse-eating ghost boss was burning with anger and immediately pounced on the sword ghost, engaging in a fierce struggle. The corpse-eating ghost boss's strength was astonishing, each attack causing the sword ghost's ghost sword to tremble violently, leaving it unable to counterattack and only able to defend passively. Shoo shoo shoo. At this moment, the fat man's long-hair ghost once again took action, its dense hair entangling the corpse-eating ghost boss's feet like a spirit snake. Caught off guard, the corpse-eating ghost boss was tripped and fell to the ground, earning the fat man great credit. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted to the sword ghost, Now, use your ghost sword to strike at the corpse-eating ghost boss's neck. Buzz buzz. The sword ghost knew this was its chance. A powerful ghostly aura surged from its body and infused into its ghost sword, which emitted a sword light. The sword ghost's eyes flashed with a chilling light as it struck at the corpse-eating ghost boss's neck, causing blood and flesh to fly, followed by the sound of bone colliding. Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted. The sword ghost's most powerful strike was unable to sever the bone in the corpse-eating ghost boss's neck. Awoo! The corpse-eating ghost boss let out an angry and mournful howl, its eyes completely red, as a powerful ghostly aura surged from its body, enveloped in a thick ghostly cry and emitting a blood-red energy. The corpse-eating ghost boss was completely enraged, unleashing its ability, Bloodthirsty Rampage. Roar! The raging corpse-eating boss instantly stood up, its blood-filled mouth emitting a terrifying roar. Its sharp claws tore towards the sword ghost, causing the sword ghost's pupils to shrink as it quickly withdrew the ghost sword to defend. The terrifying force of the corpse-eating boss tore a crack in the ghost sword, causing the sword ghost to be thrown back and heavily fall to the ground. The ghost sword, the weapon of the sword ghost, was only a D-grade ghost item, yet it was cracked by the raging corpse-eating boss. The boss then turned its bloodthirsty gaze towards Lin Chen and charged at him. The fatty, with a fearful expression, shouted at Lin Chen to dodge, and commanded the long-haired grudge ghost to entangle the boss, but the boss easily broke free. Lin Chen, with a glint in his eyes, muttered to himself and then called out to the ghost queen for help. A beautiful woman appeared, visibly pregnant with a ghost child. The fatty was stunned by her beauty. The ghost queen, filled with love for Lin Chen, was then asked by him to help defeat the boss. The ghost queen's expression turned from loving to cold and filled with killing intent as she attacked the boss with a powerful ghost energy, sending it flying and spitting out blood. Lin Chen couldn't help but be amazed by his wife's strength. Too strong. Lin Chen looked at the ghost empress with a fiery gaze, feeling excited and thinking to himself, the higher the talent of a ghost, the higher its basic attribute values, but these values are hidden and not displayed on the data panel. For example, for ghosts of the same level, a ghost with F-grade talent has a hidden attribute panel with an attack power of 1 point, while a ghost with C-grade talent has an attack power of 2 points, and so on. The difference in basic hidden attributes between an SSS grade and an F-grade talent is huge, and as the level increases, the hidden attribute values become larger. This is one of the reasons why high-talent ghosts are highly sought after. And his own wife's level has reached 10, so it's reasonable to have the ghoul hanging around. Who is this woman again? The boss's contracted ghost. This is too strong. The chubby guy next to him stared in astonishment at this unbelievably beautiful woman and stammered, "Wow, how can there be such a beautiful female ghost in this world? The boss is so lucky." And this female ghost even calls the boss her husband. Damn, is the boss playing a modern version of Ning Kaichen? The chubby guy's teeth were almost grinding, and he secretly thought with envy and jealousy. Roar! The ghoul boss, sent flying by the ghost empress, had black blood flowing from its mouth, but it stood up again and roared angrily at the ghost empress. After using bloodthirsty rage, the ghoul boss had lost its sanity and now knew no fear, with only one thought in its mind, to kill. It wanted to kill all living creatures and then cruelly devour them. The ghoul boss opened its blood-filled mouth, its sharp teeth gleaming with a chilling light, and charged at the ghost empress once again. Wife, aim for its head, that's its weak spot, Lin Chen immediately reminded the ghost empress. Hearing Lin Chen call her his wife, the ghost empress's eyes flashed with a deep affection, feeling as sweet as honey in her heart, and she shyly responded to Lin Chen, "Okay, husband." Then she looked at the ghoul boss, her eyes turning as cold as ice, and said coldly, "Ugly thing. You're too annoying. Disappear. Remember to grow some eyes in your next life." As the ghost empress's words fell, a terrifying ghostly aura suddenly erupted from her, quickly condensing into a blade of ghostly energy, sweeping towards the neck of the charging ghoul boss with a sharp momentum. Splurt! The ghostly blade, sharp as a knife, directly cut across the ghoul boss's neck, and the ghoul boss, still running, slowly showed a bloodstain on its neck. Splurt! Terrifying black blood splattered, and the ghoul boss's head fell to the cold ground, bouncing a few times like a basketball before its body slowly came to a stop, finally falling heavily into a pool of blood. The ghoul boss's eyes showed a hint of disbelief as it died, not knowing how it died. There were no warnings, no struggles. The body and head of the ghoul boss eventually turned into a black gas and dissipated into the air, leaving behind a larger ghost crystal and a long nail, which should be the one from the ghoul's chest, lying quietly on the ground. "Husband, I've helped you kill this ugly thing," the Empress Xianhou said after dealing with the ghoul boss, her lofty demeanor instantly disappearing and transforming into a charming beauty as she nestled in Lin Chen's arms, speaking softly to him. "Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the mission, the truth of Beiyin Village. You can receive a generous reward by returning to the old beggar. At this moment, Lin Chen also heard the prompt from the system in his ear. Gurgle. Lin Chen's eyes still carried a hint of astonishment as he looked at the Empress Yenho in his arms, and a thought arose in his mind. The doctor said my stomach is not good, and that I should eat soft food. It looks like I have no choice but to eat this meal. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He reached out to hold the Empress Yenho and said with a smile, "Wife, you're amazing." The Empress Yenho blushed and glanced at Lin Chen, whispering softly, "Husband, you are amazing too." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, understanding the double entendre in the Empress Yenho's words, but it was not the time for love talk, as there was still a third wheel present. Lin Chen softly said to the Empress Yenho, "Madam, you should go rest. Don't overexert yourself." The Empress Yenho knew that Lin Chen was still busy with other matters, so she obediently nodded and quickly kissed Lin Chen before turning into a black stream of light and drilling into Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then walked over and picked up the ghost crystal of the ghoul boss, a hint of a smile on his face. This ghost crystal could definitely allow himself or the sword ghost to advance by 1 or even 2 levels. After all, it was a ghost crystal dropped by a boss template, much more potent than the usual level 8 ghost crystals. Lin Chen looked at the long nail beside it, then picked it up. The information of this long nail appeared in Lin Chen's mind through his left eye. The Samsara ghost eye. Name: Ghost Killing Nail. Type: C-grade ghost item. Effect: has strong killing power against ghosts. Nailing this into the heart of a ghost below level 10 will kill it. Ghost item information: the nail that killed the ghoul, nurtured by ghost energy, has turned into a ghost item. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was actually a C-grade ghost item, and its ability was very good. It could be used as a trump card. As long as it was nailed into the heart, any ghost below level 10 would be finished. Boss, that female ghost just now is your contracted ghost, right? This is too strong. The fatty, with his somewhat sparse long hair, walked over at this time, looking at Lin Chen with a face full of shock. Damn! A level 8 boss was actually killed in one move, which directly shocked the fatty. Who is the real boss after all? The fatty was a bit confused. Sort of. Let's go. We've completed the mission, let's go back. Lin Chen nodded and said to the fatty. The sword ghost had also come to Lin Chen's side and walked out of the village with him. Okay, boss, wait for me. The fatty hurriedly followed Lin Chen's footsteps with the long-haired grudge ghost. The return journey went smoothly, and they had already returned to the village in about 20 minutes. Lin Chen and the fatty returned to the old beggar, and Lin Chen explained the cause and effect to the old beggar, who immediately burst into tears. Lin Chen also heard the prompt from the system in his ear. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing the task, the truth of Beiyin Village. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining F-grade ghost crystals, level 6, *10. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining B-grade ghost item, ghost killing sword. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining ghost treasure, ghost pregnancy crystal. Several consecutive system prompts made Lin Chen ecstatic. The rewards were too generous. To think there was even a B-grade ghost item, and it happened to be a sword. His own sword ghost's sword had just cracked, so using this B-grade ghost sword would definitely significantly enhance his strength. What surprised Lin Chen even more was that he had actually obtained a ghost treasure. Ghost treasures were even rarer than ghost items. Ghost treasures had no specific level, but they often possessed some incredible abilities. He remembered from his previous life that someone had obtained a special ghost treasure that could force a player to form a contract with a ghost creature. And this ghost creature had no level restrictions. This meant that even if the player was at level 1, they could still forcibly contract an 80th level Ghost King. One could imagine the terrifying power of ghost treasures. However, the more powerful the ghost treasure, the more difficult the conditions for obtaining it. They were truly too rare. I'm rich. I received a reward of 10 pieces of level 3 ghost crystals and a C-grade ghost item. These rewards are too generous, right? The chubby guy ran excitedly to Lin Chen, his face filled with excitement. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. Although it was a team task, rewards were given based on individual contributions. All the output from this task was from Lin Chen, so his contribution was the greatest, and therefore, his reward was the most generous. I'm leaving. Maybe we'll meet again someday. Lin Chen waved to the chubby guy and left. Goodbye, boss. Thank you, boss. The chubby guy felt a bit reluctant. It was really fun to play games with the boss. No wonder there were so many girls in the chat channel asking to be taken along, and even single and ready to mingle. The chubby guy also decided to post some flirty messages in the chat channel, hoping to attract some rich ladies. Lin Chen checked the time and realized it was already evening. His real-world body must be hungry, and his mind was exhausted. Lin Chen logged off directly in the village and returned to the real world. As his consciousness returned to the real world, he suddenly felt hungry. Lin Chen put on his clothes and went downstairs to have dinner. Then, he slept peacefully through the night. The next morning, Lin Chen finished breakfast and immediately logged back into the game. Upon returning to the game, Lin Chen checked the ghost item and ghost treasure he had obtained from the task. Name: Ghost Killing Sword. Type: B-grade ghost item. Effect: can cause a laceration effect on ghosts, causing them to bleed continuously. Item information: a sword that has killed countless people, abandoned after its owner's death, nurtured by ghost energy, and transformed into a ghost item. Name: Ghost Pregnancy Crystal. Ghost Treasure. Type: Special Ghost Treasure. Effect: can be used on pregnant ghosts, significantly improving the aptitude and abilities of the ghost fetus, greatly reducing the gestation period, and bestowing a powerful ability on the ghost infant. Item information: a ghost treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, possessing mysterious and powerful forces. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This ghost treasure could be used by his own wife. Moreover, judging from the description of this ghost treasure, it seemed extraordinary. How extraordinary exactly, he would only know once the queen gave birth to the ghost infant. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly placed the ghost pregnancy crystal into the ghost pattern on his chest and softly said to the empress behind him, "My lady, this is a ghost treasure. After eating it, it can make our child stronger, and it can greatly shorten the time you are pregnant." The ghost pattern of the Empress Yen emitted a black light, absorbing the ghost pregnancy crystal. A sweet voice sounded in Lin Chen's ear, "Thank you, husband." The beautiful figure of the Empress Yen appeared in front of Lin Chen, with the ghost treasure in her mouth, the ghost pregnancy crystal. She kissed Lin Chen's cheek and then shyly said in his ear, "Husband, wait a little longer. Our child will be born soon, and then I can give myself to you." Lin Chen smiled slightly and hugged the Empress Yan's waist. The Empress Yan swallowed the ghost pregnancy crystal, and a dazzling black light emanated from her belly. "Husband, I can feel it, our child is about to be born, and he is very powerful." The Empress Yen, with a look of joy, touched her growing belly and happily said to Lin Chen, Lin Chen also nodded with a smile, feeling a strange mix of nervousness and anticipation in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be a father? Although it's a ghost father, it seems like it's not bad, Lin Chen thought strangely. At that moment, the Empress Yen let out a scream, followed by a dazzling black light from her belly, enveloping her instantly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the know. For Novice Village, dark clouds suddenly gathered, thunder rolled, and within the thick clouds, countless lightning flashes, as if thunder dragons were roaring. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder roared, as if welcoming something. In the village, the old ghost raised his head, his cloudy eyes looking at the dark clouds pressing down from the sky, thunder rolling. A glint of light flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "It seems that another extraordinary ghost calamity is about to descend." Meanwhile, the blinding black light slowly dissipated, and the weak body of the Empress Yen lay slightly on Lin Chen, her lips pale, a hot sweat on her forehead, but her eyes shimmering with joy, looking expectantly at the black sphere floating in the void, and happily said to Lin Chen, "Husband, this is our first child." Lin Chen hugged the Empress Yen, feeling a bit nervous, and nodded as he looked at the black light emitting from the sphere in the void. A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, and the black sphere shattered, revealing a small figure in front of Lin Chen and the Empress Yen, about 1.2 meters tall, wearing black armor, with white hair and black eyes that glowed red, a face that looked young but with unusually mature and steady eyes. Blue lightning shimmered around the small ghost child, like a thunderous snake coiling around. The young ghost child looked at the Empress Yen and Lin Chen, then knelt down with a serious expression, respectfully addressing them. Child pays respects to father and mother. At this point, Lin Chen also received the information panel of this little brat ghost, his own ghost child. The information appeared in his mind. Name: Thunder Abyss Ghost Lord. Aptitude: SS. Type: Elemental. Rule: Level 5. Loyalty: 100. Ability: Lord of Thunder Abyss. The Thunder Abyss Ghost Lord can naturally control the power of lightning and darkness, is immune to lightning and dark attribute attacks, and can absorb lightning and dark attribute energy to restore health and injuries. Judgment Spear: the Lord of Thunder and Darkness condenses high-density thunder energy into the Spear of Thunder, which can be used as a melee weapon or projected at lightning speed to crush enemies. Underworld Domain: Gift of Ghost Pregnancy Crystal. The Lord of Thunder and Darkness opens the Underworld Domain, where he can continuously absorb dark energy to restore his strength and injuries. Enemies within this domain will have their life, defense, and strength continuously reduced by the engulfing darkness, which is then absorbed by the Lord of Thunder and Darkness to enhance his attributes. Once the enhanced attribute domain disappears, it will return to normal. Ghost Information: originally a powerful ghost born from the union of a human and the Ghost Empress, and after consuming the mysterious ghost treasure nurtured by nature, the Ghost Pregnancy Crystal, it possesses top-notch talent and abilities. Description: don't be fooled by his current size, he will grow taller and bigger. Gurgle. Lin Chen looked at the attribute panel of this little brat, his throat feeling a bit dry, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, looking at the ghost son kneeling in front of him with a shocked expression. He actually has an SS level talent, and he's a dual-type ghost with elemental and rule attributes. This is simply invincible. Lin Chen muttered to himself in shock and excitement. Ding! Due to the ability of the Ghost Empress, you have randomly obtained an ability of your ghost offspring, Lord of Thunder and Darkness. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the ability of the Lord of Thunder and Darkness. At this moment, the system's prompt also sounded in Lin Chen's ear, and he suddenly felt a powerful force surging within his body. Crackling! Suddenly, a faint blue electric light and ethereal darkness enveloped Lin Chen's body. This is the power of the Lord of Thunder and Darkness. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, intoxicated. Child, get up quickly. Come here, let your father and mother have a good look at you, the Ghost Empress said with a joyful expression to the Lord of Thunder and Darkness. Yes, mother. The Lord of Thunder and Darkness obediently nodded, stood up, and walked to Lin Chen and the Ghost Empress. The Ghost Empress directly picked up the Lord of Thunder and Darkness, vigorously pinching his adorable face, and happily said to Lin Chen, husband, look, our child's face looks a lot like yours. This little face is so soft and squishy, it's really comfortable to pinch. The Lord of Thunder and Darkness's small face was directly pinched into various shapes by the Ghost Empress, and his mouth twitched slightly, expressionless, but his eyes flashed with an indescribable look, yet he dared not resist and allowed the Ghost Empress to pinch as she pleased. Lin Chen suppressed the energy within his body, then looked at the Lord of Thunder and Darkness, his own son. Although he was a ghost, in the Imperial family, he was his eldest son, the future Ghost Prince. Indeed, as the Ghost Empress said, the Lord of Thunder and Darkness's appearance resembled his own. Lin Chen reached out and gently touched the Lord of Thunder and Darkness's white hair, slowly saying, from now on, you will be called Lei Ming. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in the Lord of Thunder and Darkness's eyes. Being pinched by the Ghost Empress, he struggled to say, thank you, father, for giving me a name. Because the Ghost Empress was too weak, she returned to rest inside Lin Chen's body, and little Lei Ming also turned into a black lightning pattern, imprinted on Lin Chen's back. Huff! Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement and anxiety in his heart, and then handed the B-grade ghost-killing sword to the sword ghost. When the sword ghost saw this chilling ghost-killing sword, his eyes lit up, and a rare stiff smile appeared on his usually stern face. This surprised Lin Chen, as he had never seen the sword ghost smile before. Ding! Your contract ghost, sword ghost, has increased its loyalty to you by 100 points. Congratulations, your sword ghost's loyalty has reached its maximum value, loyal unto death. The sword ghost will absolutely obey your commands. Suddenly, the system's two prompt tones sounded in Lin Chen's ear, causing a slight smile to appear on his lips. Indeed, a swordsman loves his sword. The best way to subdue a swordsman is to give him a sword, and it must be a good one. This aloof sword ghost had finally completely submitted to him. Lin Chen continued to take out the 5th grade ghost crystal and the ghost crystal of the corpse-eating ghost boss from his backpack. He directly gave the corpse-eating ghost boss's ghost crystal to his adopted son, Xiao Leiming, to use, and he and the sword ghost used the 5th grade ghost crystal. Soon, the system's prompt tone sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, your ghost, Leiming Ghost Lord, has leveled up to level 7. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 7. 2 consecutive system prompt tones sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Leiming's levels had increased to level 7, and the sword ghost's level experience had also surpassed half of level 7. Xiao Leiming had directly advanced from level 5 to level 7, truly living up to the power of the boss template's ghost crystal. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he opened the rankings. The current level rankings were NO1, Hidden Nickname, Level 7, NO2, Musashi, Level 6, NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, Level 6, NO4, Emperor, Level 6, NO5, Handsome Overlord, Level 5. Lin Chen was far ahead of the others at Level 7, and he nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued to open the Ghost Object rankings. NO1, B-Grade Ghost Killing Sword, Owner. Hidden Nickname, NO2, B-Grade Town Sealing Talisman, Owner. Emperor, NO3, B-Grade Life-Taking Needle, Owner. Yama, NO4, B-Grade Demon Slaying Knife, Owner. Musashi, NO5, C-Grade Town Sealing Bell, Owner. Hidden Nickname, NO6, C-Grade Demon Killing Nail, Owner. Hidden Nickname, NO7, C-Grade Ghost Chi-Brick, Owner. Agman, NO8, C-Grade Flashing Ghost Talisman, Owner. Hidden Nickname. Ghost Talent Rankings, NO1, SSS Grade Descendant Ghost Emperor, Contractor, Hidden Nickname, NO2, SS grade Lei Ming Ghost Lord, Contractor, Hidden Nickname, NO3, S grade Sword Ghost, Contractor, Hidden Nickname, NO4, S grade Tengu Ghost, Contractor, Musashi, NO5, S grade Evil Bone Ghost Dragon, Contractor, Indian Asen, NO6, S grade Daoist Ghost, Contractor, Emperor, NO7, A grade Oxhead Ghost, Contractor, Yama. His B grade Ghost Killing Sword proudly topped the list, and the Demon Killing Nail also ranked 6th. All 3 of his ghost objects made it onto the list, occupying 3 of the top 10 positions. In the ghost talent rankings, his 3 ghosts directly occupied the top 3 positions, leading by a wide margin. This was truly an overwhelming lead. If this were the previous life, he wouldn't even dare to dream of this. All of this was obtained through his rebirth with the help of his left eye, the Samsara Ghost Eye. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but touch his left eye and murmured to himself, "What kind of existence are you really? It is amazing that one can be reborn with a contractor. This ability is unheard of. And why were you sealed in that secret realm, and who sealed you there?" Lin Chen had countless thoughts in his mind. This ghost eye was too mysterious, making him full of curiosity about it. When there is a chance in the future, I will go to that secret realm again. Maybe there are clues about the identity of this ghost eye. Lin Chen thought to himself. Then, after getting his mood in order, Lin Chen prepared to go level up first, raise the level of Little Thundering Ghost to 8, and the level of Sword Ghost to 7, and then go to the ancient tomb where the little boy dug out the town ghost bell on the back mountain to find out the truth. But when Lin Chen went to level up, the SS level talented Thundering Ghost suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, causing a heated discussion in the world chat channel. Thunder King, damn. Who is the owner of this SS level talented Thundering Ghost? I am a college student. Can I have it? It matches my name. Kunkin playing basketball. Which school are you from? Daring to ask today, daring to snatch tomorrow. I will call your school and ask them to manage you properly. Big Eagle Cute Girl. Oh, wow. This Thundering Ghost sounds really awesome. I wonder if it's as awesome as me. Musashi Minamoto, yo. Our little ghost country has added another powerful ghost. Dominating the entire server is just around the corner. Damn it, damn it. Little ghost, get lost, trash. I will directly F ***** you. Yin Wang, is the player who owns the Thundering Ghost here? I will pay 100,000 yuan for your ghost. Please reply when you see this, add me as a friend, the price is negotiable. Awesome, damn. Isn't this the guild leader of the Yin Wang temple? He is indeed a rich man, actually spending 10,000 yuan to buy a virtual data. Double ponytails my steering wheel, damn it. I have already resigned, doing AS **** job. I want to catch ghosts in the game and sell them. Maybe I can get rich by catching an SS level talented ghost. I'm 18 centimeters, envious. If this SS level talented guy is not stupid, he will definitely sell it to Yin Wang. What a blood profit, it's just a game anyway. The world chat channel was full of envy and jealousy towards Lin Chen, playing games and making money. What a blood profit. Lin Chen had no idea how much of a sensation he had caused in the world chat channel. At this time, on Lin Chen's map, he found a place to level up with level 4 to 6 ghosts. Lin Chen, with the Sword Ghost, passed through the small forest and encountered many players killing ghosts to obtain ghost crystals for leveling up. There were also many people forming small teams to kill ghosts, which could greatly improve efficiency and gains. Passing by, don't miss it. Invincible Knights are recruiting, looking for a control-type ghost, team up to kill monsters and level up together. Ghost Dance Chenkuan team is recruiting, looking for a tank ghost, team up to kill level 4 ghosts. Check Your Beautiful team is recruiting. Need one more, looking for a beautiful girl, 4 to 1. Big brother, take me with you. My ghost can spit, guaranteed to disgust the enemy. Bastard. You are really useless, this ghost is also contracted, go to the other side, you have already disgusted me. I am single in real life. 2 meters tall, does anyone want to take me? Yuck. You are now fat like a pig, lying to the ghost, 2 meters tall, eat us ******. On the way, in the small woods, many teams are recruiting players to team up and fight monsters. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. In his previous life, he only had a starving ghost with an F-grade qualification, and was rejected by other players. No team was willing to take him, so he had to level up by soloing monsters. Eventually, he was lucky enough to unexpectedly contract a C-grade ghost, which made him gradually become stronger. Hey buddy, your ghost seems pretty strong. Join our Underworld Guild team. We happen to need a damage dealer, a voice called out to Lin Chen as he walked past these players. It was a man who had not set his privacy mode, so Lin Chen could clearly see his appearance. He was a man with blonde hair, probably in his 20s, with a somewhat rascally look. He was accompanied by 3 men and 2 women, who were probably his teammates. Lin Chen's face automatically blurred, making it hard to discern his expression. He calmly said, thank you, but I don't need it. As he was about to leave, the blonde man's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He directly blocked Lin Shen's path and showed a faint smile, saying, "Buddy, let's be honest. I have my eye on your ghost. Its qualifications must be quite high, right? How about this? I'll give you $1,000 for it. You won't lose out, will you?" The appearance of the sword ghost was sharp and handsome, indeed quite eye-catching. Especially with the mysterious aura it exuded, it was impossible not to take a second look. It had to be said that among a group of lesser ghosts, the sword ghost had a standout presence. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Lin Shen's eyes as he calmly replied to the blonde man, "Sorry, I'm not selling. I don't need the money. Please move aside." Upon hearing this, the blonde man's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he looked at Lin Shen and slowly said, "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. We are players from the 4th Newbie Village Underworld Guild. If you offend us, you won't be able to level up here. Because, in the 4th Newbie Village, our Underworld Guild calls the shots." The blonde man arrogantly said to Lin Shen, making it clear that he was threatening Lin Shen to sell the sword ghost to him, or else he wouldn't be able to leave the Newbie Village. Other players nearby also noticed the commotion and, upon hearing the blonde man's words, were shocked and began to discuss in hushed tones. "Damn, it's actually the Underworld Guild. This kid is really unlucky to have caught their attention. Underworld Guild? What kind of guild is that? I haven't heard of it. Sounds pretty impressive, huh? Shoo, keep your voice down. It's definitely impressive. This guild was just established yesterday, and the guild leader is a big spender. I heard they spent tens of thousands to recruit talent and establish the Underworld Guild. Official guild members receive a monthly salary, and the higher the qualification of the ghost you contract, the higher the salary. You can even become a guild officer. Wow, that's so good. Can I join their guild too? Don't even think about it. They only accept players with at least a D-grade qualified ghost, and now they already have nearly 2,000 official guild members. They won't even look at a player like you with a contracted Koen ghost. Wow, 2,000 members with at least D-grade qualified ghosts. This Underworld Guild is too strong. Oof, they may be strong, but they're also very domineering. They often monopolize entire leveling areas and don't let others in. The people around were discussing, and it seemed that they were somewhat dissatisfied with the Yanwang Palace Guild, but the Yanwang Palace Guild was too powerful, so they could only dare to be angry but not speak. The rest of the men in the yellow-haired man's team had a faint sense of pride on their faces when they heard the words of the surrounding players. Those who could join the Yanwang Palace Guild were the envy of ordinary players, so of course they felt superior. Oof, did you hear that? The reputation of our Yanwang Palace Guild is well known. I'm not just bragging. Everyone can see it. I hope you have some sense, or else don't blame me for being impolite. The yellow-haired man smirked at Lin Shen and said, feeling triumphant, already convinced that Lin Shen would definitely submit, unless he stopped playing the game. Yanwang Palace Guild. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. And, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me clearly? Lin Shen said lightly to the yellow-haired man, then a strange black light suddenly flashed in his left eye, and just as the yellow-haired man was about to speak, a powerful and mysterious force surged from his mind. The yellow-haired man suddenly lost focus in his eyes, then crouched on the ground, rolling around like a ball. This scene directly confused the members of the Yanwang Palace Guild and the surrounding players who were watching. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you rolling? Oh, wait for me, don't roll so fast. The people of the Yanwang Palace Guild hurried to chase after the yellow-haired man, while Lin Shen had already walked far away. He didn't want to waste any time on these clowns. Lin Shen passed through a small grove and entered a dense forest. The light here was relatively dim, with dense leaves covering the top. The level of ghosts and monsters here was relatively high, with the lowest being level 4 ghosts and monsters, which was just right for leveling up. Boom boom boom. Just as Lin Shen was about to start fighting, a sound of fighting suddenly came from the forest, causing Lin Shen to stir slightly. With the sword ghost in hand, he headed towards the direction of the fight. In the forest, an ordinary-looking woman with a tall figure was holding a sharp sword, and a female ghost covered in snow and emitting a cold aura was besieging a large-bodied monster. This strange creature had a single horn, was at least 2 meters tall, had sharp fangs, held a wooden stick, and exuded a terrifying aura. Boom! The creature slammed the ground with its stick, creating a deep pit and splashing countless dust and leaves. Roar! The creature opened its bloody mouth, emitting a disgusting breath that made the female player furrow her brow. The creature seemed to have not brushed its teeth for a long time, and its breath was too foul. Snow White Ghost. Use the frozen wind to freeze it. The woman shouted loudly to the snow-covered female ghost. Woo woo woo. The snow-white ghost's pale lips trembled slightly, emitting a low cry, then opened its mouth and blew out a chilling wind towards the creature. Roar! The creature roared and raised its wooden stick to strike the cold wind, but how could it hit something intangible? Crack crack! The freezing wind passed through the creature's stick and body, instantly freezing both the creature and the stick, covering them in a layer of ice. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Chen was observing the battle between the woman and the lone-horned ghost. Lin Chen saw the ghost, covered in white snow, blowing a cold wind, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He said in astonishment, "It's actually an elemental ghost." At this moment, the reincarnation ghost eye in his left eye flickered slightly, and information appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Name, Snow White Ghost, Aptitude, A, Type, Elemental, Level, 4, Contract, Equal Contract, Loyalty, 80, Ability, Icy Wind. The Snow White Ghost exhales an extremely cold wind from its mouth, capable of freezing enemies. Ghost information, originally a girl who died lost in the snowy mountains, her body frozen, her ghostly aura gave birth to the Snow White Ghost. Weakness is fear of flames and high temperatures, as snow will melt. Description: be careful of her mouth, it's very icy, don't let her help you with her mouth. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, an elemental ghost, quite a rare type of ghost, and with an A-level aptitude. It seemed that this woman also had a significant opportunity. Otherwise, even if it was a difficult ghost-catching task, it would be impossible to obtain an A-level aptitude elemental ghost. Lin Chen then turned his gaze to the lone-horned ghost that was frozen, and the reincarnation ghost eye immediately presented the ghost's attribute information in his mind. Name, Lone-horned wild ghost, aptitude, C, type, physical, level, 5, ability, boiling blood. The lone-horned wild ghost can make its own blood boil, increasing its attack power, lasting for 5 minutes. After the time is up, it falls into a weakened state. Ghost information, a wild man in the mountains, killed and eaten by wild beasts, only the skeleton remained, nurtured by ghostly aura, turned into the lone-horned wild ghost, resentful towards humans and wild beasts. Weakness is the heart. Description: don't let it catch you, it will devour you in the most brutal way. This lone-horned wild ghost's abilities were impressive, and its aptitude had actually reached sea level. If taken to sell, countless people would fight over it. At this moment, the woman saw the frozen lone-horned wild ghost and a smile appeared on her face, preparing to deliver the final blow. Although she knew that the lone-horned wild ghost had reached sea-level aptitude, she didn't want to contract such an ugly ghost, no matter how strong it was. She only recognized beauty and rejected ugliness. Moreover, in her mind, this was just a game, so why bother making things difficult for herself, right? On the side, Lin Chen saw this scene and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the girl was careless. The lone-horned wild ghost possessed the ability to make its blood boil, which was a better counter to the Snow White Ghost's freezing ability. However, she didn't have his reincarnation ghost eye and didn't know the abilities of the ghosts. Crack, crack. Sure enough, at that moment, a burst of hot red light suddenly erupted from the lone-horned wild ghost's body, melting the ice and snow on it. Roar! The lone-horned wild ghost roared, its whole body and blood boiling with the intense red light. It raised the wooden stick in its hand, ready to strike the woman. Not good. This happened too suddenly. The woman didn't have time to react and could only watch as the lone-horned wild ghost, resembling a red demon, swung the wooden stick towards her face. I didn't expect to encounter such an ugly thing as a virgin sacrifice. The woman thought to herself, closing her eyes and waiting for death, not feeling much fear. After all, it was just a game. Sword ghost. Ghost sword slash. Just then, a deep voice slowly sounded, followed by a fierce momentum. The lone-horned wild ghost, emitting terrifying heat, was grazed by a sword light. Puff! Instantly, a deep sword mark appeared on the body, blood splattered everywhere like water, and the wild ghost with a single horn stared in disbelief at the sword ghost in front of him. The massive body fell heavily into the pool of blood. The woman opened her eyes and looked in shock at the black gas that had disappeared, as well as the handsome and cold sword ghost in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. She tried to check the information of the sword ghost, but Lin Chen had already set it to private mode, so she couldn't see it. At this moment, Lin Chen walked out of the forest, picked up the ghost crystal in front of the wild ghost, and put it back in his system backpack. Thank you for saving me, the woman, whose ID nickname was Bai Shui, said gratefully to Lin Chen. No need to thank me. I just killed the sword ghost to take the ghost crystal. Lin Chen waved his hand indifferently and said lightly. He didn't want to intervene at first, but seeing that this player had a decent ghost, he saved her with little effort. Bai Shui knew that Lin Chen was not lying. She was plain-looking and didn't think the other person was interested in her romantically. Bai Shui nodded and curiously asked, Big brother, your ghost is so strong, its aptitude and level must be high, right? Lin Chen didn't answer Bai Shui's question, but instead looked with interest at the Snow White ghost and said, "Your ghost is not simple either. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an elemental ghost." Bai Shui was quite straightforward and directly admitted the level and aptitude of her ghost, saying, "You guessed it right. She's called the Snow White Ghost, level 4, with a level aptitude, an elemental ghost." Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the woman with a higher opinion. He didn't expect her to tell him the information about her ghost, even though he already knew. But after the outbreak of the apocalypse, ghost information was generally kept secret, because the unknown could make enemies wary. In the previous life, he was too foolish and trusted Shangguan Wanner and Zhang Lei, which was one of the reasons they dared to join forces to kill him. But Lin Chen thought that besides himself, no one would think that the apocalypse was coming, just treating it as a game. Even if Lin Chen said it, the people from Qingshan Hospital might have already come to his door and taken him directly to the mental hospital. Lin Chen just smiled slightly at Bai Shui and prepared to continue deeper with the sword ghost. The level of the ghosts here was still a bit low, and he wanted to find level 6 or even level 7 ghosts. "Hey, wait, big brother." Bai Shui saw Lin Chen about to leave and hurriedly called out to him. "Is there something else?" Lin Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion. "I see that you're quite strong. I know there's a boss ghost over there. Do you want to team up with me to kill this boss ghost? We'll split the rewards based on our contributions. The more effort you put in, the more loot you'll get from the boss. What do you think?" Bai Shui thought for a moment and said earnestly to Lin Chen, "Oh, a boss? How did you find it?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up with interest and he couldn't help but ask. "I accidentally discovered this boss while doing a hidden mission with the Snow White Ghost. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have been dead." Bai Shui remembered the ferocious appearance of the boss and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as she said to Lin Chen, "All right, then let's team up and take a look." Lin Chen agreed, and then sent a team request to Bai Shui. 6 paths? Big brother. That's a nice nickname. Bai Shui accepted the team request and also learned Lin Chen's nickname. Lin Chen just smiled slightly and said, "Let's go. Take me to meet this boss." Bai Shui nodded and then led Lin Chen in a certain direction. Lin Chen followed Bai Shui through the forest to the edge of a cliff. Above the cliff, dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled, and lightning occasionally struck the top of the cliff. Lin Chen checked the game map and found that the monsters here were at levels 5 to 7, slightly higher than those in the forest. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Shui with some curiosity. No wonder she could obtain an A-level elemental monster. She actually came to such a place, but Bai Shui was also so lucky. She came to such a dangerous place and didn't die. "Brother, have you seen the top of the cliff? The boss is over there." Bai Shui pointed in the direction of the cliff, looking nervous as she spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, then scanned the area and didn't see any boss. He said, "I see the cliff, but I don't see the boss. Let's go. We'll see it when we get up there." Bai Shui waved at Lin Chen and then went up first, with Lin Chen following closely behind. Boom, boom, boom. When they reached the top of the mountain, the thunder and lightning became even louder. Bai Shui, with her white ghost, and Lin Chen, with his sword ghost, had already reached the top of the mountain. Bai Shui looked serious and nervous as she looked at the dark clouds above, saying, "Be careful. It's about to appear." Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a piercing scream suddenly came from the sky. "Ga, ga, ga. Brother, it's coming." Bai Shui immediately gripped her long sword, looking tense as she shouted at Lin Chen. At that moment, "Ga, ga." A dark figure appeared in the dark clouds, and a black giant bird suddenly burst out from the thunder and lightning, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind and lightning. It was then that Lin Chen finally saw the appearance of this monster. Bird body, human head, covered in black feathers, with a huge body and wings at least 5 meters wide. The most terrifying thing was its head, which was actually a human skull, with sharp teeth and a pair of black eyes flashing with a fierce look. It was surrounded by yellow lightning, like an evil Thunderbird man. "Gah!" The Thunderbird man opened its disgusting mouth and let out a harsh, piercing scream. Lin Chen's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Name, Thunderbird Human Head Ghost, Elite Boss, Qualification, B-Type, Elemental Level, 8 Abilities, Thunderstorm. The Thunderbird Human Head Ghost can control thunder and lightning, bringing down a terrifying thunderstorm to crush enemies. Thunder Flash, the Thunderbird Human Head Ghost can use the power of lightning to enhance its own speed. Elite Boss Enhancement Ability, disappears after being contracted. Ghost information, in its past life, it was a bird that swallowed a human and choked to death. Unable to rest in peace, the grudge between humans and birds combined, nurtured by ghostly energy, it transformed into the terrifying Thunderbird Human Head Ghost, with slightly higher intelligence and the ability to use the power of lightning. Its weak point is its head. Cutting off its head will immediately kill it. Description: it loves to eat people. Don't let it catch you, or you'll die a miserable death. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. This was a damn elite boss, and it was also an elemental monster. Damn, this is an elite boss. You think too highly of me, don't you? Lin Chen couldn't help but burst out a national essence, speechless, shouted at Bai Shui. He. Just try it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. It's just a life, anyway, you can revive. Bai Shui said to Lin Chen with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Lin Chen had 1,000 grass mud horses running through his mind. It doesn't matter to you, but I'm the first in the whole server. If I drop a level, others will catch up. And Lin Chen knew that being at the top of the leaderboard for a week in a row would get him a mysterious reward from the system, which was the main reason he was at the top of the leaderboard. But it's not that you can't kill. Lin Chen looked at the Thunderbird in the sky, a human head ghost, with a slight smile on his lips. It's just your bad luck to meet me. Lin Chen thought to himself. Come out. Little Thunder Ming, come out and do some work. Lin Chen patted the ghost tattoo on his back and said, swish. Suddenly, a black light flashed behind Lin Chen, and instantly turned into a cute little boy with a cold and cute look, appearing in front of Lin Chen and Bai Shui. It was Lin Chen's cheap ghost son, Thunder Ming Ghost Lord. Oh, wow. Such a cute little boy. Bai Shui saw that Thunder Ming Ghost Lord clearly had a cute little boy's appearance, but his face was cold, which instantly made Bai Shui's motherly love overflow, and she was about to hug Thunder Ming Ghost Lord. Bold beast. Crackle. When Thunder Ming Ghost Lord saw Bai Shui pounce, his little face suddenly stiffened, a hint of anger flashed, and countless blue electric lights surged around him, making crackling thunder, causing Bai Shui to stop in surprise and look at the little Thunder Ming. Big brother. Your little ghost is so cute. Why is he so fierce? It's such a pity. Bai Shui couldn't help but say to Lin Chen with a regretful look. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You're really bold, big sister. Fortunately, the game hasn't merged with the Earth yet, otherwise you might have been struck dead by little Thunder Ming. You may not know the identity of this little boy in front of you, SS level aptitude, level 7, the second ranked ghost on the ghost aptitude leaderboard. After the doomsday outbreak, he's definitely a big boss. Dare you touch him? Do you want to die? Little Thunder Ming, kill this ugly thing for me. Lin Chen looked at the Thunderbird, a human head ghost boss, that was about to make a move, and said slowly, yes, father. The little boy said respectfully to Lin Chen. 6 Path's brother. Are you crazy? He's still a child, how can you be so cruel? You're still using child labor. Bai Shui couldn't bear to let such a cute child fight against such a cruel and ugly elite boss, and couldn't help but say to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. You'll know what cruelty is later. Little Thunder Ming had already walked slowly to the top of the cliff at this time, his little face serious, looking at the flying Thunderbird human head ghost in the sky. Gaga. The Thunderbird human head ghost saw that Thunder Ming Ghost Lord had already reached the mountaintop, and immediately roared, obviously entering its attack range, flapping its wings and swooping down towards Thunder Ming Ghost Lord at high speed, its sharp bird claws shimmering with a cold light. It's over. The cute little one is going to be cruelly killed, you heartless master. Bai Shui covered her face, unable to bear to watch the cruel scene that was about to unfold. Lin Chen's face, however, was unusually calm, with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, the show is about to begin. At this moment, Lord Lei Ming suddenly emitted a brilliant black light, and a black aura spread out from him in all directions. In an instant, a dark domain formed within a radius of 50 meters centered around Lord Lei Ming, which was his ability, the underworld domain. Surrounded by black aura, with an eerie atmosphere, the airborne Thunderbirds and ghostly figures were instantly shrouded in this domain. The black aura entwined around them like ghosts, absorbing their attributes to enhance Lord Lei Ming's own. Ga ga ga. The Thunderbird and ghostly figure let out a fearful cry, feeling their power slipping away. They were momentarily confused, not understanding why their strength was suddenly weakening, and continuing to do so. Ga ga ga. The Thunderbird and ghostly figure's grimacing face emitted a piercing scream, as countless thunderbolts suddenly surged from its body, like electric snakes, striking down towards Lord Lei Ming below. It knew that this despicable guy was behind it all. The Thunderbird and ghostly figure immediately unleashed its own skill, Thunderstorm. Countless thunderbolts clashed, like the god of thunder, launching a fierce lightning bombardment at Lord Lei Ming. Brother Lu, quickly, make your ghosts hide. If they're struck by this lightning, the little cutie will turn into a roasted duck. Bai Shui saw that Lin Chen and Lord Lei Ming seemed indifferent, standing still as if they were turtles. Bai Shui became anxious and urgently shouted at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen seemed to not hear her, just smiling faintly. It's over. It's over. This adorable little ghost is going to be struck to death by lightning. So pitiful. If you don't want this ghost, sell it to me. I'll give you 1,000 bucks. Bai Shui, with half-closed eyes, said to Lin Chen with some reluctance. If you don't speak. No one said you were mute. When Lin Chen heard this woman offer 1,000 bucks to buy his son, his expression turned somewhat cold, and he said to Bai Shui in a chilly tone. This Bai Shui was such a chatterbox. He should have let her die long ago, so his ears could have some peace and quiet. Seeing Lin Chen's cold demeanor, Bai Shui immediately fell silent and quickly covered her mouth. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the lightning in the sky was already striking down towards little Lei Ming. The lightning struck little Lei Ming, but to the disbelief of Bai Shui and the Thunderbird in ghostly figure, the lightning was directly absorbed by him. The terrifying lightning, in front of Lord Lei Ming, was as obedient as a son meeting his father, causing no harm to him at all. This was Lord Lei Ming's ability, the master of thunder and darkness. Both lightning and dark attributes were ineffective against him, and he could even absorb and strengthen himself. He was truly the nemesis of all ghosts with lightning and dark attributes. Ga ga ga. The Thunderbird in ghostly figure let out an angry cry, a hint of fury flashing in its black eyes. It once again gathered lightning and continuously launched it towards Lord Lei Ming below. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying lightning continued to strike little Lei Ming, but it was like drops of water falling into the ocean, causing no ripples, sinking without a trace. What the? This scene directly stunned Bai Shui and the Thunderbird in ghostly figure, almost causing their eyeballs to pop out. This is impossible. This is unscientific. Could it be that this little ghost is a rubber man and not conductive? Bai Shui covered her mouth, looking shocked, but no one answered her question. In the underworld, the young Thunder Ghost Lord was surrounded by blue lightning and black energy, his aura growing stronger as the underworld absorbed the attributes of the Thunderbird-headed ghost, feeding it back to the Thunder Ghost Lord, making his powers increasingly formidable. The young Thunder Ghost coldly looked at the panting Thunderbird-headed ghost elite boss in the air and said, "Have you finished attacking? Now it's my turn." With these words, countless blue lightning suddenly burst from the young Thunder Ghost, forming a terrifyingly powerful blue lightning spear in his chubby hand. This was the Thunder Ghost Lord's second ability, the Spear of Judgment. With a cold, piercing gaze, the young Thunder Ghost fiercely launched the Spear of Judgment at the airborne Thunderbird-headed ghost. The sharp spear, like a thunderbolt, pierced through the body of the Thunderbird-headed ghost, causing it to emit a miserable cry and fall heavily onto the mountaintop, creating a dull sound and raising countless dust. Despite the severe injury, the elite boss was not so easily defeated. This little guy is so twisted. Bai Shui, seeing the young Thunder Ghost take down the monster with just one move, couldn't help but blurt out in amazement. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, very satisfied with his son's strength. Truly my son. Like me, Lin Chen thought shamelessly. On the mountaintop, the Thunderbird-headed ghost stood up again, emitting intense lightning and using its second ability, Thunder Flash, to increase its speed. Realizing that lightning attacks were ineffective against the young Thunder Ghost, it decided to increase its own speed and attack with its sharp claws. Full of frustration, the Thunderbird-headed ghost sped towards the young Thunder Ghost, ready to strike. The terrifying electric current crackled, and the claws of the Thunderbird-headed ghost had already grabbed it. Little Thunder held the Judgment Gun, which had two modes, close combat and long-range attack. A flash of light passed through Little Thunder's black eyes, and the Judgment Gun fiercely stabbed at the claws of the Thunderbird-headed ghost. Crackle! The claws of the Thunderbird-headed ghost and the Judgment Gun of Little Thunder suddenly collided, and a terrifying green electric current surged out, instantly enveloping the body of the Thunderbird-headed ghost. Gaga! The Thunderbird-headed ghost let out a painful scream, not only being shocked by the terrifying green lightning, but also having a blood hole pierced in its claws. Crackle! The green electric current paralyzed the entire body of the Thunderbird-headed ghost, making it stiff and unable to move. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the Thunderbird-headed ghost. It was clearly a thunder attribute monster, yet it was paralyzed by lightning, which was too unscientific. It can only be said that the thunder of the Thunder Ghost Lord is not ordinary thunder, but top-level thunder, which is not comparable to the ordinary thunder of the Thunderbird-headed ghost. Die for me! Seeing the Thunderbird-headed ghost paralyzed by the electric shock, a flash of light burst out in Little Thunder's eyes. The cute face uttered the most ruthless words, and the Judgment Gun in his hand fiercely pierced the head of the Thunderbird-headed ghost. Crackle! With the terrifying electric current, the Judgment Gun directly pierced the head of the Thunderbird-headed ghost, and the violent lightning directly ran amok in the Thunderbird-headed ghost's head, turning its brain into mush. Crackle! The pitch-black eyes of the Thunderbird-headed ghost flickered with a strong look of fear. Until the last moment, it did not believe that as an elite boss, it would die in such a humiliating way. Boom! The huge body of the Thunderbird-headed ghost directly fell to the ground at the cold cliff top, raising countless dust, and its body turned into countless black energy dissipating in the air, leaving only a bead and a ghost crystal. Is this still a human? Bai Shui opened her mouth, which could fit a sausage, and murmured in shock. This boss is an elite boss, and it was actually single-handedly killed by a player's contracted monster. How could this not shock Bai Shui? She thought she had to go through a bloody battle with Lin Chen, and the best outcome would be a narrow victory. But unexpectedly, the boss was directly single-handedly killed by a cute little boy. Could this little ghost be an S or even SS level monster? Bai Shui thought with great shock in her heart. On the other side, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ear when the elite boss, the Thunderbird-headed ghost, died. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player to kill an elite boss in the entire server, and receive special rewards, as well as the opportunity to make a server-wide system announcement. Will the player disclose their nickname? Lin Chen was slightly stunned, and then remembered that the first player to kill an elite boss or higher would indeed have the opportunity to make a system announcement and receive special rewards. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up as he chose to hide his nickname. Just then, in the sky of the apocalyptic and eerie online game, a deafening sound of the system rang out, ding! Congratulations to the player *** and the player Bai Shui for being the first to kill the elite boss Thunderbird human head ghost, gaining great fame and special rewards. Player *** received rewards: Ghost Extermination Prestige, 100 points, S-level Ghost Clue Map, A-level Ghost Item, Thunder Ghost Gun. Player Bai Shui received Ghost Extermination Prestige, 10 points, A-level Ghost Clue Map. 3 consecutive deafening system announcements resounded in the void, shocking all the players, who looked up in surprise. After the world chat channel fell silent, it erupted into discussion. Yamada, wow, who is this big shot? So powerful, I can't even kill a small ghost, and they've already killed the elite boss. Lily Yuan Shansao, a real big shot. Could this be the number 1 on the leaderboard? Grass Mud Horse, very likely. Otherwise, who has this kind of strength? It must be them. Shanxi Ziba Ga, oh my. Our island nation's players are so strong, you Dragon Country players are doomed. Little day I damn Nima, little day. Look at my name, seriously, look carefully. Sister, brother is great, little day, you're shameless, everything is from your island nation. Are the chickens in my chicken coop also your mama-san? Emperor, hello, brother. Please contact me, I will buy the rewards you received from the system announcement at a high price, money is not a problem. Yen Wang, hey, you. Give me all your rewards, and the Yen Wang Palace Guild will give you a position, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Contact me quickly, time waits for no one. Lin Chen had no idea that the world chat channel was already buzzing. At this moment, Lin Chen had already reached the place where the Thunderbird human head ghost boss had died, picked up a dropped bead and ghost crystal, and a smile appeared on his face. He directly put them into the system backpack, as he had no intention of sharing these 2 items with Bai Shui. Since he had killed the boss alone, according to their agreement, he could take all the spoils. Moreover, he had helped her get the world system announcement for free and received generous rewards. She had already gained a big advantage. Big brother, you're amazing. I actually made it to the world system announcement. And I got a clue for an A-level qualified ghost. Following the clue will lead to an A-level qualified ghost, and after defeating it, I can tame it. This is really great. Thank you, big brother Lu Dao. You are truly my lucky star. At this moment, Bai Shui ran to Lin Chen's side, excitedly chattering away. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said to Bai Shui, congratulations. I won't give you the boss's drops. You take them. I didn't contribute anyway, and I also benefited from the system rewards. If I were to take the boss's drops again, then I, Bai Shui, would be too shameless. But, big brother, can I add you as a friend? Bai Shui said nonchalantly to Lin Chen, then looked at him expectantly. Lin Chen nodded inwardly. Although Bai Shui was talkative, she knew when to ask for something and when not to. Once she found the A-level qualified ghost through the clue map, she would have 2 A-level qualified ghosts. After the fusion of the apocalyptic and real-world online games, Bai Shui would definitely be considered a high-end human on Earth, living more comfortably than most people in the apocalypse. Lin Chen agreed to Bai Shui's friend request, then said to Bai Shui, alright, let's meet again if we are destined to. Lin Chen waved and left with the little boy, Lei Mingue. Goodbye, brother Lu Dao. Bai Shui waved and shouted at Lin Chen, then his figure disappeared into the forest. It was already late, so Lin Chen returned to the village and logged off. As usual, he had a satisfying dinner, returned to his rented room, took a comfortable shower, and went to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, he went back to the game. Lin Chen immediately went to the forest from the previous day and checked the generous rewards he had just obtained. First was the elite boss, Lei Niao Shinrin 2 Gui's Ghost Crystal, level 8, and it was also an elite boss template. The ghost energy inside was absolutely powerful. Both he and little Lei Ming were at level 7, while Zhen Gui was at level 6. Lin Chen temporarily put aside the ghost crystal and checked the other drop from Lei Niao Shinrin 2 Gui, a bead named Thunder Ghost Bead, an A-level ghost item that enhances thunder attributes by 50%. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect it to be an A-level ghost item that increased thunder attribute attack power. Without saying much, Lin Chen directly let his son, Lei Ming, carry it. Thank you, father. Lei Minggui saw the thunder ghost bead that Lin Chen handed to him. The moment he touched the bead, Lei Minggui knew its function. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he spoke to Lin Chen. Seeing the joy in Lei Minggui's eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and pat his son's smooth white hair. Lei Minggui obediently stayed still, letting Lin Chen stroke him. If Bai Shui saw this, she would definitely be furious. Lin Chen patted Lei Minggui's head and continued to look at the clue map for the S-level ghost reward from the system. After reading the clue map, without hesitation, he directly clicked to use it. Immediately, a route map appeared on the system map, and a system prompt sounded in his ear, "Ding dong. You have successfully used the S-level ghost clue map. Follow the route shown on the map to find it immediately. Ding dong. There may be danger along the way. Please be careful." Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. The S-level ghost had already met his contracting standards. Lin Chen took out the last item, an A-level ghost item, the Thunder Ghost Gun. Why did it feel like it was paired with the Thunder Ghost Bead? Lin Chen took it out from the system backpack, and a 2.5-meter-long purple spear appeared in front of him, shimmering with blue lightning. Lin Chen held the Thunder Ghost Gun and immediately felt a natural connection, as if the spear was a part of his body. Lin Chen immediately checked its attribute panel. Name: Thunder Ghost Gun. Type: A-level ghost item. Effect: Thunder Ghost Gun. The user can infuse thunder attribute energy into the Thunder Ghost Gun and release the exclusive skill, Thunder Ghost Kill. Thunder Ghost Kill gathers powerful thunder attribute energy at the tip of the Thunder Ghost Gun, quickly stabbing the enemy, causing massive damage. Ghost Information: a general spear that has killed countless people, transformed into the Thunder Ghost Gun through the gestation of lightning and ghost energy. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This gun was perfect for him. Since Xia Leiming already had the Judgment Gun, he could use it as his own weapon. Lin Chen was unarmed, but he possessed the ability of the Lord of Lei Ming, and could use the power of thunder and lightning. This was just right for him. Gripping the Thunder Ghost Gun, a surge of green lightning suddenly burst from his body. Crackling! The electric light flickered as Lin Chen directly controlled the power of the lightning, surging it into the Thunder Ghost Gun. Crackling! Instantly, the Thunder Ghost Gun burst into an intense green electric light, just like Xia Leiming's Judgment Gun. Then, the lightning energy quickly condensed at the tip of the Thunder Ghost Gun, emitting a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, a flash of determination passing through them. He tightly gripped the Thunder Ghost Gun and shouted, "Thunder Ghost Kill." The long spear, imbued with the fierce power of lightning, swiftly pierced towards a large tree. Boom! Crackling! A loud explosion and thunderous roar erupted as the trunk of the tree was pierced through by the Thunder Ghost Gun, leaving a huge charred hole with flickering green electric light. Is this the Thunder Ghost Kill? Impressive, very powerful. Lin Chen revealed a satisfied smile, silently thinking to himself. Feeling in high spirits, Lin Chen glanced at the map. The endpoint of the S-level monster clue route seemed quite far from here. I should level up first. The Sword Ghost is already at level 7, and the monsters in this map are at level 6. I'll soon have enough ghost crystals to level up the Sword Ghost. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to focus on enhancing his strength first. He then released Xia Leiming and the Sword Ghost, and began leveling up by hunting monsters in the forest. Before long, Lin Chen encountered the first monster in the forest. It was a fierce ape-like monster with long black fur, sharp teeth, and pitch-black eyes. Upon seeing Lin Chen, it emitted a bloodthirsty glare and charged towards him, seemingly filled with hatred. Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara Ghost Eye, trembled slightly, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. Name: Black Ape Ghost. Aptitude: C. Type: Physical. Level 6. Ability: Ape Roar. The Black Ape Ghost is a communal monster that can call for companions with its roar. Ghost Information: formerly a monkey, killed by humans and later transformed into a black ape ghost due to the accumulation of ghost energy. It harbors deep hatred towards humans, with its weak point being its head. Description: a monkey's cry, calling for relatives to come and meet. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself, "Seems like I've found a pillow just when I'm feeling sleepy. Come on, call all your relatives over. I'll make sure your whole family leaves in an orderly manner." Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Then, he turned to Xiaolaming and the sword ghost, saying, "Don't intervene. Let me test my gun." "Yes. Father, be careful," the sword ghost nodded, while Xiaolaming also nodded and said to Lin Chen. With a slight smile, Lin Chen gripped the thunder ghost gun, and as electric light flickered around him, a flash of green light shone in his eyes as he faced off against the black ape ghost. Roar! The black ape ghost, seeing Lin Chen daring to provoke it, couldn't believe his audacity. Suddenly roared, opened its blood-filled mouth, revealing a nauseating liquid, and swung its big fist towards Lin Chen, intending to kill this detestable human. Crackling! A powerful green electric surge suddenly surged from Lin Chen's body. With the power of thunder and lightning, Lin Chen felt a significant increase in his speed and strength, and even his reaction speed became faster under the stimulation of the lightning. Lin Chen dodged the black ape demon's fist, and with his spear in hand, he thrust it fiercely into the left abdomen of the black ape. Puff! The thunderous spear pierced the black ape demon's body, and black blood splattered everywhere. The black ape demon let out a painful scream, instinctively jumped away, out of Lin Chen's attack range, clutching its injured abdomen in agony, glaring at Lin Chen with resentment. The black ape demon seemed to realize that Lin Chen was not to be trifled with, and immediately let out a strange howl, instantly spreading throughout the entire forest. Ooh ooh ooh! The forest was filled with the sound of ape cries as the black ape demon activated its ability, Ape Roar. Lin Chen's mouth curled slightly, revealing a cold glint as the thunderous spear in his hand flickered with astonishing lightning. He thrust the spear towards the black ape demon's head. "You are no longer of any use. You can die now." Crackling! The intense green lightning flickered, and before the black ape demon could react, it was instantly killed by the lightning-fast thunderous spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the black ape demon's head, and black and white liquid continuously flowed out. The black ape demon's lifeless body fell to the ground, dead. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! At that moment, one by one, black ape demons appeared on the surrounding trees, all called by the black ape demon that Lin Chen had killed. Just as they witnessed their companion being killed by Lin Chen, these black ape demons immediately roared in anger and launched an attack on Lin Chen. "Little Thunder Abyss! Sword Demon, engage in free combat and kill them all for me." Lin Chen drew his thunderous spear and flicked it, watching the charging black ape demon group with a cold glint in his eyes as he coldly ordered Little Thunder Abyss and Sword Demon. "Yes, Father." Little Thunder Abyss looked at the black ape demons with a hint of disdain on his chubby face, and suddenly a fierce surge of green lightning erupted from his body, like electric snakes, striking the black ape demons, crackling. The green lightning struck the black ape demons, and they were instantly stiffened by the electricity, their bodies charred and emitting black smoke before falling to the ground, dead. Little Thunder Abyss's lightning power was already formidable, and with the amplification of the thunderous pearl, it was simply overpowered. Little Thunder Abyss transformed into the Thunderous King, controlling the green lightning, and with a single strike, killed a black ape demon, as if he were the reincarnation of the Thunder King, with an extremely fast monster-clearing speed. On the other side, the Sword Demon held the ghost-killing sword, with extremely sharp swordsmanship. With a swift strike, the black ape ghost only saw the cold light of the blade flashing, and its head was moved, without even a chance to react. The Sword Demon's sword was too sharp and too fast. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few seconds, several black ape ghosts died under the Sword Demon's ghost-killing sword, and black blood splattered everywhere, emitting a strong smell of blood. On Lin Chen's side, the thunder and lightning mode began. He held an A-level ghost weapon, the Thunder Ghost Gun. These level 6, C-level black ape ghosts were no match for Lin Chen. With a shot like a dragon, he pierced the black ape ghost's head. In a moment, there was a one-sided slaughter in the forest. In just a few minutes, all the black ape ghosts died here, mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Chen and the other two. This was the absolute strength of high-aptitude ghosts, with basic attributes much higher than these C-level aptitude ghosts, as easy as killing chickens, terrifying indeed. Lin Chen took a deep breath, the Thunder Ghost Gun covered in pitch-black blood, a bright smile on his face. Then he immediately went to pick up the ghost crystals on the ground. Lin Chen counted them, a total of 53, all F-level, level 6 ghost crystals. What a great harvest! Without hesitation, Lin Chen also picked up the ghost crystal of the black ape ghost and handed it to Little Thunder Ming, saying, "Little Thunder Ming, this is for you. After you eat it, you should be able to reach level 8, and quickly reach level 9. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to first enhance Little Thunder Ming's strength. Whether solo or in a group, Little Thunder Ming was definitely a top-notch ghost. Enhancing his strength first would maximize the benefits. Thank you, Father Emperor. Little Thunder Ming's eyes flashed with joy, then he swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Chen also used the black ape ghost's ghost crystal. At the same time, the system's voice slowly sounded in his ear, ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 8. Ding. Congratulations on contracting the ghost, Thunder Ming Ghost Lord, leveling up. Current level, 8. Ding. Congratulations on contracting the ghost, Sword Demon, leveling up. Current level, 7. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded, and both Lin Chen and the 2 ghosts leveled up. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Husband, I've already recovered. Just then, a bright light emitted from the ghost pattern on Lin Chen's chest, and a beautiful female ghost appeared beside him, looking at Lin Chen with affection. She was the Empress Yan Ho, the ghost. Looking at the beautiful and charming Empress Yan Ho in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his cold heart. Empress Yan Ho is truly too beautiful. No wonder the ghost information stated that before her death, neighboring countries started a war just to glimpse her beauty. Beauties have always had a tragic fate. In the end, she met the fate of her country being destroyed and her people being burned, which made Lin Chen's eyes flash with a hint of pity. Wife, let's go, I'll take you to collect ghosts. Lin Chen gently touched Empress Yan Ho's tender face and said softly, I'll listen to my husband. Empress Yan Ho leaned against Lin Chen, coquettishly saying, Mother. Little Thunder Ming saw Empress Yan Ho and walked over, respectfully greeting her. Little Thunder Ming. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you just now, Empress Yan Ho said somewhat embarrassedly upon hearing Little Thunder Ming's voice. It's okay, Mother. Little Thunder Ming's mouth twitched slightly, but he said it nonchalantly. Oh, husband, our Little Thunder Ming is really sensible, so cute. Come, let me pinch your little face, my dear. The ghost Empress Yan adored her son, her eyes twinkling with little stars as she grabbed hold of Xiao Leiming and pinched his cheeks. Xiao Leiming's eyes flashed with a hint of despair, as if all light had vanished, but he dared not resist and could only endure silently. Seeing the look in Xiao Leiming's eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Some say ghosts are scary, but sometimes, humans are even scarier than ghosts. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a cold light as he murmured to himself. Accompanied by his ghost wife and son, as well as a bodyguard, Lin Chen followed the route shown on the map to the destination, searching for the traces of S-level qualified ghosts. Passing through the forest, they encountered reckless ghosts, directly slain by the sword ghost. When they emerged from the forest, Lin Chen had gained 10 more ghost crystals, which he directly gave to the sword ghost to consume. Although the 6th level ghost crystals had little effect on himself and Xiao Leiming, who were at the 8th level, they were even less significant for the 10th level Yan, so giving them to the sword ghost was the most beneficial. After consuming these ghost crystals, the sword ghost had not yet advanced to the 8th level, but was close. When Lin Chen and his group emerged from the forest, they saw a desolate land, a wilderness with many withered trees and numerous skeletons on the ground, both animal and human. The most eerie thing was that the withered trees were densely covered with black crows, their eerie eyes staring intently at Lin Chen and his companions. Caw, caw, caw. These crows, upon seeing Lin Chen and his companions, flashed a strange light in their black eyes and began to call loudly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that these crows were really seeing them. Lin Chen opened the map, and the endpoint of the S-level ghost was just behind this desolate wilderness. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he slowly said to the group of ghosts, Let's go. Once we pass through here, we will reach our destination. The thunder ghost gun quietly appeared in Lin Chen's hand, ready for battle at any time. Husband, rest assured, with me here, I will protect you. Yan, the ghost empress, glanced at the crows in the trees, her eyes flashing with determination as she held Lin Chen's hand and cooed to him. Nothing can harm my husband. Otherwise, they will all die. Upon hearing Yan's words, Lin Chen's cold heart was slightly touched. He gave a faint smile to Yan and then walked towards the desolate land. Caw, caw, caw. At that moment, the eyes of the crows on the withered trees suddenly began to ooze blood, and all the crows, as if gone mad, began to attack Lin Chen and his group frantically. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a black curtain of crows. Caw, caw, caw. The sharp beaks of the crows swooped towards Lin Chen and his group at lightning speed. Poof! A group of ants, still trying to harm my husband. At this moment, Yan's face turned frosty as she coldly snorted. Countless green thunderbolts suddenly surged from her body, crackling and popping, even more terrifying than the thunder used by Xiao Leiming. The countless green thunderbolts were like terrifying electric snakes, sweeping through the sky and directly bombarding the crows in the air. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the terrifying thunderbolts had devoured all the crows in the sky, leaving nothing but ashes. In just a moment, countless crows in the sky had all perished, turning into ashes and falling in the desolate wilderness. Gurgle. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this the terror of an SSS level ghost? Moreover, just now, the Ghost Empress used Xiao Leiming's thunder ability. The terror of the Ghost Empress lies here. she can use all the abilities of her ghost offspring. The more offspring she has, the more abilities the Ghost Empress possesses, and the stronger, even invincible. Lin Chen looked at the Ghost Empress, who was like a queen, with fiery eyes. Lin Chen raised his head slightly and thought to himself, if it weren't for this place, there would be a hail of bullets. Husband. Let's go, the Ghost Empress said in a sweet voice, reverting to her gentle appearance. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and continued to move forward with the others. He couldn't help but think to himself, living off someone else is really enjoyable. Lin Chen crossed the wilderness and came to a huge dead tree. There was a crow on the tree, looking down at Lin Chen and the others. Its eyes, black as ink with a crescent moon pattern, seemed to be able to suck away people's souls, very eerie. Lin Chen just glanced at it and felt his soul tremble. This crow was different from ordinary crows. Its body was larger than a normal eagle, completely black, with eyes as dark as ink but with a crescent moon pattern, very eerie. Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara ghost eye, flickered slightly, and a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Soul Eating Crow Ghost, Aptitude, S, Type, Rule-Based, Level, 8, Abilities, Soul Eating. The Soul Eating Crow Ghost can enhance its own strength by devouring the souls of its enemies. Soul Cry, the Soul Eating Crow Ghost can directly attack the souls of its enemies with its cry. Those with weak souls will have their souls scattered, and those slightly stronger will feel dizzy and nauseous. Ghost information, formerly a crow, nurtured by mysterious forces and ghostly energy, transformed into the soul-eating crow ghost. It enjoys devouring the souls of living beings and possesses the ability to see and attack souls, making it a very rare rule-based ghost. Description, a crow's cry, and life is gone. Hiss. It's actually a rule-based ghost, and it's related to souls. Lin Chen saw the attributes panel of the soul-eating crow ghost and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Whether it's a ghost or a human being, they all have souls. The stronger the creature, the stronger its soul, but overall, unless you're a ghost specializing in souls, the soul strength within the body is far weaker than the physical strength. Therefore, many ghosts have weaknesses in soul strength. Often, when a physical-based ghost encounters a soul-attacking ghost of the same level or lower, without thinking too much, the soul-attacking ghost is definitely stronger, and may even kill instantly. But there are too few ghosts specializing in soul attacks, too rare. In the previous life, as far as Lin Chen knew, only one person had an S-level ghost specializing in souls, a ghost that could deprive the souls of others of their lifespan. It was extremely powerful, and even some SSS-level ghosts were very wary of this soul ghost. This thing was too sinister, impossible to defend against. Even without seeing it, it could deprive someone of 10 years of life. How do you fight that? It's a losing battle. Therefore, rule-based soul-type ghosts are very precious. Even if they are of B-level aptitude, countless big shots would fight over them. Moreover, this soul-eating crow ghost is an S-level aptitude ghost. Lin Chen looked at the soul-eating crow ghost, his eyes flashing with fiery light. This crow ghost. I must form a contract with it. Husband. Is this little crow the spirit you want to make a contract with? The ghost Emperor Yenho looked at the black crow on the huge withered tree, a hint of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes, and asked Lin Chen. Yes, I am determined to get it. Lin Chen nodded firmly. Husband. There is a strange power in this little crow, even I feel a slight palpitation. This little crow is not simple. Yenho Ghost Emperor reminded Lin Chen. Right. This crow is a spirit of the rule class, we need to be careful, Lin Chen said to the few ghosts. Yenho Ghost Emperor showed a hint of surprise, not expecting this little crow to be such a rare spirit. Rule class spirits were already rare, let alone the even rarer soul class. Caw caw. At this moment, the soul-eating crow ghost on the treetop finally moved, its eerie eyes staring at the people below, emitting a piercing crowing sound. Xiao Laming. Use the judgment spear to shoot it down for me, but don't kill it. Lin Chen shouted to Xiao Laming. Yes, father. Xiao Laming nodded, immediately conjuring a thunderous spear, emitting crackling electric sounds, and with the speed of lightning, it pierced through the sky. Before the soul-eating crow ghost could react, it was directly hit in the abdomen. Puff! The judgment spear pierced through the body of the soul-eating crow ghost, which let out a miserable cry, caw. The soul-eating crow ghost did not expect Xiao Laming to be so powerful and his move so fast. It was careless and unable to dodge, as the judgment spear was too fast. Although it was a rule-class soul, it was only an S-class spirit, with attributes much lower than Xiao Laming's SS class. The soul-eating crow ghost, pierced through the abdomen by the judgment spear, oozed black blood and fell from the treetop to the ground, completely enraging it. Caw caw. The soul-eating crow ghost's eyes flashed with a white light, opening its beak and emitting a huge crowing sound, a mysterious transparent force instantly surging towards Lin Chen, Yenho Ghost Emperor, and the others. This force was unstoppable, as soul power is an intangible force. Ah! Xiao Leiming's face turned pale, clutching his head and letting out a painful cry. Even more terrifying, the sword ghost seemed to collapse directly to the ground, motionless, as if dead. Yanho Ghost Emperor, as an SSS class spirit with a level of 10 and seemingly strong soul intensity, barely withstood the soul-eating crow ghost's soul attack, with a slightly pale face but still having combat capability. As for Lin Chen, at this moment, he felt confused. His left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had opened, revealing a black pupil with a white halo, emitting a mysterious light. The soul-eating crow ghost's soul power was directly absorbed by the reincarnation ghost eye, so Lin Chen was completely unaffected. Lin Chen couldn't help but touch his left eye, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, muttering to himself, what kind of existence is this reincarnation ghost eye, that it can even absorb mysterious soul power? This is a hidden ability. It's too terrifying. Does this mean that I will no longer fear mysterious and eerie soul abilities in the future? Lin Chen was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. This mysterious reincarnation ghost eye was truly too mysterious and terrifying. Even the most difficult soul attacks were ineffective against it. This reincarnation ghost eye was too terrifying. Caw caw. The soul-devouring raven ghost saw that everyone had been hit, and a hint of joy appeared in its eyes. It was about to devour the souls of Lin Chen and the others when Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses. The left eye of the reincarnation ghost eye emitted a mysterious power, which surged towards the soul-devouring raven ghost. The pupil of the soul-devouring raven ghost suddenly contracted, and it was instantly controlled by the reincarnation ghost eye. The illusion ability was activated. The soul-devouring raven ghost was directly controlled by the reincarnation ghost eye's illusion, and not even the soul raven cry could be activated. At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Chen's body, causing even the ghost emperor Yanji to feel a palpitation. Lin Chen opened the reincarnation ghost eye and coldly said to the soul-devouring raven ghost, "Open the soul contract and sign a master-servant soul contract with me." The soul-devouring raven ghost, like a puppet, directly opened its own soul contract formation and signed a master-servant soul contract with Lin Chen. Lin Chen was the master, and the soul-devouring raven ghost was the servant, completely under Lin Chen's control. With just a thought from Lin Chen, the soul-devouring raven ghost could be dispersed, making it the most domineering and unequal contract of all. Ding dong! Congratulations on successfully contracting the ghost creature, soul-devouring raven ghost. Ding dong! Congratulations on contracting the third ghost creature. Please note that players can contract a total of 6 ghost creatures. Ding dong! Please note, equal contracts and master-servant soul contracts can be terminated, but soul contracts are permanently bound and cannot be terminated. Lin Chen heard several consecutive prompts from the system, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had successfully tamed this rare rule-based soul creature, the soul-devouring raven ghost. Lin Chen closed the reincarnation ghost eye, and the soul-devouring raven ghost had already emerged from the illusion. It was suddenly shocked to realize that it had been contracted by this human. When did this happen? Caw caw. The soul-devouring raven ghost looked at Lin Chen in confusion, as if asking, "When did you contract me? You didn't even ask for my opinion. How dare you?" Lin Chen patted the soul-devouring raven ghost's head and comforted it, saying, "Soul-devouring raven ghost, I'll take you to enjoy the best of everything in the future. Just you wait." The soul-devouring raven ghost looked at Lin Chen with half belief and half doubt, but with its life in Lin Chen's hands, it could only accept its fate. Helplessly, it called out to Lin Chen, "Caw caw," and then transformed into a raven pattern on the back of Lin Chen's hand. This soul-devouring raven ghost seems a bit easy to deceive. Seeing the soul-devouring raven ghost accepting its fate, Lin Chen felt a sense of surprise. He had thought that the soul-devouring raven ghost would cause some trouble, but it had accepted reality so easily. Maybe it's because of my kingly aura, Lin Chen thought to himself with a hint of self-admiration. Congratulations, husband. You've contracted another good ghost creature. The ghost emperor Yanji, with a happy expression, pounced on Lin Chen and said with a hint of spring in his eyes. Lin Chen looked at the charming beauty in his arms, and Lin Chen kept looking up, knowing that now was not the time to create ghosts. Lin Chen quickly walked to the front of the sword ghost and checked her current attribute panel. Fortunately, she was not dead, just knocked unconscious by the soul attack of the soul-eating crow ghost. Lin Chen directly put the sword ghost back into his ghost pattern, which was a special space where ghosts could recover well. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Leiming again. At this time, his face was just slightly pale, but he had already recovered, and there was nothing serious. This made Lin Chen once again realize the horror of soul-type ghosts. Even Xiao Leiming, with S-level aptitude, almost suffered a mishap. It was indeed too terrifying. Now, S-level aptitude is so terrifying. If I were to obtain the SSS level ghost, Simu Wading, and upgrade the aptitude of the soul-eating crow ghost to SSS level, how terrifying would the strength of the soul-eating crow ghost be? Lin Chen couldn't help but lick his lips, thinking fervently in his heart. Lin Chen suppressed the waves in his heart, and then went back to the village with his wife and son. At this time, because Lin Chen contracted the soul-eating crow ghost, the ranking of ghost aptitudes changed again. NO1, SSS level Yenho Ghost Emperor, Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO2, SS level Lei Ming Ghost Lord, Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO3, S level Soul Eating Crow Ghost, Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO4, S level Sword Ghost, Contractor, Hidden Nickname. NO5, S level Tengu Ghost, Contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO6, S level Evil Bone Ghost Dragon, Contractor, Indian Asen. NO7, S level Taoist Ghost, Contractor, Emperor. NO8, S level Green Giant Ghost, Contractor, American Emperor. NO9, A level Oxhead Ghost, Contractor, Yen Wang. Lin Chen directly occupied the top 4 positions, making the others below feel embarrassed. What's even more absurd is that Lin Chen also dominated the ghost item ranking. NO1, A level Thunder Ghost Gun, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO2, A level Thunder Ghost Bead, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO3, B level Ghost Killing Sword, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO4, B level Town Ghost Talisman, Holder. Emperor, NO5, B level Life Taking Needle, Holder. Yen Wang, NO6, B level Demon Slaying Knife, Holder. Miyamoto Musashi, NO7, C level Town Ghost Bell, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO8, C level Town Killing Ghost Nail, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO9, C level Ghost Chi Brick, Holder. Ageman, NO10, C level Flash Ghost Talisman, Holder. Hidden Nickname. In the ghost item ranking, 5 out of the top 10 items belong to Lin Chen, and he directly occupied the top 3 spots. In the player level ranking, Lin Chen's level 8 was far ahead, while the second place was only level 6. In the World Chat channel, another wave of excitement arose. Split head braces, have you guys noticed? Another S-level aptitude ghost has appeared on the ghost aptitude ranking. Butterfly, Soul Eating Crow Ghost. Damn, just the name feels fierce, it must be contracted by that big shot. 18 centimeters, hee hee. It's contracted by a lady. I'm 18 centimeters, take me to level up, and I can show you the power of 28 centimeters. 18 centimeters is a lie, trash. Don't believe him, he's at most 5 centimeters, what a liar. ABA, the most absurd thing is that there are also 2 A-level ghost items on the ghost item ranking, Thunder Ghost Bead and Thunder Ghost Gun, which are most likely owned by the same person. Long live Big Stick, hee hee. You can tell at a glance that it's from our Great Baton country. Our Great Baton country is the world's #1 in the gaming world. Miyamoto Musashi, Yagaya Road. It must be a player from my little country. You Great Baton country, get lost. At this time, Lin Chen had already returned to the village, in the know. For Newbie Village, still bustling with people. Every player was accompanied by their own ghosts, such as Koen Ghost who played basketball, Ma Bao Ghost who practiced Tai Chi, and Chicken Koen Ghost with a split head and a tank top. These were all F-grade qualified ghosts. Lin Chen also saw some slightly stronger ghosts, such as thick-skinned zombies, poor ghosts, and big-headed ghosts, making the entire Newbie Village seem like a ghost town. Lin Chen had just prepared to return to the castle with his eager wife to battle for 300 rounds, when he suddenly received a message from a friend. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, but upon opening the message, he saw that it was from the top gold farmer, who said that there were ghost crystals for sale and asked if Lin Chen was interested. Lin Chen didn't say much and directly sent the location to the gold farmer. Before long, the gold farmer arrived by Lin Chen's side and said, "Brother, sorry for the long wait." Lin Chen didn't wait long, just a few minutes, so he didn't mind and said, "It's okay. How many ghost crystals this time?" The gold farmer immediately exclaimed excitedly, "This time our studio has expanded, with a total of 460 level 4 ghost crystals and 65 level 5 ghost crystals." The gold farmer knew that Lin Chen's level was definitely not low, so he was also killing high-level ghosts. It's worth noting that there weren't many people who could kill level 5 ghosts at this stage, but it could still be done in a team. Alright, I'll take them all, still at the previous price, 40 gold coins for a level 4 ghost crystal and 50 gold coins for a level 5 ghost crystal. A total of 21,650, right? Lin Chen didn't haggle and directly said to the gold farmer, Alright, I'll give you a discount of 650, just give me 21,000. The gold farmer immediately showed a brilliant smile and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, then went offline to transfer the money to the gold farmer, and then re-entered the game. After receiving the huge sum of money, the gold farmer's face lit up even more, and he immediately traded all the ghost crystals to Lin Chen. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. The gold farmer smiled and said to Lin Chen, "You're welcome. Everyone has their needs." Lin Chen nodded and then left. With the money in hand, the gold farmer was full of energy and immediately went back to continue leveling up and killing higher level ghosts. In the Ghost Emperor's castle, Lin Chen and the Ghost Emperor were singing and advancing vigorously in the castle, their voices rising and falling, like the sound of a flute, like the panting of a bull, clapping loudly. "Husband, I love you. I love you to death. You're amazing." It took more than an hour for Lin Chen to finally come out of the castle with weak legs, while the Ghost Emperor returned to her own ghost pattern to nurture her fetus. Lin Chen was looking forward to the birth of his second ghost offspring, wondering what kind of ghost it would be. Unfortunately, he didn't have a ghost treasure, the ghost pregnancy crystal. Otherwise, with another SS level ghost, he would truly be invincible. Lin Chen took out the ghost crystals from his backpack and divided them evenly among the Sword Ghost, Soul Devouring Crow Ghost, and Little Thunder Dark Ghost, as well as himself. However, because his and his ghost's levels were too high, the effects of these level 4 and 5 ghost crystals were limited. They were divided among the 4 of them, only able to increase a segment of experience. He was still at level 8, the Sword Ghost was at level 8, the Little Thunder Dark Ghost was at level 8, the Soul Devouring Crow Ghost was at level 8, but the Little Thunder Dark Ghost was almost at level 9. Lin Chen checked the time and saw that it was already evening, so it was time to go offline for dinner and rest. Without hesitation, Lin Chen went offline in the castle. In the real world, Lin Chen took off his gaming helmet and his stomach protested with hunger. Lin Chen put on his clothes and went downstairs to eat. Lin Chen decided to give himself a good supplement. There was no way. His own wife was a ghost, and her energy was quite heavy, almost draining his young energy. Lin Chen arrived at a well-decorated beef restaurant, which was quite popular and almost full of people. Lin Chen found a seat and ordered beef, eggs, oysters, and leeks, along with a few other dishes. The waiter took his order with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Chen noticed that people around him were discussing the popular online game Apocalypse Mysterious. It was clear that the game was popular everywhere. After all, it was the world's only 100% holographic virtual game. It would be strange if it wasn't popular. People around him were discussing, "I envy you guys. You managed to grab a game helmet. When I went to buy one after work, they were already sold out. Hee. It's just luck. Don't worry. With the game being so popular, the forums have been flooded. The official will sell more game helmets soon." Yes, the official will sell more helmets soon. I don't believe they would miss out on making money. By the way, what level are you at? Hee. I joined a leveling team. I'm already at level 4, and the ghost is also at level 4. Wow, you're really ahead. I'm still at level 3. When you leave the newbie village, remember to take me with you. No problem. So, who's paying for dinner tonight? Okay. I'll treat you. Ha. Generous. The competition in this game is fierce. Someone already has an SSS level ghost, while I'm just a D-level shit-eating ghost. Yeah, it's crazy. If he sells it, someone will definitely pay a high price, maybe even 1 million. What? 1 million? That's terrifying. Oof. I heard that a rich second generation named Yen Wang has already spent tens of thousands to enter the know. For newbie village. Yes, and he's recruiting people on the official forum. Lin Chen's heart stirred. No, for newbie village was where he was. There are always some big spenders who grind and spend. Looks like I need to speed up my progress. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he thought to himself. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen hailed a car on the roadside and said to the driver, "Master, go to the antique city." "All right, sit tight. I'm a veteran driver of 10 years. The car god of Mount Akina even invited me, but unfortunately, I have a passenger to pick up, or else I would have gone." The driver had a good attitude and even cracked jokes, making Lin Chen laugh. As they chatted, the car steadily headed towards the antique city in Linhai. The antique city in Linhai was a famous place in the surrounding cities, filled with antique shops, antiques, and jade. Many people came here hoping to strike it rich, and while some lost everything, there were also lucky ones who became rich overnight. Lin Chen got out of the car and looked at the bustling antique street, a glint flashing in his eyes. His purpose in coming here was to find someone. This person was also a somewhat famous ghost tamer in his previous life. Before the apocalypse, he ran an antique shop here, posing as the owner of the antique city, but in reality, he was a tomb raider, or rather, the boss of a tomb raiding gang. Others were responsible for tomb raiding, while he was in charge of selling the goods. The shop hid many valuable items. After the strange online game and reality merged, some antiques were impregnated with ghostly energy and directly turned into ghosts. The longer the history of the antiques, the easier it was for them to become powerful ghosts. There was also something else that could be affected by the ghostly energy and turn into something as good as ghost crystals, and that was the burial jade stones. Burial jade stones could absorb the Een and resentment energy from the tombs, forming pure energy within the jade, turning into jade crystals. Both humans and ghosts could absorb these jade crystals to strengthen themselves, achieving effects similar to ghost crystals. In the previous life, this person obtained these jade crystals and a few good ghostly items, and became the leader of a medium-sized settlement, living a carefree life with numerous followers. This time, Lin Chen came to find him. Wang Defa's antique shop. Lin Chen arrived at an antique shop and looked at the sign above. His eyes narrowed. This should be the shop because the owner's name was Wang Defa. Lin Chen entered the antique shop, and immediately a fat man stood up from a high-backed chair. He quickly glanced at Lin Chen and, although he found Lin Chen's temperament extraordinary, his old and cheap clothes made Wang Defa somewhat disinterested. Another poor kid dreaming of striking it rich by picking up bargains. Bah, what bad luck. A hint of disdain flashed in the fat man's eyes as he casually said to Lin Chen, "Feel free to look around. The items here are all genuine, so be careful not to touch them. You'll be in trouble if you can't afford it later." At first sight of the fat man, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. He immediately recognized that this person was the one he was looking for. He was Wang Defa. Lin Chen simply followed Wang Defa and said, "Underground cave, treasures in the coffin, we both can make a fortune." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's pupils slightly contracted, and a smile appeared on his face as he said to Lin Chen, "So, brother, you also have an eye for good things. Tell me, what do you want? I can get it for you." Lin Chen spoke in the secret language of Tomb Raiders, which only insiders would understand, so the fat man mistook Lin Chen for an insider. Lin Chen glanced around and said to the fat man, "Boss, I have a big appetite. Can we find a more secluded place to talk?" A glint appeared in the fat man's eyes, and he laughed heartily, "No problem. Follow me." The fat man led Lin Chen through a door and then through a gloomy corridor into a basement. He sat down at a mahogany table, opened a drawer, took out a cigar, and there was a gleaming pistol in the drawer. The fat man lit the cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at Lin Chen with a smile. "Friend, it's absolutely safe here. You can tell me, how big is your appetite?" Then he leisurely smoked the cigar and looked at Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said to Wang Defa, "I want you to help me collect all the antiques and burial jade stones unearthed from the tombs." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's eyes flashed with an astonishing light, and he looked at Lin Chen earnestly. "You mean all of them? This is not a small amount of money, friend. You have a big appetite. I wonder how much money you have." Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he said with a smile, "That's right. All of your antiques and burial jade stones, and also continue to purchase from other Tomb Raiders. But I don't have any money." Lin Chen's face bore a smile as he looked quietly at the fat man. The smile on the fat man's face instantly disappeared, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said to Lin Chen, "Friend, are you joking? You have no money and yet want to purchase all these. Are you sleepwalking? Or do you think I, Wang Defa, am easy to deal with, deliberately coming to play with me?" Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said to Wang Defa, "My money. Exchange your life for it." Click. Wang Defa immediately picked up the pistol from the drawer, aimed it at Lin Chen. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and said to Lin Chen, "Kid, you're asking for death." Lin Chen saw Wang Defa's pistol, his face remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile, and said, "Do you think the thing in your hand can kill me?" A strange light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Defa couldn't help but laugh. A hint of indifference flashed in his eyes as he said, "Kid, remember not to seek death in your next life. Go to hell. I hate it when people show off in front of me." Bang! A gunshot rang through the entire secret room. Wang Defa pulled the trigger directly. For them, grave robbers, dealing with the dead every day, killing was just a trivial matter. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Wang Defa's mouth, and in his mind, the image of Lin Chen being shot in the head by him had already appeared. At this moment, Wang Defa's pupils suddenly contracted, and he blurted out, This is impossible." In his eyes, Lin Chen had actually reached out and caught his bullet, catching it barehanded. "I told you, the thing in your hand can't kill me." Lin Chen slowly opened his palm, a bullet appearing in the palm of his hand, and said to Wang Defa with a smile. Wang Defa's hand holding the gun trembled slightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he continued to pull the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Continuously shooting at Lin Chen, but unsurprisingly, all the bullets were caught by Lin Chen with his hands. Lin Chen was like a demon, directly crushing the bullets into powder in midair. This can't be real, this is impossible. Wang Defa was soaked through, his eyes filled with a deep sense of fear, looking at Lin Chen in shock, roaring like a madman. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from Lin Chen's body. A huge fierce ghost appeared on Lin Chen, opening its bloodthirsty mouth, greedily staring at Wang Defa, with disgusting liquid flowing from its mouth. Ah! A ghost! Wang Defa shouted in terror, scrambling backwards, but there was already a wall behind him. He could only tremble and watch Lin Chen, with a terrifying liquid flowing from his legs. Brother! Spare me! I don't want to die, spare me. You want antiques and burial jades? I have them, I can give them all to you. Just don't kill me. I'll do everything according to your orders. I can be your dog. Wang Defa was filled with immense fear. As a grave robber, he was originally an atheist, but today his understanding was completely overturned. He realized that these things really existed in the world, and he must have robbed too many graves, attracting these ghostly things. Trembling in his heart, Wang Defa kept kowtowing to Lin Chen, even breaking his forehead. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved into a smile. In reality, all of this was just an illusion. The real Lin Chen was comfortably seated in a chair. The control ability of the Samsara Ghost Eye was only effective at close range. Once he left, the control would automatically be released, so it was not very useful. He needed Wang Defa to help him collect burial jade and unearthed antiques for the long term, and Wang Defa had to have no resistance. Lin Chen slowly spoke, "Remember your words. I have left my mark on you. No matter where you are, I can find you, if you dare to escape. I'm sorry, but you and your family will die a very tragic death. You will be bitten to death by countless ghosts." A force surged from Lin Chen's Samsara Ghost Eye and entered Wang Defa's mind. It was a seed of illusion that could only be triggered passively. If Wang Defa had the thought of running away, this seed of illusion would infinitely magnify his fear, preventing him from wanting to escape. I dare not. I dare not. I will definitely help the master collect burial jade and antiques, Wang Defa, drenched in fear, said to Lin Chen. Good. This is my phone number. If you have any problems, contact me anytime, and I will help you solve them. Lin Chen threw a piece of paper and said to Wang Defa, if you do things to my satisfaction, I can give you great power, even immortality. Lin Chen hit Wang Defa with a stick, then threw a sweet date. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Defa's eyes immediately showed an astonishing light, and he excitedly kowtowed to Lin Chen, saying, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master. I will devote myself to the master and die for you." When Wang Defa raised his head, Lin Chen's figure had already disappeared, leaving the panting Wang Defa unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Lin Chen returned to his rented room at 11 o'clock at night, took a shower, and still didn't feel sleepy. He couldn't help but turn on the computer, logged into the official forum of the Doomsday Strange online game, and clicked into it. There were many posts, and Lin Chen felt dizzy from reading them. Lin Chen dragged the mouse and selectively viewed some useful information. For example, he saw a post about the 4th newbie village and couldn't help but click into it. The title read, "The Yanwang Temple Guild in the 4th newbie village is recruiting elite players to dominate the Doomsday Strange online game." The poster's ID was Yanwang, recruiting players with D-level qualification ghosts and above. Players with D-level qualification ghosts could be ordinary guild members, those with C-level qualification ghosts could be team leaders and receive salaries, and those with B-level qualification ghosts could be guild officials with high salaries. Upon seeing this information, Lin Chen instantly remembered encountering a member of the Yanwang Temple Guild in the game, who was eventually kicked out by him using illusions. Yanwang. Could it be the Yanwang from the previous life who had black and white impermanence and ox head and horse face? Lin Chen's memories surged. In the previous life, there was a person who claimed to be Yanwang, one of the top human powerhouses, possessing powerful ghosts such as black and white impermanence and ox head and horse face. The most terrifying thing was that he had a terrifying ghost item called the 18-layer ghost ceiling tower, which was placed in his sanctuary and could intimidate countless ghosts. If weak ghosts entered the range of the 18-layer ghost ceiling tower, they would be instantly annihilated, and even powerful ghosts would be suppressed. It was truly a rare ghost item. Relying on his formidable strength and this ghost item, Yanwang established a huge sanctuary called Hell in the previous life. So that's it. This Yanwang is very likely the Yanwang from the previous life. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, guessing and saying, I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. He's also in the 4th newbie village, and it seems like I've offended a member of his guild. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, I hope you better not provoke me. Otherwise, I won't care if you're the king of hell or a eunuch. I'll send you directly to meet King Yama. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold and icy light, secretly thinking in his heart, in the previous life, I was submissive all my life and ended up dying miserably. This life, I want to control my own destiny, be stronger than anyone else, and even control the fate of others. Lin Chen licked his lips, a dangerous smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chen exited the post and continued browsing other posts. As he scrolled the mouse, Lin Chen found another interesting post that caught his attention. The title read, "Giant Boss Spotted in the 4th Newbie Village, Yama Palace Guild Unexpectedly Wiped Out." Lin Chen immediately clicked on it, and inside was a video, probably taken secretly. There were leaves in front of the camera, and the person behind the camera was probably hiding in the bushes. In the video, there was a creature at least 4 meters tall, with a robust body, only one eye on its face, filled with sharp teeth, wielding a stone axe, emitting black smoke all over its body, resembling a demon. Many players and monsters surrounded it, but they were all swept away by this terrifying one-eyed creature. Its stone axe had killed countless monsters, covered in blood, and some players were chopped into minced meat. The scene was extremely brutal and bloody, frightening the players to tears and screams. Some died, some escaped, and then the video ended. The comments below were also very lively. "Boss, always attracting attention. Damn, what kind of monster is this, so terrifying? If contracted, it would definitely be invincible. Are you an idiot? Can't you see that so many people are no match for this boss? Still thinking about contracting, you're daydreaming." Exactly. And it's very difficult for a boss to be subdued by a contract. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, there won't be a boss template, it will just become an ordinary monster. Damn. So unfair, crappy game. Luckily, I don't have a game helmet, I won't play this crappy game. This boss is too terrifying, so many people can't kill it, how do we fight it? Wait for the player's monster levels to rise, and with some monsters, the boss will eventually fall under the player's army. Lin Chen's eyes, however, revealed a hint of interest. He carefully looked around the environment, roughly determining the location. Tomorrow, I'll explore the tomb that the little boy found, and then see if I can find this boss. Lin Chen secretly thought in his heart, then closed the computer and went to sleep. A night of silence, Lin Chen got up early in the morning, washed up, had breakfast, and logged into the game. In the game, in the 4th Newbie Village, Lin Chen's figure appeared near the castle, immediately opened the map, and headed to the back mountain where the little boy found the ghost bell. There were still many players leveling up nearby, but now they were mostly teaming up to grind, and very few players were grinding monsters alone. Lin Chen walked past these players, who curiously looked at him, as it was indeed rare to see a lone player. Lin Chen continued along the path, walking for about half an hour, and arrived at the foot of a large mountain. There should be mountains on both sides, overlooking from a high position. It was indeed a good place to bury someone, no, a good place for burial. Lin Chen released Little Laming and Sword Ghost. After a night of rest, Sword Ghost had recovered. Little Laming, Sword Ghost, find a place where the Yin energy is heavier there. Lin Chen said to the two ghosts. The ghosts are very sensitive to Yin Qi, let them find the right place. Yes, Father Emperor. Xiao Laming nodded respectfully, his young face serious, while the Sword Ghost did not speak, but immediately started searching around. Lin Chen looked around, rubbed his chin, and thought to himself, double-sided ring mountain. Left west right east, north up south down, according to Feng Shui, the tomb should be on the west side, with heavy Yin Qi. Lin Chen walked towards the west, and as he walked, he suddenly stopped because he felt a chill in this place. Lin Chen frowned, looked around, and saw a huge rock on the mountainside, surrounded by grass. Lin Chen's heart moved, he squatted down and found a slight gap between the rock and the mountain, with faint ghostly qi flowing out. Lin Chen was delighted, he had confirmed that this was the entrance to the tomb, and immediately called Xiao Lei Ming and the Sword Ghost. Sword Ghost, split this rock, Lin Chen said to the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost nodded, drew the ghost-killing sword, and used a terrifying ghost sword technique, boom. The rock was directly shattered by the Sword Ghost's sword, revealing a hole, from which Yin wind blew out, filling the air with ghostly qi. Ding dong! Congratulations, player triggered hidden instance, General's Tomb. Ding dong! After the player clears the instance will be permanently open. As the player who triggered and first passed the instance, you will receive a world system announcement and rich rewards. Just then, the system's hoarse voice sounded in Lin Chen's ear, making him slightly stunned. He didn't expect this to be an instance. There's such a good thing. Then I won't be polite. Lin Chen licked his dry lips, a greedy look flashing in his eyes, muttering to himself. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly, the stone walls of the long tomb passage lit up with oil lamps, illuminating the spacious corridor. This corridor was like a giant abyss, waiting for Lin Chen to enter. But Lin Chen never knew fear, and released the soul-eating crow ghost, Xiao Lei Ming. Sword Ghost, you go first. I and the soul-eating crow ghost will cover you from behind, Lin Chen said seriously to the two ghosts. Yes, Father Emperor. Xiao Leiming unconditionally believed in Lin Chen and went in first, while the sword ghost, with eyes as calm as dead water, glanced at Lin Chen, then followed Xiao Leiming in. Seeing the look in the sword ghost's eyes, Lin Chen's face turned slightly red, then pretended to follow the two ghosts as if nothing had happened, and also went in. The soul-eating crow ghost tilted its head foolishly and made a puzzled call, quack. Xiao Leiming and the sword ghost walked in front, one on the left and one on the right, looking around vigilantly. This corridor was quiet and somewhat frightening, and Lin Chen had already taken out the thunder ghost gun, ready for battle at any time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, as if something was waking up underground. Be careful underfoot. Lin Chen tightly gripped the thunder ghost gun and shouted to Xiao Leiming and the sword ghost. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, hands with sharp nails burst out from the ground, grabbing Xiao Leiming and the sword ghost's ankles. Get out. Xiao Leiming's face turned ugly. How dare this disgusting thing touch him? He's asking for death. Xiao Leiming snorted coldly, and a surge of blue lightning suddenly rushed out of his body. Crackling. The terrifying blue lightning directly conducted on the ghost hand, directly electrocuting it beyond recognition, turning it into something resembling a cooked chicken claw, pitch black, and finally dissipated into black mist. The sword ghost's movements were not slow either. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a flash of his sword, he severed the ghost hand gripping his ankle. Roar! Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from underground, followed by reanimated corpses dressed in military uniforms leaping out from the ground, resembling zombies with sharp black teeth, bloodthirsty black eyes, and long, sharp nails, looking just like zombies. Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara ghost eye, trembled slightly, and information appeared in his mind. Name, Zombie Soldier, Aptitude, D, Type, Physical, Level 5, Abilities, Bloodsucking. Zombie soldiers can absorb biological blood to enhance their strength and heal injuries. Ghost information, in their past lives, they were loyal soldiers who voluntarily committed suicide in the general's tomb to guard it after the general's death. Description: to enter the general's tomb, step over me. Lin Chen immediately shouted to Xiao Leiming and the sword ghost when he saw the densely packed zombie soldiers in the passage. Xiao Leiming. Sword ghost. Kill them all. Yes, your majesty. A stunning lightning flashed in Xiao Leiming's eyes, and terrifying blue lightning struck the zombie soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying thunder struck the zombie soldiers, causing tons of damage. Lightning was particularly effective against these creatures, especially these low-level zombies, which were directly turned into charcoal by Xiao Leiming's lightning. The sword ghost had just tried to draw the ghost-killing sword, but upon seeing this scene, he hesitated for a moment and then put the sword back. What the hell? These small zombies were being killed one by lightning, like hitting mice with a hammer. The sword ghost remained expressionless, silent, and watched as Xiao Leiming mercilessly harvested the lives of the zombie soldiers. Quack, quack. The soul-eating crow ghost's eyes lit up beside Lin Chen, and it flew to the fallen zombie soldiers, opening its mouth like a black hole and suddenly sucking in all the dying zombie soldiers' souls. Then it swallowed them whole. This was the soul-eating ability of the soul-eating crow ghost, which could devour the souls of enemies to enhance its strength. Quack, quack. The soul-eating crow ghost let out an excited cry. Xiao Leiming was using blue lightning to exterminate the zombie soldiers at the front, while the soul-eating crow ghost followed behind him, devouring the souls of the zombies. Lin Chen, on the other hand, happily picked up ghost crystals, and the sword ghost protected Lin Chen's backside to prevent any dishonorable attacks from behind. After a long passage, Xiao Leiming had dealt with almost all the zombie soldiers, leaving only 99 out of 100. Lin Chen looked at the over 100 ghost crystals in his backpack and smiled slightly. Although they were only level 5 ghost crystals, having a large quantity was also good. The soul-eating crow ghost looked silly and had a bulging belly from eating, but it quickly digested the souls and returned to its original state. Your Majesty, there's a passage leading downward here. At this point, Xiao Leiming, who had already reached the end, discovered a passage leading underground, turned around, and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen walked over, touched his chin and said, "This tomb should be layered. We are currently on the top layer. Let's go. Let's go down." Lin Chen waved his hand and led his 3 powerful ghosts to the next level. Lin Chen and the ghosts descended the stairs and arrived at the -1st level. The ghostly and gloomy atmosphere on this level was obviously denser than the one above. Lin Chen could feel a chilling sensation. The -2nd level was a spacious platform surrounded by oil lamps flickering, giving off an eerie feeling. There were openings all around the spacious platform, pitch black inside, making it impossible to see what was inside the holes. Trot, trot, trot. At that moment, the muffled sound of horse hooves echoed, and zombies riding skeletal horses emerged from the dark openings, with dark eyes, sharp fangs, wearing leather armor, and holding sharp spears. A total of 10 of them. Lin Shen's pupils slightly contracted, and the information of these ghosts appeared in his mind through his left eye. The Samsara ghost eye, name, Zombie Cavalry, Elite, Aptitude, C, Type, Physical, Level, 7, Ability, Ghost Spear Kill. The zombie cavalry charges at the enemy, using the spear in hand to inflict heavy damage. Ghost information, in their past lives, they were loyal cavalrymen who, after their general's death, voluntarily committed suicide in the general's tomb, only to guard the general's tomb. Description: thieves, do you ask for my spear before entering the general's tomb? Lin Chan's eyes slightly narrowed. They were elite monsters at level 7. Roar, roar, roar. The 10 zombie cavalry raised their spears, roaring and charging at Lin Chen and the others. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal horses galloped, carrying the powerful gusts of wind, and the zombie cavalry charged at Lin Chen and the others. Kada duck. I leave it to you. Use soul duck cry. Seeing the neatly arranged zombie cavalry, Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up, and he patted the butt of the soul-eating crow ghost, saying to it, since Lin Chen formed a contract with the soul-eating crow ghost, he found that this guy was really a bit silly, and always quacked like a duck, which inexplicably reminded Lin Chen of a certain anime character, a duck holding its head with both hands, also silly and foolish. So Lin Chen gave it a name, calling it Kada duck. Quack quack. The soul-eating crow ghost tilted its head, glared at Lin Chen, as if saying, it's soul crow cry, not duck cry. Then it turned its head, and a mysterious glint lit up in its eerie eyes. Suck suck. The soul-eating crow ghost opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and let out a soul-piercing scream. Quack quack. Instantly, an invisible mysterious force rushed towards the charging zombie cavalry. Buzz buzz buzz. These zombie cavalry suddenly felt as if their souls were being ruthlessly hammered. Ah! They let out a miserable cry, their bodies falling off the skeletal horses. Bang bang bang. Numerous dust clouds rose, their eyes rolled back, and they convulsed continuously. Hiss. Lin Chen had already prepared himself mentally, but when he saw the outrageous ability of the soul-eating raven ghost, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This silly bird may be a bit foolish, but it's really powerful. These are all elite template monsters, yet they were still rendered powerless by a single move. This soul-based attack is truly formidable against physical monsters. Quack quack. The soul-eating raven ghost was overjoyed and immediately approached the bodies of these zombie cavalry, opening its mouth like a black hole and suddenly sucking. Instantly, transparent souls emerged from the convulsing and wailing bodies of the zombie cavalry on the ground, which the soul-eating raven ghost swallowed in one gulp. Without their souls, these zombie cavalry instantly lost their life force, dissipated into black mist, leaving behind only glowing ghost crystals. After absorbing the souls of the zombie cavalry, the soul-eating raven ghost's aura instantly grew stronger. A hoarse voice sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Ding dong. Congratulations to your monster, the soul-eating raven ghost, for successfully absorbing souls through its ability. Ding dong. Congratulations to your monster, the soul-eating raven ghost, for leveling up. Current level, 9. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Chen's face. He hadn't expected this silly bird to reach level 9 ahead of Little Thunder Ming. However, when Lin Chen saw the ghost crystals on the ground, he smiled faintly, thinking that Little Thunder Ming should be able to reach level 9 now. Lin Chen picked up the ghost crystals on the ground. These were the ghost crystals of elite monsters, containing even more concentrated energy. There were a total of 10, and Lin Chen handed 4 of them to Little Thunder Ming, saying, Little Thunder Ming, take these. Absorbing them should help you reach level 9. Thank you, Father Emperor. Little Thunder Ming's eyes flashed with joy as he respectfully said to Lin Chen, then took the ghost crystals from Lin Chen's hand and threw them into his mouth. As expected, Little Thunder Ming finally reached level 9. Lin Chen directly absorbed the remaining ghost crystals, greatly increasing his experience bar and quickly reaching level 9 himself. Boom boom boom. As the zombie cavalry died, a passage suddenly appeared on the platform, presumably leading to the negative second floor. With his 2 monsters greatly strengthened, Lin Chen was full of confidence. He waved his hand and said to his monsters, you go first. I'll cover your back. As Lin Chen expected, the area below should be where the boss was located. Under the disdainful gaze of the sword ghost, Little Thunder Ming and the soul-eating raven ghost led Lin Chen down to the negative second floor, the tomb's negative second floor. Here, the ghostly aura was dense and the Yin energy was oppressive. In the negative second floor was a huge octagonal platform, with a coffin in the middle, shrouded in black mist and surrounded by ghostly energy, clearly not ordinary. When Lin Chen and the others arrived near the coffin, a slight seriousness appeared on Lin Chen's face as they waited for the boss to appear. However, to their embarrassment, several minutes passed and there was still no movement from the coffin. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. He picked up a piece of corpse from the ground and threw it towards the coffin. Bang! Hey hey hey! Wake up and get to work! Can you have some professional ethics? Lin Chen said impatiently to the coffin. Crack crack. At this moment, the coffin finally showed some reaction, making a sound of the coffin lid moving. Boom! The coffin lid was directly knocked out, and a zombie wearing silver armor, a silver helmet, and wielding a large sword slowly walked out of the coffin with dry and wrinkled skin. The zombie shook its head, and its pitch-black eyes flashed with anger as it roared at Lin Chen, roar. As if to say, "You're the trash disturbing my sleep." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "You're sleeping during work hours and you still have the nerve." Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara ghost eye, trembled slightly, immediately obtaining information about this slacking zombie. Name, Zombie Warlord Boss, Aptitude, B, Type, Physical, Level, 8, Ability, Ghost Blade / The Zombie Warlord infuses ghost energy into the large sword, unleashing a powerful attack that deals significant damage to enemies. Ghost information, the Chief General's guardian, with formidable strength, but lazy in life. After the Chief General's death, he chose to commit suicide in the General's tomb due to laziness. Although guarding the General's tomb, he actually slacks off and sleeps. Description: you can enter the General's tomb, but please do not disturb my sleep, or else I'll make you regret it. Lin Chen's eyebrows furrowed upon seeing this information. This doesn't seem to be the real General. This guy doesn't seem to be the final boss. It seems this hidden instance has something to it. Ghosts with B-level aptitude are all final bosses. But it suits me just fine. The greater the difficulty, the greater the rewards. Lin Chen thought to himself. Roar! At this moment, the lazy zombie warlord, seeing Lin Chen ignoring him, immediately let out a roar, intending to kill these guys and then go back to sleep. The zombie warlord brandished his large sword and charged towards Lin Chen and the others. Silly duck! Use the soul duck cry. Control it for me. Xiao Laming, prepare to use the judgment spear. Lin Chen immediately shouted at the two ghosts. The soul raven ghost could control and output damage, while Xiao Laming could perform both single target and AoE attacks, with the single target attack being the strongest. When the two ghosts combined, they became a weapon for fighting the boss. As for the sword ghost, there was no chance for it to make a move, so it could only temporarily act as Lin Chen's bodyguard. Quack quack. The soul raven ghost grumbled at Lin Chen, then turned around, opened its mouth, and let out a piercing duck cry, quack quack. Instantly, a terrifying invisible force surged towards the zombie warlord boss, awoke. The zombie warlord boss suddenly felt as if his soul was being hammered heavily, letting out a painful cry as he clutched his head, crackle. Just then, Xiao Laming seemed to be possessed by a thunder god, with his entire body surrounded by blue thunder, his eyes emitting lightning, and countless bolts of blue lightning condensing in his chubby little hands, forming a thunder spear in an instant, the judgment spear. Eat this. Despite his adorable face, Xiao Laming shouted earnestly, and the judgment spear in his hand shot towards the zombie warlord boss like a thunderbolt. Boom! The terrifying thunderbolt gun, like the horn of a thunderous dragon, pierced through the body of the zombie warlord boss. A fist-sized hole appeared in the chest of the zombie warlord boss, and black blood flowed out freely. Before the zombie warlord boss, who was intensely in pain from the soul trauma, could recover, he was struck again in the chest, adding insult to injury. As the zombie warlord boss struggled to stand and counterattack, a bell suddenly rang, causing him to lose focus for 0.5 seconds. Lin Chen was seen shaking a ghost warding bell in his hand, which could distract ghosts. In just 0.5 seconds, a dark figure had silently appeared behind the zombie warlord boss. A dazzling black sword light flashed, and a crack appeared on the boss's neck, causing his head to slowly fall off and roll on the ground. The sword ghost slowly retracted the sharp ghost-killing sword, panting slightly. The ghost sword strike had used up almost a third of his ghost energy, just to achieve a one-hit kill effect. The soul-devouring crow ghost, seeing the head of the zombie warlord boss on the ground, let out a loud cry, walked over to the boss's body, and sucked out his soul before devouring it. Satisfied, the crow ghost burped contentedly. The body of the zombie warlord boss, after having its soul devoured, dissipated into black mist, leaving behind a ghost crystal. Lin Chen walked up to the ghost crystal with a smile on his face, picked it up, and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding dong! Congratulations, your level has increased. Current level, 9. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen's level had finally reached level 9, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He casually opened the player level leaderboard, NO1, hidden nickname, level 9, NO2, Musashi, level 7, NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, level 7, NO4, Emperor, level 7, NO5, Yama, level 7, NO6, Dominator, level 6, NO7, hidden nickname, level 6. Lin Chen was far ahead at level 9, and he nodded in satisfaction. When he saw the name Yama, he was somewhat surprised. Yesterday, Yama was only in 10th place, but in just one day, he had risen to 5th place. It seemed that his financial power had come into play. Establishing the Yama Palace Guild and having his subordinates help him collect ghost crystals for leveling up had indeed greatly accelerated his leveling speed. However, Lin Chen was not concerned. As his level increased, the effectiveness of low-level ghost crystals weakened, and he needed more and more ghost crystals, making it not so easy to level up. Only boss ghost crystals could quickly raise a player's level. Therefore, if he wanted to level up quickly in the future, he would have to run dungeons and find bosses. After the lazy zombie warlord boss on the second floor of the tomb died, a spacious opening slowly appeared beneath his coffin, likely leading to the final boss on the third floor. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance, his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a faint smile as he murmured to himself, "I hope you are stronger. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting at all." Then, Lin Chen let his ghost son and Kata Duck go first, while he and Sword Ghost stayed behind, walking at the rear. Although Shaolei Mingren was small, he had the most courage and without a word, he walked down the stairs. The soul-eating crow ghost tilted its head and stood still, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he kicked it down the stairway, saying, "Quack quack. Kill the duck. Help!" The soul-eating crow ghost let out a piercing scream like a slaughtered pig and its fat body rolled down the stone stairs. Lin Chen and Sword Ghost followed closely, entering the tomb's third basement level. If everything went as expected, this would be the final level. As Lin Chen and the others descended to the third basement level, Lin Chen's eyes slightly contracted when he saw the scene here. A huge platform was empty, with a stone coffin hanging high from 8 thick chains. Strands of moonlight fell from above, illuminating the stone coffin. Moonlight belonged to the Yin, and the stone coffin was perennially nurtured by Yin energy. The contents inside the stone coffin possessed immeasurable strength. At this moment, the chains on the stone coffin suddenly shook, emitting crisp metallic sounds. The thick chains suddenly cracked, and the heavy stone coffin fell from the air with a thunderous crash, causing a huge rumble that echoed throughout the third basement, raising a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, a tremendous roar resounded, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. As the dust dispersed, a gigantic figure appeared before everyone. This monster stood at a terrifying height of 3 meters, clad in sturdy tiger head armor and wearing a tightly sealed black gold helmet on its head. 6 black war flags were inserted on its back, and its thick arms held a huge sword, exuding a terrifying aura. The monster howled to the sky, emitting a tremendous roar. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, a hint of solemnity flashing through them. The reincarnation ghost eye in his left eye trembled slightly, and a stream of information instantly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Name, Zombie King Grand General, Elite Boss, Qualification, B-Type, Physical Level, 10 Abilities, Giant Sword Slash. The Zombie King Grand General condenses ghost energy in the giant sword, unleashing a devastating strike that inflicts massive damage on the enemy. Summon Ghost Soldiers. The Zombie King Grand General can summon numerous zombie soldiers to follow and fight alongside it. Elite Boss Blessing Ability, unable to contract with dungeon monsters. Ghost Information, formerly a Grand General of a nation, the city fell, the nation perished, and the Grand General fled with the remaining soldiers, ultimately dying in despair, harboring strong resentment. Nurtured by ghost energy, he transformed into the Zombie King, possessing formidable strength. His weakness is his head, cutting it off will result in immediate death. Description: be cautious of his sword, it's large and sturdy. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. As expected, my guess was right. The final boss is indeed an elite boss. Lin Chen thought to himself, this is a bit tricky. The last time, the Thunderbird Ghost Elite Boss was easily defeated by Shaolei Ming's restraint. This elite boss is not that simple. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Lin Chen's mouth slightly curled up, a strong sense of battle flashed in his eyes, and the Thunder Ghost gun quietly appeared, full of fighting spirit. Then let's fight. Lin Chen's eyes shimmered with astonishing battle intent. With an SSS level qualified ghost, an SS level qualified ghost, 2S level qualified ghosts, and a mysterious ghost of unknown level, how could he be afraid of an elite boss? Everyone, prepare for battle. Be careful, this boss is very strong. Lin Chen held the ghost-killing gun, with a flash of blue thunder light in his eyes, and said in a deep voice to the ghosts, "Yes, Father Emperor." Little Lei Ming earnestly nodded, black energy surging on his body. Underworld domain. Unfold. As Lei Ming's words fell, the negative 3-layer tomb turned into a space filled with black mist. Countless black mists turned into evil spirits, entwining around the Zombie King Grand Marshal, absorbing its attributes and feeding back to Lei Ming. Roar. The Zombie King Grand Marshal clearly felt its power being slowly drained, and roared in anger, reaching out with its huge palm to try to crush these annoying ghosts. However, no matter how the Zombie King Grand Marshal struck, it couldn't touch these ghosts, which was the terrifying aspect of rule-based abilities. Howl. The Zombie King Grand Marshal's anger soared, a flash of bloodthirsty red light in its eyes as it looked at Lei Ming. It knew that these annoying ghosts were created by this ant, and with its giant sword in hand, it charged towards Lei Ming. Boom boom boom. The heavy body of the Zombie King Grand Marshal moved, causing the entire tomb to tremble slightly. Ding ling ling. Without hesitation, Lin Chen shook the ghost-suppressing bell in his hand. The Zombie King Grand Marshal immediately felt a moment of distraction in its mind, but quickly regained its composure. The effect of the ghost-suppressing bell on the elite boss was too weak. After all, the ghost-suppressing bell was only a C-level ghost item. Lin Chen, however, was already mentally prepared, and retracted the ghost-suppressing bell, immediately shouting loudly at the soul-eating crow ghost, "Stupid duck. Control it for me. Then everyone, focus on attacking its head." Quack quack. This time, the soul-eating crow ghost did not glare at Lin Chen. Although it was a bit foolish, it was not brainless and knew that it was important to attack the boss now. The soul-eating crow ghost immediately opened its mouth like a black hole and emitted a soul-calling sound towards the charging Zombie King Grand Marshal. Quack quack. A terrifying, mysterious, invisible force surged towards the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Roar! The Zombie King Grand Marshal's footsteps paused, feeling a heavy blow to its soul, unable to help but let out a painful cry. Crackle! On the side, Lei Ming and Lin Chen also took action. Countless blue thunder and lightning suddenly surged from their bodies, like electric snakes. Lei Ming instantly condensed a blue thunder spear in his hand, activating the Judgment Spear ability. Eat this! Lei Ming's entire body emitted black mist and thunder, a flash of electricity in his eyes, and the thunder spear in his hand fiercely shot towards the Zombie King Grand Marshal. And Lin Chen held the A-level ghost weapon, the Thunder Ghost Gun, with his whole body shimmering with blue thunder, suddenly infused into the gunhead of the Thunder Ghost Gun. Crackling! The thunder and lightning intertwined, and the terrifying thunder light burst from the gunhead of the Thunder Ghost Gun. Lin Chen seemed to be possessed by the Thunder God, holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, swiftly approaching the Zombie King Grand Marshal, unleashing the ability of the Thunder Ghost Gun, Thunder Ghost Kill. The last sword ghost, gripping the Ghost Kill sword in his right hand, surrounded by ghostly energy, also swiftly approached the still screaming Zombie King Grand Marshal. The fastest was still Xiao Lei Ming's Judgment Spear. In an instant, a thunderous sound rang out, and the terrifying Judgment Spear, like a thunderbolt, struck the hard and heavy helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Boom! A huge thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Crackle! A crack appeared directly on the thick helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal, and the Zombie King Grand Marshal's huge body was repeatedly pushed back by this terrifying impact. Roar! Emitting an angry roar, but the attack was not over yet. The figure of the sword ghost had quietly appeared in front of the Zombie King Grand Marshal, leaping up, holding the dense Ghost Kill sword. A black sword light flashed. Bang! The sword ghost's skill was activated. Ghost Sword Slash. A metallic collision sound rang out, sparks flew from the Zombie King Grand Marshal's helmet, and the crack in the helmet opened even more. The Zombie King Grand Marshal's helmet was too hard, almost like a turtle shell. Xiao Lei Ming and the Sword Ghost's ultimate moves did not break through the defense of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. This guy was really tough, wearing such a stiff helmet. Break for me! Lin Chen saw the crack on the helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal getting larger and larger, and suddenly roared, tightly gripping the Thunder Ghost Gun with both hands, the gunhead carrying terrifying blue thunder, stabbed towards the crack in the helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Thunder Ghost Kill. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and the Thunder Ghost Gun pierced into the crack in the helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Crackle! Immediately, a cracking sound slowly rang out. Bang! A piece of hard metal fell from the helmet of the Zombie King Grand Marshal onto the ground. A hole had appeared on the left side of the Zombie King Grand Marshal's helmet, revealing its dry, wrinkled face and a deep, black eye. The defense of the helmet had finally been broken through. At this moment, the Zombie King Grand Marshal finally recovered from the impact of the soul-eating Raven Ghost's soul attack, enhancing all attributes as an elite boss template ghost. The soul aspect was also unsurprisingly enhanced. Although the soul-eating Raven Ghost's soul attack made it extremely uncomfortable, as a veteran general on the battlefield, he quickly regained consciousness with astonishing willpower. From being struck by the soul-eating Raven Ghost's soul screech to regaining consciousness, this process took only a second, but the soul was damaged, and its strength was also weakened. Roar! The Zombie King Grand Marshal roared, emitting a huge roar. A strong ghostly energy surged from his body, and countless black mist rose from the ground, apparently preparing to unleash a big move. Silly duck! What are you still standing there for? Roar at it again for me. Lin Chen knew that the Zombie King Grand Marshal was about to unleash a big move, and immediately shouted at the soul-eating Raven Ghost. Ga. The soul-eating Raven Demon looked very aggrieved, its voice hoarse as it called out to Lin Chen. Its Soul Raven Cry skill was too abnormal, but it also had its drawbacks. After using the skill once, it needed to rest and wait for the soul energy to gather again before it could be used again. Otherwise, if it was used frequently, others wouldn't be able to play. Just letting the soul-eating raven demon keep calling would break this game. It's like a cooldown time. Currently, the cooldown time for the Soul Raven Cry of the soul-eating raven demon is 50 seconds. After 50 seconds, it can be used again. This time, long or short, is simply too long for this kind of boss fight. But if the soul-eating raven demon's aptitude is raised to SS level, the cooldown time for this skill will be greatly reduced. Damn it! Dropping the ball at this time, Lin Chen cursed inwardly upon receiving the news of the soul-eating raven demon's skill cooldown time from the soul contract. Roar! Just then, the Zombie King General boss let out a roar, and black ghost holes continuously surged from the ground around him. Roar, roar, roar. From the ghost holes came a series of howls, followed by ghost soldiers with wrinkled bodies, sharp teeth, and bloodied swords crawling out of the holes 1, 2, 10, 100. The platform was densely packed with grim-faced ghost soldiers, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirst as they stared at Lin Chen and the others. This was the ability of the Zombie King General boss, summoning ghost soldiers. Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara Ghost Eye, immediately displayed the information of these ghost soldiers in his mind. Name, Underworld Ghost Soldier, Summon Ghost, Aptitude, C, Type, Physical, Level 6, Abilities, Vampire Blade, using a blood-sucking ghost blade to attack enemies, injuring enemies will absorb their blood. Ghost information, elite ghost soldiers summoned from the underworld by the Zombie King General boss. They are not strong individually, but their numbers are large, and they have no rationality. When they encounter enemies, they will not stop until they die. Description: what are you looking at? I'll give you a slash and suck all your blood. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the information panel of these ghost soldiers. They were just ordinary level ghosts, and he even felt somewhat pleased. With his little Thunder Ming, he was least afraid of group battles. He could just unleash a barrage of lightning, and wasn't this giving him ghost crystals for free? Roar! The Zombie King General boss let out an angry roar, wielding a large sword and issuing a charging howl. Awoo, awoo. Suddenly, all the ghost soldiers on the field surged towards Lin Chen and the others like a tide. Little Thunder Ming. I'll leave these exploding fish to you, Lin Chen said to Little Thunder Ming as he watched the imposing army of ghost soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Little Thunder Ming immediately said respectfully, and then a powerful green lightning surged from his body. Crackling. Supported by the power of lightning, Little Thunder Ming's body floated slowly from the ground, his white hair fluttering, surrounded by green lightning, like a thunder god descending. And there were constantly black ghost souls entering Little Thunder Ming's body, absorbing the attributes of the Zombie King General and these ghost soldiers from the underworld, and feeding them back to Little Thunder Ming's body. The longer the time, the weaker the enemy's attributes become, and the stronger Xiao Leiming's attributes become. Moreover, the more enemies there are, the more he absorbs. These suddenly appearing numerous ghost soldiers are simply providing nourishment for Xiao Leiming. At this moment, Xiao Leiming's attributes are extremely terrifying, and with the blessing of the A-level ghost beast Thunder Ghost Pearl, the power of thunder and lightning entwined around him is like electric snakes, hissing and roaring. Give me your shit, you bunch of ants! Xiao Leiming angrily shouted, but with his cute cheeks, he didn't exude any dignity, instead giving off a somewhat fierce and aggressive feeling. Crackling. Countless green thunderbolts turned into green snake-like thunderbolts, fiercely striking the charging ghost soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying thunderbolts densely covered the area like an electric net, inherently restraining these extremely mean ghosts and monsters. These ghost soldiers, struck by the thunderbolts, immediately emitted a series of miserable cries, their bodies directly turned into black charcoal, emitting a nauseating burnt smell, becoming clumps of black charcoal, and finally turning into black gas that dissipated, leaving behind ghost crystals. With just one strike, more than half of the ghost soldiers summoned by the elite boss, the Zombie King Grand Marshal, were killed, and the remaining stragglers were directly slaughtered by Lin Chen and the Sword Ghost. On the platform, only the Zombie King Grand Marshal stood there with a somewhat embarrassed expression. The elite boss, the Zombie King Grand Marshal, looked at the pieces of ghost crystal on the ground with a bewildered expression, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling extremely frustrated. I finally held back and unleashed a big move, summoning my little brothers, and you just clean them up like this. I have no face. The Zombie King Grand Marshal felt extremely aggrieved, his dry cheeks turning red, his eyes flashing with astonishing anger as he roared, roar. Another astonishing surge of ghostly energy emanated from him, wrapping around the huge and heavy sword in his hands. The enormous and heavy sword seemed like 1,000 pounds of meteoric iron. The Zombie King Grand Marshal held the huge and heavy sword wrapped in ghostly energy in both hands and fiercely smashed it into the ground. Boom! A huge rumbling sound erupted, directly blasting open a huge pit in the ground, and a powerful energy rushed towards Lin Chen and the others at high speed along the ground. This was another big move of the elite boss, the Zombie King Grand Marshal, the giant sword slash. Massive ghostly energy coiled around the giant sword, unleashing a terrifying slash that could cut rivers and shatter mountains, with tremendous power. Everyone, get out of the way. This is the boss's giant sword slash skill. Lin Chen was already prepared, knowing the boss's abilities in advance. Seeing the Zombie King Grand Marshal's actions, he immediately shouted loudly to his ghostly creatures. At the same time, he quickly rolled and crawled to the side to avoid the terrifying slash of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Quack quack quack. The soul-eating crow ghost was so scared that its soul almost flew away, flapping its wings desperately and flying into the sky. Xiao Laming and the sword ghost were the fastest, instantly rushing out of the attack range of the Zombie King Grand Marshal. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying energy directly blasted the surrounding slabs, causing stone chips to fly and creating a terrifying pit. Lin Chen was somewhat embarrassed as he dodged the flying stone chips, but the fragments were too dense, and he inevitably suffered some attacks. Let's attack together. Attack the exposed half of the boss's face with all your might. Lin Chen slammed on the brakes, stopped, and his body was surrounded by a strong ghostly aura. He shouted loudly at the ghost, "It's Father Emperor." Xiao Laming growled low, his whole body shimmering with astonishing blue lightning. Then he once again condensed a judgment spear in his hand. "Big guy, look at the spear." Xiao Laming held the lightning spear and shouted in a childish voice, immediately fiercely projecting the judgment spear in his hand towards the exposed eye of the Zombie King General. Shoo! Crackle! Crackle! A breaking sound accompanied by thunder. The judgment spear shot towards the Zombie King General like a bolt of lightning, but the Zombie King General had suffered a loss before and clearly had already been on guard. Roar! He roared, holding a giant sword in front of his face. Boom! 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 The raging lightning spear struck the Zombie King General's giant sword, emitting a terrifying rumble, and the heavy sword actually caved in, emitting a scorching temperature and crackling sounds. It was evident that after Xiao Laming unleashed the underworld domain, he absorbed the terrifying attributes from the boss, and the attributes of the Zombie King General boss were still decreasing, while Xiao Laming's attributes were constantly increasing. Roar! The Zombie King General boss was shaken by this terrifying power, his hand numb, and couldn't help but take a step back, emitting a furious roar. He felt that the strength in his body was getting weaker and weaker, which made him feel a sense of urgency. At this moment, the attack of the sword ghost had also arrived. The sword ghost held a sharp sword infused with ghostly aura and fiercely slashed at the Zombie King General boss's giant sword. Ghost sword slash. Bang! The powerful force of the sword ghost struck the Zombie King General boss's giant sword, emitting a piercing metal collision sound, sparks flying, and the Zombie King General's giant sword was directly deflected by the sword ghost's powerful force, revealing his left face and eyes without a helmet covering. Crackle! Crackle! At this moment, Lin Chen, shimmering with lightning all over his body, suddenly appeared in front of the Zombie King General, holding the Thunder Ghost gun in his hand. The gun head condensed with astonishing lightning power, leaping up with terrifying lightning. The Thunder Ghost gun fiercely stabbed at the Zombie King General's eyes. Die! Thunder Ghost kill! Lin Chen leaped high into the air, his face turning red, shimmering with astonishing killing intent, roaring. The Thunder Ghost gun in his hand carrying terrifying lightning power, fiercely pierced into the Zombie King General boss's eyes. This move, Thunder Ghost kill, was Lin Chen infusing most of his lightning power into the Thunder Ghost gun, with terrifying power, directly piercing through the Zombie King General's eye socket, the entire gun head entering the Zombie King General boss's head. Boom! 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 The terrifying blue lightning crazily tore through the Zombie King General boss's head. Roar! The Zombie King General boss let out a painful and miserable scream, black blood continuously pouring out of his eye sockets, looking extremely miserable. Lin Chen quickly drew out the thunder gun, dodged to the side, and looked solemnly at the Zombie King General who was covering his eyes and roaring madly. Sweat poured down Lin Chen's forehead, and he was panting heavily. The Thunder Ghost kill almost drained the thunder power and physical strength from his body, but fortunately, he seized the opportunity and hit the Zombie King General's eye socket. He should be dead now, right? Lin Chen looked at the Zombie King General boss, who was already kneeling on the ground with weak breath, and said nervously, "But just in case, little Lei Ming, give this guy another shot." The dying Zombie King General boss swallowed his last breath upon hearing this, looked at Lin Chen with intense resentment, and then passed away. Boom! The massive body of the Zombie King General crashed heavily onto the cold ground, raising countless dust. Even in death, the Zombie King General boss's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, seemingly cursing him to have children without buttocks. Damn it. I'm an elite boss, have some dignity. And you want to shoot me again. You're more heartless than arsenic. At that moment, a horse system prompt sounded in Lin Chan's ear, ding. Congratulations on clearing the hidden instance, General's Tomb. This instance is now officially open to players in Newbie Village No. 4. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a global system announcement opportunity. Would the player like to reveal their nickname? Ding. Congratulations to the player for their first completion of the instance, General's Tomb, and for receiving the first victory reward A-grade ghost items, Ghost Giant Sword. A-grade ghost items, Evil Ghost Armor. Several consecutive system prompts made Lin Chen grin from ear to ear. Hidden nickname. Lin Chen chose to hide his nickname directly. Loki is his nature, and fortune favors the quiet ones. Ding. At that moment, in the sky of the apocalyptic virtual game, a deafening voice resounded, causing a stir among all players. Ding. Congratulations to player *** for discovering and clearing the hidden instance, General's Tomb in Newbie Village No. 4. This instance is now officially open to players in Newbie Village No. 4. Players can enter alone or in a team, and will receive generous rewards upon completion. Congratulations to the player for receiving the world reward, Ghost Extermination Reputation, 100 points. S-grade ghost item, Demon Sealing Sword. Ghost Treasure, Innate Sword Embryo. Ding. Congratulations to player *** for discovering and clearing the hidden instance, General's Tomb in Newbie Village No. 4. This instance is now officially open to players in Newbie Village No. 4. 3 consecutive thunderous voices echoed in the void of the entire game, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Envy, admiration, shock, and various complex emotions surged in the hearts of the players, and the world chat channel erupted. I am the booming sheep, holy cow. Who's that big shot again, rewarding an S-grade ghost item? This is amazing. The bootlicker must die. What's an S-grade ghost item? The most precious thing is the ghost treasure. This kid is making a fortune. Yen Wang, brother. If you see this, please message me. I am the leader of the Yen Wang Temple Guild, and I welcome you to join my guild. I can give you the position of Hall Master with a monthly salary of 100,000, as long as you give me the rewards for this time. Dame, wow. Surprised rich player, the top player on the leaderboard, 6666. This kid is really lucky, reaching the top in one step. Shui Beixiangxia, just a wealthy second generation. What's so arrogant about you? Brother, give me the reward for this, and I'll transfer 200,000 to you immediately. Emperor, 250,000. Miyamoto Musashi, 260,000. I curse your sister every day, damn. This kid really struck it rich. This game is so easy to make money, selling equipment for tens of thousands. All these players are fools. 18cm man, it's just a game, really a bunch of spendthrifts, no hope. The chat channel exploded with a group of top players on the leaderboard, all looking for Lin Chen, wanting to spend money to buy Lin Chen's system rewards. If it were the previous life, Lin Chen would definitely sell without a second thought. With tens of thousands, he could make a down payment for a house in a third or fourth tier city in the real world. Lin Chen would definitely sell, but in this life, even if they offered $1 billion, Lin Chen wouldn't sell. After the strange online game and reality merged, money, even a hard and tough steamed bun is better. So they are destined to be disappointed, and Lin Chen doesn't even know about this. At this moment, Lin Chen is happily picking up the ghost crystals on the ground. These are all the ghost crystals of the Zombie King General's summon ghost soldiers, about 100 in total, all collected in the system's backpack. Then Lin Chen picked up the fist-sized ghost crystals dropped by the boss, and the boss didn't drop anything else, but it seemed like the system gave its heavy sword and armor as special rewards to himself. When Lin Chen finished picking up the Zombie King General's ghost crystals, the system's prompt sounded in his ear, ding. You have passed the instance, and you will now be teleported out of the instance. Shwa! Before Lin Chen could react, he suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and in an instant, Lin Chen's figure had appeared on the flat ground outside the instance. At this time, the entrance to the General's Tomb had turned into a spiral light, with several large characters written on it, General's Nest Instance. This means that everyone can enter this instance, but Lin Chen feels that besides himself, no one else can solo this instance. The final elite boss of the Zombie King General is heavily armored and difficult to break through, and even if it's a team, the elite boss of the Zombie King General still has the skill to summon ghost soldiers and a single powerful giant sword slash, which is really abnormal. But someone is even more abnormal than the elite boss of the Zombie King General, soloing the instance, which means that Lin Chen is the abnormal one. Lin Chen glanced at the time, it was already late, past 9 o'clock in the evening. Wow. I'm done, I need to log off quickly and have dinner, otherwise my body will be drained. Lin Chen cursed to himself and quickly logged off. In the real world, inside the rental room, Gulu Gulu Gigi, Lin Chen took off his game helmet and his stomach started making chicken noises. It seems he was very hungry, and Lin Chen also felt a wave of weakness, really hungry. Lin Chen got out of bed, drank a large glass of water, put on his clothes, and went to a restaurant. He ordered a beef stew with radish, fried one-night stand fish sauce, shredded pork with green peppers, and a black-bone chicken soup. He considered himself a wealthy person and couldn't let his body suffer. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Lin Chen, who was already starving, immediately started wolfing down the food. At the neighboring table in the restaurant, several young people in their 20s were excitedly discussing, Hey, I heard someone bid 300,000 in the game to buy in-game items. Is this true? It's true. It's the guy who stepped on dog poop in the system announcement today. Damn, this kid is really lucky. If it were me, I'd sell it right away and buy a luxury car, and lots of girls would be into me. Wow, this game is really something. If we get a top-notch item, we could become millionaires in minutes. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why this game is so popular. It can make money. Now the game helmets are being sold for 60,000 each. It's outrageous. Let's eat quickly and level up in the game. I'm at level 4. What about you guys? I'm also at level 4, about to reach level 5, hee. Lin Chen overheard the conversation at the next table, and his mouth twitched slightly. Are you guys talking about the guy who stepped on dog poop as if it's me? Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer, ignoring them, and continued eating. After finishing the meal, he went straight back to his rental room, took a shower, and it was already 11 o'clock. Lin Chen lay down and went to sleep. The night passed quietly, and Lin Chen got up early to finish breakfast. He couldn't wait to put on the game helmet and enter the game. He hadn't checked the rewards from yesterday yet, and he was eager to see them. In the game, Lin Chen's figure quietly appeared not far from the entrance of the dungeon, which was crowded with players who wanted to enter and challenge the dungeon. However, Lin Chen just smiled and thought that with the current strength of the players, going in would be seeking death. Lin Chen ignored them and checked the rewards in the system backpack. For items, a giant sword, armor, ghostly sword, and the most precious ghost treasure. First, there was the giant sword, which was bronze in color, 2 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick, extremely heavy, and ordinary people couldn't even lift it, let alone swing it. Lin Chen used the ability of the reincarnation ghost eye to obtain its information. Name, Ghost Giant Sword, type, A-level ghost item, effect, the bronze giant sword has astonishing destructive power and can unleash a terrifying giant sword slash, possessing the power to break rivers and mountains. Giant sword slash, infuse a large amount of ghost energy into the sword to unleash a terrifying slash attack on the enemy, causing massive damage. Ghost item information, the weapon of the Grand General, countless souls have perished under this sword. Nurtured by ghost energy, it has become a ghost item. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was a good sword, and it even came with the giant sword slash skill of the Zombie King Grand General boss. He had witnessed the terrifying power of this giant sword slash. It was definitely very fierce. Lin Chen continued to look down. The second item was a piece of armor. This was the first time Lin Chen had seen a ghost item of the armor type in this life. The armor was completely black, with a fierce ghost pattern on the chest, very domineering and handsome. Name, Evil Ghost Armor, type, A-level ghost item, effect, the Evil Ghost Armor has astonishing defensive power, it can protect the wearer from harm, and can release the skill, Evil Ghost Roar. Evil Ghost Roar, condense a ghostly shadow and emit a huge roar, causing damage to the enemy and causing the enemy to enter a state of mental confusion. Ghost information, the evil blacksmith melted human bones and iron blocks to create the evil armor, filled with resentment and ghostly energy, transforming into a ghostly creature. Lin Chen couldn't help but brighten up. This was not the armor worn by the Zombie King General, but this armor was much more handsome than the Zombie King General's, and it came with a control skill. Lin Chen was very satisfied and immediately put on the evil ghost armor. With black hair, clad in black armor, wielding the Thunder Ghost Gun, and paired with Lin Chen's deep eyes, he looked just like a protagonist from a novel. Many players were attracted by Lin Chen's handsome appearance and looked at him with admiration. Wow, what's up with this guy's equipment? It's so cool, so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. So stylish. Bro, are you selling this equipment? I'll pay $1,000, I want to show off too. It's obviously fake, you're silly. It definitely doesn't have any attributes, it's just for looks. I wonder where he bought it, I want to buy a set too. Players looked at Lin Chen's equipment and discussed it. Lin Chen glanced at them, then left without looking back, finding a place with no one around. Lin Chen arrived in a small grove and released the sword ghost to guard him. Then, Lin Chen focused on the remaining two important items, a sword and a glowing sword-shaped gemstone. They were the S-class ghost creature, Ghostly Sword, and the Ghost Treasure, Primordial Sword Embryo. Just hearing the names made Lin Chen excited. An S-class ghost creature. In the previous life, he wouldn't have dared to dream of it, but now, just a few days after the server opened, he obtained an S-class ghost creature, something the old Lin Chen wouldn't have believed. Lin Chen took out the ghostly sword from his backpack. Buzz. The ghostly sword emitted a sword hum, immediately attracting the sword ghost beside him. Although the sword ghost's face was shrouded in black mist and its expression couldn't be seen, Lin Chen knew it was definitely staring at the ghostly sword in his hand. The ghostly sword was black and white, both righteous and evil, with ghostly energy entwined, but also with a hint of agility. It was 1.6 meters long and about 4 fingers wide, a relatively slender and agile ghost sword. Lin Chen's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, trembled slightly, and information appeared in his mind. Name: Ghostly Sword, Type: S-class ghost creature, Effect: the ghostly sword, quick and agile, can make the user's sword speed faster and can release the skill, Ghostly Thrust. Ghostly Thrust: infuse ghostly energy into the sword, turning it into a spear, and thrust it towards the enemy at lightning speed, causing terrifying damage in an instant. Ghost information: once the sword of a female swordsman, trapped by love, after cutting her own throat, the sword was nurtured by ghostly energy, transforming into a ghost creature. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good ghost sword, capable of increasing the user's sword speed, which was truly rare. In a battle between experts, speed often determined the outcome, especially with an even more powerful skill. It was very good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the last remaining item, the one he was most looking forward to, the Ghost Treasure, Primordial Sword Embryo. Lin Chen held a piece of jade in the shape of an ancient sword, emitting a faint glow that was mesmerizing. In an instant, the information about the innate sword embryo appeared in Lin Chen's mind through his reincarnation ghost eyes. Name: Innate sword embryo, Ghost Treasure. Type: Special Ghost Treasure. Effect: can only be used by sword-wielding ghosts, can enhance the ghost's talent and abilities. The stronger the swordsmanship, the greater the effect. It can even undergo a transformation to become an innate ghost sword immortal. Ghost information: a mysterious and powerful treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in amazement when he saw this information, feeling as though the earth had almost warmed up. A look of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, "This is simply a ghost treasure tailored for sword-wielding ghosts." With this innate sword embryo ghost treasure, the talent of the sword-wielding ghost might even break through to the SS level. The strength will definitely increase significantly. Lin Chen couldn't help but think excitedly. "You're really lucky to have encountered someone as good and great as me," Lin Chen jokingly scolded the sword ghost standing by like a wooden figure, and handed the innate sword embryo ghost treasure to the sword ghost, saying, "Sword ghost, this is for you. After you consume it, you can undergo a transformation and gain a completely new life," Lin Chen said solemnly to the sword ghost. The sword ghost was the first ghost he had obtained from a ghost collecting task. Originally just a ghost with B-level talent, it seemed to have good luck. First, the red-clothed female ghost gave it a ghost embryo, which raised its talent to the S level, barely keeping up with his own pace. But since acquiring Little Lei Ming, the sword ghost's effectiveness seemed to be falling behind. In group battles, Little Lei Ming and the soul-eating crow ghost easily surpassed the sword ghost. In single combat, Little Lei Ming's judgment spear was definitely the strongest single target output. So now, the sword ghost could only deal with small fries, and its combat effectiveness was limited. But now, with this innate sword embryo ghost treasure, Lin Chen felt that the sword ghost would definitely undergo a tremendous change. This was Lin Chen's intuition. The sword ghost's eyes, covered by black energy, flashed with a strong desire as it stared at the innate sword embryo in Lin Chen's hand. It seemed as if every cell in its body was eager to consume the item. The sword ghost, with its eyes covered by black energy, quietly looked at Lin Chen, a hint of tenderness flashing in its eyes. It reached out its slender hand, took the innate sword embryo ghost treasure from Lin Chen, and swallowed it in one gulp. Gurgle. The sword ghost closed its eyes tightly, slowly feeling the changes in its body, while Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked on nervously, filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of pride. This was a ghost he had personally nurtured from a B-level talent ghost. Lin Chen had a deep affection for the sword ghost. Buzzing. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the sword ghost's body, emitting a clear and ethereal sword sound. Shwa shwa shwa. Fine sword energy emerged around the sword ghost, cutting the surrounding leaves into thin strips. Lin Chen quickly moved several meters away from the sword ghost, lest his own clothes be accidentally cut by his own ghost. As the sword energy grew stronger, the light on the sword ghost became brighter and brighter, the ghost energy boiled, the sword energy soared, and the sword ghost's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Just as Lin Chen stared at the glowing sword ghost, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear, ding dong. Congratulations to the player's contracted ghost. the Sword Ghost has devoured the innate Sword Embryo Ghost treasure and successfully obtained the innate Ghost Sword Immortal physique. Congratulations to the player's contracted ghost. The Sword Ghost has undergone a transformation and become an SS level qualified Ghost Sword Immortal. Ding dong! The attributes of your contracted Ghost Sword Immortal have changed. Please check it yourself, player. A series of system prompts completely dumbfounded Lin Chen, who stood in place with a bewildered expression, blurting out a colloquial phrase, "Holy crap, is this the rhythm of taking off?" Lin Chen said to himself in shock. Buzzing. At this moment, the white light on the Sword Ghost slowly dissipated, and the ghost energy and sword energy also dissipated in the air, revealing a figure slowly appearing in front of Lin Chen. This woman. A woman. When Lin Chen saw the appearance of the Sword Ghost at this moment, he was dumbfounded on the spot, standing with a bewildered expression, a hint of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Because the figure standing in front of Lin Chen at this moment was a female ghost. The female ghost was draped in a light white gown, with a black long skirt below, surrounded by a faint blue smoke, faintly, surrounded by sword energy, and ghost energy drifting, with cascading black hair flowing down to the waist, skin as white as snow, graceful and charming, a pair of phoenix eyes flashing with astonishing sword intent, cold and indifferent, making it impossible to look directly at her. Borrowing water to bloom into a wonder, water sinking into bone and jade into flesh. The Sword Ghost is actually a female ghost. This is so outrageous. Gurgle. Lin Chen looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, murmuring to himself. All along, he had always assumed that the Sword Ghost was a male ghost, which was a subconscious belief. However, the face of the Sword Ghost had always been shrouded in black energy, and she had never spoken, so it was indeed difficult to know her gender. It seemed that no one else had said that she was male, it was just his subconscious assumption. And Lin Chen had never expected that the appearance of the Sword Ghost would be so stunning. Although there was still a slight difference from his wife, the Sword Ghost exuded a charm that was like a fairy and a ghost, with a cold and aloof demeanor, completely different from the style of the Empress Ghost Queen, who was sweet and queenly. For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but be mesmerized by the Sword Ghost in front of him, standing dumbfounded. The Sword Ghost. No, she should be called the Ghost Sword Immortal. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Chen with her phoenix eyes, and seeing Lin Chen staring at her dumbfoundedly, a strange feeling of joy flashed through her heart, a very strange feeling, as if she really liked Lin Chen looking at her like this. The Ghost Sword Immortal didn't understand what this feeling was, but she didn't dislike it, and couldn't help but slightly open her thin lips and speak for the first time. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The voice of the Ghost Sword Immortal was very pleasant, a full-fledged mature woman's voice. Lin Chen couldn't help but awkwardly smile and said to the Ghost Sword Immortal, I was just too surprised. I always thought you were a man. Oh, so you can speak, I thought you were mute. Then Lin Chen looked at the Ghost Sword Immortal in surprise and said. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Chen and said lightly, I just didn't feel like talking before, but that doesn't mean I can't talk. Alright, if you like. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged, then used his left eye, the Reincarnation Ghost Eye, to access the information panel of the Ghost Sword Immortal. Name, Ghost Sword Immortal, Aptitude, SS, Type, Ghost Immortal, Level, 9, Contract, Equal Contract, Loyalty, 100, Abilities, Innate Ghost Sword Immortal Body, possessing this physique, the Ghost possesses extraordinary swordsmanship comprehension and greatly enhanced sword skills. Sword Control Immortal Art, the Ghost Sword Immortal can mentally control a sharp sword, striking from miles away. The higher the level, the greater the distance, speed, and attack power, related to the level of the Ghost Sword. Exterminate Immortal Sword Formation, the Ghost Sword Immortal's ultimate move, requiring the use of 4 Ghost Swords. The more and higher level the Ghost Swords, the more powerful the Exterminate Immortal Sword Formation, capable of destroying everything within it. Ghost Information, originally an exceptional B-grade ghost with outstanding swordsmanship, after being bathed in the essence of the innate Ghost Sword embryo, it transformed into the extremely rare Ghost Immortal, possessing immense potential. Description: a swordsman among ghosts, known as the Ghost Sword Immortal. With a single sword, he can reach 1,000 miles, heads will roll, and with 2 swords, he can control all sword techniques. Hiss. Lin Chen was shocked to see the current information panel of the Ghost Sword Immortal, and the surrounding air temperature dropped several degrees. Strong. Incredibly strong, abnormal. This is completely different from the previous Sword Ghost, truly deserving of the title of Ghost Sword Immortal. This kind of ghost. I've never heard of it in 2 lifetimes. I didn't expect there to be this type of ghost, truly eye-opening. Perhaps it existed in the previous life, but I didn't have the qualifications to know. Lin Chen speculated in amazement. After all, in the previous life, the highest aptitude of the ghosts he encountered was only A grade, with no S grade ghosts, let alone these more secretive ones. This world is still so mysterious. there are still many unknown things. One must maintain a sense of awe in their heart. Lin Chen silently admonished himself, then looked at the three major abilities of the Ghost Sword, each more abnormal than the last, and couldn't help but feel excited. The first passive ability, the innate Ghost Sword Immortal Body, increases comprehension and the power of sword techniques. The second is the legendary Sword Control Immortal Art. This is simply too cool. Does it mean that the Ghost Sword Immortal can fly with a sword, even carrying himself? How awesome is that? Lin Chen couldn't help but get excited. And then there's the last skill, the Ghost Sword Immortal's ultimate move, the Exterminate Immortal Sword Formation. The more and higher level the Ghost Swords, the greater the power. In the future, if he collects thousands or even tens of thousands of S-grade Ghost Swords, who could survive under the Ghost Sword Immortal's Exterminate Immortal Sword Formation? Even a true immortal would have to drink bitterness within the formation. Lin Chen was full of longing for the future. What are you thinking? So disgusting. The Ghost Sword Immortal, seeing Lin Chen's intoxicated appearance, couldn't help but frown and speak. Lin Chen came back to his senses, feeling a little embarrassed, then solemnly said to the Ghost Sword Immortal, I was thinking about you. Do you want to sign a soul contract with me? The Ghost Sword Immortal, hearing this, didn't hesitate at all, directly activating a soul formation, appearing in front of Lin Chen, and staring at him with sharp eyes, saying, sign. Although the tone of the Ghost Sword Immortal was somewhat aloof, Lin Chen could still sense a slight tremble in her voice, tinged with excitement. Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't expose her, immediately signing a soul contract with the Ghost Sword Immortal. Ding dong! The contract between the player and the Ghost Sword Immortal has been modified, and it has been changed to a master-servant soul contract. The player is the master, and the Ghost Sword Immortal is the servant. At this moment, the system's hoarse voice suddenly rang in Lin Chen's ear, causing his pupils to shrink in surprise as he looked at the Ghost Sword Immortal, unable to help but ask, why is it a master-servant soul contract? I mean an equal soul contract. He never expected that the Ghost Sword Immortal would sign a master-servant soul contract with him, which meant that she entrusted everything to him. If his soul were to perish, hers would also dissipate, leading to complete death. I like it. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Chen and casually said a sentence before falling silent, causing Lin Chen's mouth to twitch slightly as he looked at her in disbelief. However, he felt a slight touch in his heart, knowing that the Ghost Sword Immortal truly trusted him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have signed a master-servant soul contract with him. However, her loyalty to him had already reached its maximum value before, and coupled with the great fortune he had bestowed upon her, her unwavering devotion was normal. These two Ghost Swords are for you. Lin Chen took out an A-grade Ghost Giant Sword and an S-grade Ghost Spirit Sword from the system's backpack and handed them to the Ghost Sword Immortal. Both the Sword Immortal Art and the Exorcism Sword Formation required swords, and the Exorcism Sword Formation required at least 4 ancient Ghost Swords. Currently, he only had the Ghost Slayer Sword, the Ghost Giant Sword, and the Ghost Spirit Sword, totaling 3 swords. He still needed one more Ghost Sword to use the Ghost Sword Immortal's most powerful Exorcism Sword Formation. Log off tonight and post on the official forum to buy a Ghost Sword. Any Ghost Sword above C grade will do. Lin Chen thought to himself. Seeing the 2 Ghost Swords handed to her by Lin Chen, the Ghost Sword Immortal's eyes lit up, and she reached out her pure and jade-like hand to take the 2 swords, a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. Her affection for the swords had not changed. Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Then, Lin Chen took out the ghost crystals obtained in the instance, around 100 level 6 ghost crystals, and a ghost crystal from the elite boss, the Zombie King General. Currently, both his ghost creatures and his level had reached level 9, and his wife, the Empress of the Ghosts, had even reached level 10. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to level up first, stabilizing his position at the top of the rankings. In 2 more days, he would have been at the top for a week and would be able to receive a mysterious reward. Lin Chen directly consumed the ghost crystal of the Zombie King General. Ding dong. Congratulations, your level has increased, reaching level 10. Ding dong. As you are the first player to reach level 10, a hidden mission has been triggered, the Hidden Ghost King. Please go to the village chief in the beginner's village to receive this mission. Completing the mission will grant you generous rewards. A series of system prompts left Lin Chen somewhat dumbfounded. I actually triggered a hidden mission, and such a good show. A brilliant smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Freeloading a hidden mission was simply too enjoyable. Lin Chen then glanced at the system's backpack and found that there was almost nothing left. However, in a corner, there was still a piece of tattered parchment. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. This seemed to be the first privilege he had obtained upon entering the game, a sheepskin parchment gifted by the system. It had been so long that Lin Chen had almost forgotten about it. Lin Chen took out this piece of parchment and accessed its information panel. Name: tattered parchment, effect, ignite it, and it will take you to a place where a powerful ghost resides. But you must be careful, as there is a powerful ghost there, so be sure not to get eaten. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. A powerful ghost. How strong could it be? Just as Lin Chen was about to ignite it, he heard urgent voices from nearby. Hurry to the mountain rock slope. The Yanwang Palace Guild is going to fight the one-eyed giant boss again. Let's go. Let's go see the excitement. Last time, members of the Yanwang Palace Guild were sent back to the newbie village by this boss. It's really satisfying. Yeah. I wonder if they will suffer the same fate again and be wiped out. Oof. I heard that this time, the Yanwang Palace Guild is mobilizing hundreds of people, and even the guild leader Yan Wang himself is personally leading the charge. I heard he has a high-level ghost item. This time, the Yanwang Palace Guild is well prepared, and they will definitely defeat the boss. Wow. This is going to be interesting. Let's go see the excitement. Even if we can't participate, we might still benefit. The boss is sure to drop a ghost item. Don't think too much. The Yanwang Palace Guild is really overbearing, actually bullying us solo players. If you provoke them, you'll definitely be killed and forced to quit the game. As the group of players walked and chatted, Lin Chen in the small forest felt a slight stir in his heart. The one-eyed giant boss. Is it the one I saw on the forum last time? Interesting. I love bosses the most. Lin Chen's mouth curled slightly, revealing a look of interest. And it just so happens to see if this Yanwang is the Yanwang from the previous life. If so, that would be interesting. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face, then put away the parchment and followed the others, heading towards the direction of the boss. As Lin Chen walked along the road, he casually opened the world rankings, the Ghost Aptitude rankings, NO1, SSS level Ghost Emperor, Contractor, hidden nickname. NO2, SS level Ghost Sword Immortal, Contractor, hidden nickname. NO3, SS level Thunder Abyss Ghost Lord, Contractor, hidden nickname. NO4, S level Soul Eating Crow Ghost, Contractor, hidden nickname. NO5, S level Tengu Ghost, Contractor, Miyamoto Musashi. NO6, S level Evil Bone Ghost Dragon, Contractor, Indian Azura. NO7, S level Taoist Ghost, Contractor, Emperor. NO8, S level Green Giant Ghost, Contractor, American Emperor. NO9, S level Oxhead Ghost, Contractor, Yanwang. Ghost Item Rankings, NO1, S level Ghost Spirit Sword, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO2, A level Thunder Ghost Gun, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO3, A level Thunder Ghost Bead, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO4, A level Ghost Giant Sword, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO5, A level Evil Ghost Armor, Holder. Hidden Nickname, NO6, A level Town Ceiling Ghost Talisman, Holder. Yanwang. In the level rankings, Lin Chen was far ahead at level 10, with the next highest at level 7. In the aptitude rankings, he had 4 ghosts, sweeping the top 4 spots. In the ghost item rankings, he held the top 5 spots, truly dominating the rankings. But other players did not believe this was the same person, because it was too terrifying and abnormal. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curled up, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, when the apocalyptic virtual reality game merges with reality, I will become an invincible presence. Li Shuai. Just you wait for me. Cherish your final moments. Beginner Village No. 4, Mountain Rock Slope. As the name suggests, this place was full of mountain rocks and slopes. At the entrance of a huge cave, a large number of players had gathered, numbering no less than 500. These players were all members of the Yanwang Palace Guild. In the distance, the surrounding slopes were also crowded with players, some there to watch the excitement, while others had other ideas in mind. At this moment, in front of the huge cave, stood a man who was about 1.8 meters tall, muscular, and clearly well built. His sharp eyes looked fierce, and he was none other than the guild leader of the Yanwang Palace, Yanwang. He was the 5th-ranked player on the server's level leaderboard and the contractor of the Bullhead Ghost on the Monster Qualification leaderboard. He was definitely a high-end player in the game, which was, of course, related to his financial ability. Guild leader. Everything is ready. Should we summon the Cyclops giant boss now? Beside Yanwang, a bald man respectfully asked. Yanwang glanced at the densely packed players nearby and said indifferently to the bald man, tell them, if anyone dares to break the rules and try to take advantage, our Yanwang Palace Guild will spare no effort to drive them out of the game. Yanwang was determined to obtain the Cyclops giant boss for several reasons, to restore his reputation after being wiped out by a group last time, to level up with the ghost crystals dropped by the boss, and to acquire the ghost items dropped by the boss to enhance his own strength. It was a win-win situation for him. With a large number of casual players around, it would be very troublesome if they all rushed to the boss when it was almost defeated. It was necessary to warn these pests. He was certain that many of them had come with the intention of taking advantage. Yes, guild leader. The bald man nodded to Yen Wang and then walked to the back of the team. A hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes as he loudly shouted to the surrounding casual players, "Listen to me. The Yen Wang Palace Guild has already reserved the Cyclops giant boss. This boss will die tonight. If any of you dare to snatch the boss and cause trouble," our guild leader Yen Wang said, "we will spare no effort to drive you out of the game." After saying this, the bald man turned and left, seemingly not taking these casual players seriously. The surrounding casual players were angry upon hearing this, but their voices were not loud. It was clear that they were just venting, as they wouldn't dare to provoke the Yen Wang Palace Guild. More players were just there to join in the fun. In the hearts of the crowd, this was just a game, and there was no need to make a fuss. And what people did not see was that a person wearing black armor quietly came here, a pair of pitch black eyes calmly looking at the King of Hell in front of the huge cave, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, showing a strange smile, murmuring to himself, "What a coincidence. So it's really you, King of Hell." Yes, this King of Hell is the powerful one from the previous life, who ruled a large gathering place. In the real world, he was a prince of the underworld, ruthless and extremely ambitious, unable to tolerate anyone stronger than him. Lin Chen speculated that he wanted to kill this boss to quickly upgrade the boss's ghost crystal, wanting to surpass himself. Although in the previous life he had no power and could only be submissive. But this life, a sharp and determined light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, slowly saying, "I want to be unrivaled. No one can stop my footsteps, even if you are the real King of Hell." At this time, all the members of the King of Hell's guild had summoned their own ghosts. In an instant, all kinds of strange ghosts appeared in front of the huge cave, including skeleton ghosts with big machetes, Koen-ji ghosts holding basketballs, hanging ghosts, three-headed ghosts, and so on. These strange ghosts all had qualifications above D level, and there were also more than 10 with C level qualifications, with levels around 4 to 5, and the lineup was indeed impressive. But the most eye-catching were the two ghosts on the King of Hell's body. One was 2.5 meters tall, with a human body and a bull's head, strong muscles, holding a black axe emitting ghostly energy, likely a ghostly object. This was the bull-headed ghost on the ghost qualification ranking list, and its qualification had reached S level, previously A level, possibly having some opportunity to advance to S level. The other ghost had an evil appearance, with a human head and a snake body, long arms with sharp claws, like a snake demon. This was also the King of Hell's contracted ghost, the A-level qualified ghost, Snake Demon Ghost. Both ghosts had reached level 6. Damn! This is the S-level qualified bull-headed ghost on the qualification ranking list, right? Yes. And the King of Hell also has a second ghost, also a Snake Demon Ghost on the ranking list. It's fun to play games with money, you can buy whatever you want. The ghosts of the members of the King of Hell's guild are all top-notch. These hundreds of people are all elites, with high levels. It seems that the King of Hell's guild is determined to get this boss, no wonder they warned us. This is going to be interesting. Hopefully they'll be sent back to the newbie village by the boss again. You're thinking too much. This time they are determined to get it. Let's wait and see. The scattered players around saw the ghosts summoned by the King of Hell and immediately exclaimed in envy and jealousy. At this time, a determined light flashed in the King of Hell's eyes as he said to his subordinates, "Go. Lure the boss out." Yes, guild leader. His subordinates immediately led their ghosts into the huge cave. In a short while, a furious roar suddenly came from the cave, and the subordinate who went in to lure the boss out was scared and ran out, and in the cave, a huge one-eyed giant boss came out with a huge wolf's tooth club, holding a ghost, the ghost of the King of Hell's guild member who went in to lure the boss out. Roar! The one-eyed giant let out a huge roar, and a powerful wave of air swept through the members of the Yen Wang Palace Guild, causing a strong wind and a foul odor. The one-eyed giant then directly put the ghost it was holding in its hand into its mouth and swallowed it, causing its mouth to be filled with dark blood, which was terrifying. Lin Chen, who was hidden among the players, immediately obtained the information panel of this one-eyed giant through the Samsara Ghost Eye. Name: One-eyed Giant Elite Boss. Aptitude: B. Type: Physical. Level: 8. Abilities: Giant Strength. The one-eyed giant possesses immense strength. Wolf Fang Club Strike: the one-eyed giant uses a huge wolf fang club to fiercely strike the ground, causing nearby enemies to suffer shock damage and a chance of being stunned. Ghost information: the one-eyed giant clan, lingering with resentment after death, brews ghostly energy and transforms into a powerful one-eyed giant elite boss, cruel by nature, cannibalistic, and possessing extremely terrifying power. Weakness: eyes. Description: here it comes. Can you withstand the love of the Wolf Fang Club? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This one-eyed giant turned out to be an elite boss with high aptitude and a group attack and control skill, which explained why the members of the Yanwang Palace Guild had been wiped out earlier. Let's see if the Yanwang Palace has any trump cards this time. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. At this moment, the battle was about to begin. All members, attack. Death once, reimbursed with 500 yuan. Kill. Yanwang drew his long sword from his waist and roared at all the guild members. Kill. The members of the Yanwang Palace Guild were suddenly filled with energy, and they launched attacks with their ghosts at the one-eyed giant boss. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of ghosts rushed forward and attacked the one-eyed giant boss. Roar. The one-eyed giant boss, wielding a huge wolf fawn club, let out a huge roar and with one swing of the club, killed more than a dozen ghosts. These ghosts were directly smashed into pieces, and the black blood splattered all over the ground, creating a very bloody scene. Roar! The one-eyed giant boss was extremely excited, continuously swinging the wolf fawn club and sweeping through the ghosts of the Yanwang Palace. Each strike of the club took the lives of several ghosts, as if they were as fragile as cow dung. However, many ghosts had already climbed onto the body of the one-eyed giant boss, biting and clawing, causing considerable damage to the one-eyed giant boss. The most terrifying thing was that the ox-headed ghost of Yanwang launched a surprise attack, giving the one-eyed giant boss a blow to the waist, causing the one-eyed giant boss to scream in pain and anger. Roar! The one-eyed giant boss roared in anger and fiercely swung the wolf fawn club at the ox-headed ghost, which quickly dodged. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a huge pit, with flying debris, and the ox-headed ghost was also injured by the stones, leaving a trail of blood on its abdomen. Protect my ox-headed ghost. Yanwang saw this scene and was shocked. He immediately shouted to everyone, quick, quick, protect the guild leader's ghosts. We can die, but the guild leader must not die. Kill him. The crowd quickly shouted, sending their ghosts to stop the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Boom, boom, boom. Although these ghosts were of low level, their large numbers still caused significant hindrance to the one-eyed giant ghost boss. The boss sustained more and more injuries, revealing a dark and foul-smelling blood. Roar! The one-eyed giant ghost boss roared, exuding a terrifying ghostly aura. The inky black aura suddenly wrapped around the huge wolf-toothed club, with several shadows resembling Kaido. Quick, get out of the way. The boss is about to unleash a big move. Yanwang saw this and shouted loudly at everyone. The ox-headed ghost reacted the fastest and immediately retreated, but it was too late for the other ghosts. The one-eyed giant ghost boss tightly gripped the wolf-toothed club, emitting a strong ghostly aura, and fiercely smashed it towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly cracked open, a powerful force surged through the ground, instantly shocking all nearby ghosts as if it were an earthquake. Ah, woo. Within this shockwave, the ghosts let out a miserable cry and were instantly killed, falling to the ground one after another. Not a single ghost remained standing near the one-eyed giant ghost boss, they were all killed. It was terrifying. It shocked everyone. Half of the ghosts from the Yanwang Guild were instantly killed. This was a devastating loss for the guild, as once a ghost dies, it cannot be revived, and they would need to make new contracts with ghosts. Damn! This boss is so fierce. With just one move, it killed over 100 ghosts from the Yanwang Guild. Amazing! Haha, so satisfying. Boss, keep it up and destroy the Yanwang Guild. This boss's skills are too terrifying. And it's even an area of effect skill, it's simply outrageous. Otherwise, how could it be called a boss? The Yanwang Guild might be in trouble again this time, haha, hee. Brother, you're thinking too much. I received a message that Yanwang has a powerful ghost item to challenge the boss. Just wait and see, it's about to be brought out. There's still a trump card. Then I have to see what it is. The surrounding players looked on in astonishment at the powerful strike of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, excitedly discussing it. This battle was like a blockbuster movie, incredibly thrilling to watch. Lin Chen had a faint smile on his face and muttered to himself, it's almost my turn to take the stage. On the battlefield, Yanwang glared angrily at the one-eyed giant ghost boss, full of murderous intent. This guy had killed nearly half of the guild's ghosts, causing a devastating loss. He deserved to die. I was planning to save a chance. Damn it! Wasting my time over and over again. Yanwang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, then took out a talisman from the system backpack, which emitted a yellow light. Yanwang immediately threw the talisman at the one-eyed giant ghost boss. Buzz! The yellow talisman stuck directly to the body of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, shining with a dazzling yellow light. The giant ghost boss's body instantly became motionless, and its strong and hard muscles seemed to become soft and dull, losing their luster. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the giant ghost boss, not understanding what had happened to its body. Attack it! The boss has been immobilized, and its defense has been reduced. Kill it for me, Yen Wang shouted loudly at the crowd. Minotaur Ghost. Snake Spirit Ghost, kill it. The morale of the Yen Wang Palace members, who were originally low, immediately soared as if they had been injected with stimulants. They shouted, charge. Kill this one-eyed ghost. Damn. You're not so tough, huh? I'll just kill you directly. The guild leader is so powerful, even such a strong ghost creature is nothing. This boss. We, the Yen Wang Palace Guild, have taken it down. Witness the rise of our guild. Yen Wang Palace is the strongest. Yen Wang Palace is the #1 guild in the world. This game is about to be dominated by our Yen Wang Palace. We are the world's #1. The remaining ghosts of the Yen Wang Palace Guild swarmed up and launched an attack on the one-eyed giant ghost boss. The Minotaur Ghost, wielding a large axe, inflicted the highest damage. Roar! The Minotaur Ghost roared, its bull-like eyes red, and it fiercely struck the body of the one-eyed giant ghost boss with its ghostly axe. Splatter! Instantly, black blood splattered like flowing water, sprinkling the ground. The one-eyed giant ghost boss was seriously injured, and the other players' ghosts also caused a lot of damage to it. The one-eyed giant ghost boss was almost done for, a hint of unwillingness flashing in its huge eye. It never expected to die at the hands of a group of ants. This was simply an insult. Yen Wang and the members of the Yen Wang Palace Guild showed a brilliant smile on their faces, finally defeating this boss. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the crowd, and a flash of sword light suddenly appeared in their eyes. Roar! Then, the one-eyed giant ghost boss suddenly let out a deafening scream. A sharp sword, like a flowing light, pierced through the one-eyed giant ghost boss's eye, emerging from the back of its head. The one-eyed giant ghost boss trembled all over, then fell heavily into a pool of blood, causing a loud boom, raising countless dust and rubble. All of this happened so suddenly that the crowd had not had time to react. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in the sky above this area. Ding! Congratulations to player *** for killing the elite one-eyed giant ghost boss and obtaining the reward. Ghost Extermination Reputation * 100 points, A-grade ghost creature, Ghost Eye. This sound is not a world announcement, it's just a regional announcement, only players near this area can hear it. Everyone present at the moment widened their eyes, showing a hint of shock. The only thought in their minds was, damn, someone is stealing the boss. The angriest person on the scene was undoubtedly the King of Hell. At this moment, the King of Hell's eyes were bloodshot, like an enraged lion, filled with astonishing killing intent. He turned around and let out a furious roar. Who the hell dares to steal my King of Hell's palace boss? The King of Hell's eyes were like red lanterns, glaring at the scattered players around, then immediately shouted loudly to the guild members, surround these people, no one is allowed to leave today without handing over the system rewards. Immediately call all the guild members over, I want to see who the hell is so bold as to steal my things. Yes. Guild leader. The members of the King of Hell's Palace Guild were also very angry, immediately ordering the ghosts to surround the nearby players, knowing that the person who stole the boss must be among them. The scattered players were a little panicked, letting out cries of surprise. No need to look. It was me who killed it. At this moment, a man in black demon armor walked out from the crowd, his face obscured due to privacy settings. A stunning woman accompanied him, a ghost sword emitting a faint light floating quietly by her side, like a spirit. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he and the ghost sword fairy slowly walked towards the corpse of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, paying no attention to the surrounding members of the King of Hell's Palace Guild, as if it were his own backyard. The scattered players around looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, saying one after another, it's over. This kid really doesn't know his place, daring to steal the King of Hell's Palace boss. The posture of stealing the boss is cool, but the posture of being chased and running away in the future is truly embarrassing. Ha ha. Serves him right, he must be some ignorant fool trying to show off. No brains. This kid is finished. Damn. This kid is lucky, that female ghost by his side is so damn beautiful. I noticed it earlier. I really want to lick her. Damn. Are you a dog? Just seeing her makes you want to lick. You wait for me to finish licking first. The scattered players around Lin Chen showed a mocking smile, seeing the stunning appearance of the ghost sword fairy. Xiao Kunkan directly showed his respect on the spot, as a sign of respect. On the battlefield, the King of Hell's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, as if he wanted to devour him, speaking in a low voice, who are you? Who gave you the courage? How dare you steal my boss? The ghosts of the King of Hell's Palace Guild members also surrounded Lin Chen, who smiled faintly, looking at the King of Hell as if he were looking at a fool, and said lightly, is this boss yours? In the game, all players have the right to kill monsters. What do you mean by stealing your boss? The King of Hell narrowed his eyes, flashing with astonishing killing intent, staring at Lin Chen and said, kid, you've got guts, but having guts is based on absolute strength. Without strength, you're just a fool. Kill him and make the system rewards drop. As the King of Hell's words filled with killing intent fell, the surrounding members of the King of Hell's Palace Guild immediately issued attack commands to their ghosts. Go. Shit-eating ghost, attack with feces. Go, bear ghost. Smash his head. The snake-headed fish ghost. Kill him for me. The crowd roared madly. This guy had stolen their boss. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths, to be cut into pieces, not worth pity. Awoo. Roar. The surrounding ghosts and monsters charged towards Lin Chen and the ghost sword immortal, vowing to tear them apart. Overestimating yourselves. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he said lightly, silly duck. Come out and do some work. Destroy them. Buzz. As Lin Chen spoke, a black light flashed and a huge black crow appeared by his side. It was the soul-eating crow ghost. Gaga. The soul-eating crow ghost had just appeared, looking a bit confused, tilting its head to look at Lin Chen. But seeing the continuous influx of ghosts around, its eyes suddenly widened, instantly becoming clear-headed. Quack quack. The soul-eating crow ghost took a deep breath, emitting a terrifying cry from its mouth, and a mysterious and powerful force surged towards the surrounding ghosts. Buzz buzz buzz. This powerful force instantly swept away the charging ghosts, and the surrounding ghosts felt as if their souls were being crushed by a mysterious force. Crack crack. Their souls shattered and dissipated into the air. Bang bang bang. The ghosts, still in their running posture, foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolled back, and they fell to the cold ground. In an instant, the remaining 200 or so members of the Yanwang Hall Guild were all killed by a single quack from the soul-eating crow ghost. The scene fell silent, not a sound could be heard. Everyone seemed to be choked by the ghosts, their eyes wide open in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Hiss. The sound of inhaling air was particularly clear in the silent mountain rocks. Damn! What's going on? With just one crow's call, why are all the ghosts of the Yanwang Hall Guild lying on the ground? Is this cheating? What kind of ghost is this, so powerful? This guy is really something, no wonder he dared to steal the boss of the Yanwang Hall Guild. It's over. The Yanwang Hall Guild has met its match, a hidden expert. Serves them right. It's so satisfying. Did they really think they could dominate in the 4th newbie village? This scene caused quite a stir among the surrounding solo players, all engaged in intense discussions. Meanwhile, the members of the Yanwang Hall were completely dumbfounded. Yanwang's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself, "It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible." He couldn't believe that such a monstrous ghost existed, killing over 200 ghosts with a single move. Was this scientific? Was this reasonable? Yanwang's eyes were filled with deep shock, but he was also a well-traveled person. He took a deep breath, his face dark and uncertain as he looked at Lin Chen again, then spoke, "Brother, we have no grudges. How about this? I'll give you 500,000. You sell me this ghost and the rewards from this system event. And I'm offering you the position of the vice president of the Yanwang Palace Guild. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place erupted into a commotion once again. 500,000. This was 500,000 real-world money. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he thought to himself, he truly is a big shot from his past life. He really does have a deep understanding of human nature. To be able to endure this, and even attempt to bribe me. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to resist the temptation of 500,000. Unfortunately, you've met me. In that case, I'm sorry. A slight smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he looked at Yanwang and said calmly, "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in money." Then, with the ghost sword fairy, he slowly walked towards the direction of the boss. A look of astonishing killing intent flashed in Yanwang's eyes, and he immediately shouted loudly at his ghostly bull-headed creature, "Bull-headed ghost, kill him for me." Since negotiation was not possible and he couldn't obtain what he wanted, he decided to destroy instead. Roar! The bull-headed ghost roared, its eyes turning red as a large amount of ghostly energy surged around its dark axe, preparing to unleash its ultimate move. Before the bull-headed ghost could release its skill, a sudden sound of breaking air rang out. A flash of sword light swept through, sending chills through the air, and a cold wind whistled. Puff! A blood hole appeared in the bull-headed ghost's forehead, black blood splattering everywhere. The bull-headed ghost still had a look of deep fear in its eyes. Pong lang! The axe in its hand dropped to the ground, and its massive body fell onto the cold ground, dead. An S-rank ghost, ranked 5th in the list of talented ghosts, the bull-headed ghost that once dominated the previous world, died under the ghost sword fairy's swordsmanship within a week of the game's launch. Buzz! The ghostly sword emitted a sharp sound as it returned to the side of the ghost sword fairy. The combination of the ghostly sword's extreme speed and the ghost sword fairy's swordsmanship was simply perfect, faster than a bullet. Before the bull-headed ghost and the others could react, the bull-headed ghost was already dead. Bull-headed ghost. Yanwan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he let out a furious roar. The S-rank talented ghost that he had contracted at a great cost had actually died at this moment. This made Yanwan feel unable to accept this reality. Ah, you damn it, you really should die. I will definitely kill you, and I will find you in the real world and feed you to the dogs. Yanwan, like a mad dog, viciously roared at Lin Chen, "You're making too much noise." A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he said calmly. The killing intent flashed in the ghost sword fairy's dark eyes, and the ghostly sword floating around him directly pierced through Yanwan's throat, blood gushing out like a fountain. Yanwan tightly covered his throat, unable to say a word, and with a resentful look, he was sent back to the newbie village. Lin Chen didn't even spare a glance at Yanwan, and went straight to the boss, the one-eyed giant ghost. He collected its ghost crystal, the dropped wolf-toothed club ghostly item, and the yellow talisman stuck to the giant ghost's body, all into his system backpack. As he passed by the bull-headed ghost's body, he casually picked up the ex-ghostly item in its hand, as if plucking feathers from a goose, and then left in a carefree manner. All the members of the Yanwang Temple Guild present dared not breathe, and watched Lin Chen leave like this. After Lin Chen left, the surrounding solo players suddenly erupted in excitement and fervor. Damn! This is a ruthless person. Few words, no chance for Yanwan to blabber, just cut the throat, like killing a chicken. So cool. That female ghost by his side is so cool, I feel like I'm falling in love with a ghost. Get lost. That's my wife, go flirt somewhere else, don't look for my wife. Bullshit. When was she your wife? She's my wife. Yanwang is going to be furious this time, ha, he. Boss got stolen, all the guild members' ghosts got wiped out, even their S-rank talent, the new head ghost, got killed. Really lost big time. What a huge loss. This grudge won't end until death. Newbie village no. For is going to be lively from now on. Many of the surrounding solo players were gloating, and the Yanwang Temple Guild was definitely severely damaged this time, even losing half of their strength. It will definitely take some time for them to rebuild. At the resurrection stone in the newbie village, Yanwang's eyes were bloodshot, like an evil spirit, and he let out an angry roar, "Damn it. They all deserve to die. I will definitely kill you." This provoked the surrounding players to point and curse like mad dogs. Lin Chen didn't know that Yanwang had already put him on the hit list, and even if he did, he didn't care. In this life, he was no longer afraid of anyone. Walking on the road, Lin Chen took out the spoils he had obtained this time: Ghost Eye, Boss Ghost Crystal, Wolf Fang Club, Big Axe, and a yellow talisman, a total of 5 items. The first was the A-rank ghost item, Ghost Eye, awarded by the system. Name, Ghost Eye, type, A-rank ghost item, effect, allows the user to have night vision, greatly increases vision and visual acuity, can see things several kilometers away, and can activate the ability, Dynamic Vision by condensing ghost energy. Dynamic Vision slows down the speed of objects in the field of vision, possessing powerful dynamic vision. Maintaining this state requires consuming ghost energy. Ghost item information, the eye of a cyclops, possessing powerful vision, nurtured by ghost energy, transformed into an even more powerful ghost item. Name, Town Ghost Talisman, type, A-rank ghost item, effect, can be attached to a ghost to immobilize it and reduce its defense. The stronger the ghost, the weaker the effect. Currently used, 1/3, ghost item information, a cursed talisman, nurtured by ghost energy and transformed into a ghost item, possessing powerful abilities. These 2 items are A-rank ghost items, and the remaining 2, the Wolf Fang Club and the Big Axe, are B-rank ghost items. Lin Chen was a bit unimpressed with them. If other players knew Lin Chen's thoughts, they would definitely spit on him. Damn it! Ordinary players would jump for joy with a D-rank ghost item, directly become a big shot with a C-rank ghost item, and beg for a B-rank ghost item as if it were their father. A B-rank ghost item can be sold for several thousand yuan, and it's also in short supply, showing the rarity of B-rank ghost items. But for Lin Chen, they were just low-value goods. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the Ghost Eye and the Town Ghost Talisman. They were both good things. Lin Chen picked up the round and smooth Ghost Eye, like a cat's eye, and was about to put it into his right eye, when his left eye, the Reincarnation Ghost Eye, suddenly emitted a black light, and directly swallowed the Ghost Eye. Damn. Spit it out for me. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he anxiously patted his left eye, trying to make the Reincarnation Ghost Eye spit it out. But this guy was like a rascal, showing no response at all. Damn it. My dynamic vision. This is just a low-grade version of the Sharingan. I've actually been eaten. I'm really having a bad day. Lin Chen's heart was bleeding, and he cried out in extreme pain. Just then, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind from the left eye's Reincarnation Ghost Eye, and his eyes lit up. At this moment, the attribute panel of the Reincarnation Ghost Eye had changed to the following: Name, Reincarnation Ghost Eye, Ghost, Aptitude, Type, Mysterious, Level, Infinity, Loyalty, 100, Soul Contract, Abilities, Reincarnation, can bring the contractor back in time. Usage, 1/1, Re-inquiry, can peek into the past of ghosts and obtain their information. Illusion, can manipulate enemies through powerful illusions. The greater the difference in strength between the enemy and the host, the weaker the effect. Reincarnation Fruit, the cycle of heaven, cause and effect, allows the enemy to directly reach the fruit and be devoured by the heavens. Usable times, 3, absorbing the power of reincarnation in cause and effect can replenish the usage times. Current number of ghost eyes that can be devoured, 2, 1. Devouring the Ghost Eye. Name, Ghost Eye, ability, possesses night vision, greatly increases vision and field of view, and automatically activates dynamic vision, requiring the consumption of ghost power. Description: this is a mysterious eye dropped by a ghost. It's still looking for you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, as the ability of the Ghost Eye had been directly absorbed by the Reincarnation Ghost Eye, giving it the ability of the Ghost Eye. What other hidden abilities does this Reincarnation Ghost Eye have? It's too mysterious. It can absorb soul power, and now it can even devour eye-type ghost eyes. What kind of existence are you? Lin Chen thought with some seriousness in his heart. The power of the Reincarnation Ghost Eye was so strong that it made Lin Chen somewhat shocked. Lin Chen shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. Anyway, the Reincarnation Ghost Eye had already made a soul contract with him, so at least he could be sure that it wouldn't harm him. Lin Chen raised his head and looked around. The left eye's Reincarnation Ghost Eye turned into a vertical pupil, instantly widening his field of vision, and he could even see spiders hundreds of meters away. Both his field of vision and vision had greatly improved, and a sly smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Yan Wang, you're really a good person. I hope you bring more ghost creatures next time, otherwise it's not fun. Lin Chen smiled faintly, knowing that Yan Wang would definitely cause trouble for him, but he was not worried at all. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. What good things would he bring to himself next time? He had already died once, and if he died 4 more times, he would never be able to log into the bizarre End of Days online game. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It seemed that he could only wait until tomorrow to find the ghost creature with the parchment. Lin Chen found a place and logged off. In the real world, Lin Chen took off his game helmet, put on his clothes, and went to eat. He still ordered 3 dishes and a soup, carrot stir-fry with meat, a portion of roast goose, a vegetable dish, and a stew. Lin Chen even ate 2 bowls of rice, and finally his stomach felt full. You're so beautiful. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen was slightly surprised, knowing that not many people had his phone number. Lin Chen answered the phone, and a respectful voice came from the other end. Master, I am Wang Defa. I have followed your instructions and collected a large batch of burial jade and antiques. When would you like to come and take them away? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction as he said lightly, not bad, not bad. I am very satisfied. Keep collecting. The more you collect, the stronger your future power will be. Immortality is no longer a dream. Wang Defa, upon hearing this, became extremely excited and fervently thanked. Thank you, Master, thank you, Master. I will definitely collect more antiques and burial jades for the Master. Lin Chen smiled, hung up the phone directly, and simultaneously laid out plans in both the real world and the game world. In just over a month, the 2 worlds would merge, and he would become the strongest player in Ghost Tamer, without equal. Oof, I'm getting excited. Lin Chen couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a slightly twisted smile. Returning to his rental room, Lin Chen was not sleepy. He couldn't help but turn on the computer, log into the game's official forum, and continue to post information about collecting high-level ghost items, ghost treasures, and ghost swords. As for why he stopped collecting ghost crystals, because his own and his ghost's levels were too high. The levels of the ghost crystals that ordinary players obtained were too low, and they were unnecessary, unable to meet the upgrade requirements, so Lin Chen simply stopped collecting them. Novice Village No. For 100,000 to buy ghost treasures, high-level ghost items, ghost swords, hidden tasks, etc. Lin Chen entered this eye-catching title. 100,000 yuan. Many people couldn't help but click to take a look. In a game, being able to earn 100,000 yuan was already very successful. Lin Chen left his game ID and then browsed through the information on other official forums, scrolling the mouse. He then saw another eye-catching title, Novice Village No. For sees a strong player, 1 person, 1 crow, 1 woman, annihilating the Yanwang Palace Guild. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Wasn't this talking about himself? He clicked in to take a look and indeed, it was himself. There was a video showing him snatching the Yenwang Palace Guild's boss and then using his soul-devouring crow's soul attack to wipe out all the guild's ghosts. The scene was indeed very shocking, making people somewhat unbelievable. Were these powerful ghosts really not being banned? The players below also discussed one after another. Damn, this is definitely cheating. I'd rather eat a pound of shit. What the hell is this? What kind of thing is this? One move to kill over 200 ghosts. Ha ha. Ridiculous. Obviously it's special effects. You fools, you've been fooled. You're the fool. It's real. I was there at the time. Many people saw it. Who is this strong player? This is a real pro. Low-key and mysterious, but ruthless and not talkative, a real man. Or maybe you guys didn't notice the female ghost next to him. She's so beautiful. Shoo, don't make noise. I'm already excited. Lin Chen saw these absurd comments, his lips twitched slightly in speechlessness, and he casually closed the forum and went to bed. A night of silence, Lin Chen got up early and went online. Returning to the game world, Lin Chen's figure appeared on the village road in the small forest. A beautiful figure appeared next to Lin Chen with a flash of black light, her belly slightly bulging. It was the Empress Yenji. Husband, I miss you so much. As soon as the Empress Yen appeared, she pounced towards Lin Chen, her majestic chest pressing against Lin Chen's, her eyes like autumn water, looking at Lin Chen as if to enchant him, her hands holding Lin Chen's neck, and she coquettishly said. Lin Chen, who was in a good mood early in the morning, was already aroused by this enchantress. Gurgle. Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his heart, holding the Empress Yan's slender waist, and smiling. Wife, I miss you too. Then he kissed Empress Yan on the forehead. A faint pink color appeared on Empress Yan's face, and she leaned against Lin Chen's ear with a charming expression, shyly saying, Husband, how about we? Gurgle. Lin Chen swallowed another mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, Wife, you are already pregnant. It's not a good idea to do that again, right? It's okay, husband. I am a ghost, not as fragile as a human. Empress Yan stuck out her tongue, licked her red lips, and tempted Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't resist at this moment, his whole body burning with desire, and he pulled Empress Yan into the small forest. Soon, a beautiful song and the sound of clapping hands could be heard from the forest, captivating and irresistible. Omitted 10,000 words. An hour later, Lin Chen walked out of the small forest with weak legs, and it took several ghost crystals to catch his breath. Only tired oxen, not ruined fields. The ancients did not deceive me. Lin Chen thought of Empress Yan's somewhat unsatisfied expression and couldn't help but sigh. He patted his cheeks, then took out the ghost crystal of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, and after some thought, gave it to the ghost sword immortal to consume. The soul-eating raven ghost had already reached nearly level 10 after devouring the soul of the one-eyed giant ghost boss, and the ghost sword immortal also successfully reached level 10 after consuming the ghost crystal. Just like Lin Chen and Empress Yan's level would also need to be raised in the future, increasing the demand for these ghost crystals. This made Lin Chen both pained and happy, but he had no choice but to find more bosses to kill or level up in places with high-level ghosts. But for now, let's go find the ghostly object made of parchment. Hopefully, it's a ghost sword, so that the ghost sword immortal's extermination sword formation can be activated. Lin Chen took out the parchment from the system's backpack and directly ignited it. The parchment instantly turned into a ghostly fire, hovering in the air for a while before flying off in a direction. Lin Chen quickly followed the ghostly fire in its direction. North of the village, in a dark cemetery, a player was standing outside the cemetery, holding a compass and muttering to himself, It's right here. The compass points to the treasure needle. It's definitely in this cemetery. The treasure must be here. This player, about 20 years old, was very handsome and had the appearance of a pretty boy. In the real world, many wealthy women were attracted to him. Looking at the compass pointing to the treasure needle, the handsome man said regretfully, This is a good thing. It's a pity it's a disposable item, otherwise, I would have made a fortune. Step, step, step. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. The handsome man's face changed, and he immediately hid behind a thatched hut, looking towards the source of the footsteps. A ball of ghostly fire was burning in the air, flying directly into the cemetery, followed closely by a man wearing a black armor with a blurry face, which was Lin Chen who had followed the ghostly fire. Cemetery. Lin Chen frowned when he saw the dim and eerie cemetery in front of him. Generally, in such places, the strength of the ghosts and monsters would be formidable. On the withered tree, many crows stared eerily at Lin Chen, making eerie calls. The ghost fire had flown into the cemetery, and Lin Chen followed without hesitation. Unnoticed by Lin Chen, another person sneaked into the cemetery with him. Inside the cemetery, there were only graves, with eerie red candles lit on the tombstones. The ghost fire stopped flying in mid-air, indicating the presence of the ghostly creature. Lin Chen held the thunder ghost gun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, feeling the thick ghostly aura and anticipating a battle. Suddenly, the sound of wooden boards scraping echoed in the eerie cemetery, followed by decaying arms emerging from the graves, and highly decomposed corpses crawling out, emitting a strong putrid smell. These corpses staggered towards Lin Chen with greedy, pitch-black eyes. Lin Chen's left eye, the samsara ghost eye, emitted a faint light, and information appeared in his mind. Name, decaying corpse ghost, qualification, C, type, physical, level, 8, ability, corrosive claw, attacks enemies with corrosive claws, slowly corroding their flesh when scratched. Ghost information, villagers buried in the earth after death, nurtured by ghostly aura, transformed into ghosts, excited to see living beings, enjoy consuming humans, scratching leads to slow death by flesh corrosion. Weakness, light, thunder. Description, I'm so hungry. Can I take a bite of you, just one bite? I won't lie. As expected, a level 8 ghost, the place was too heavy with Yin energy, and the ghost's level would definitely not be low. However, this was just perfect. A level 8 ghost crystal would be great for upgrading. Sorry, I happen to have a ghost with thunder attributes. Lin Chen saw that the weakness of the decaying corpse ghost was thunder, and a smile appeared on his lips as he calmly said, "You're looking for death." A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he lightly said to the ghost pattern on his body, "Little Thunder Ming, exterminate these ghosts for me." A black light flashed, and a cute little boy appeared in front of Lin Chen, solemnly saying, "Yes, father." Then, his pitch-black eyes flickered with a stunning blue electric light. "A bunch of disgusting things. All of you can go to hell." Crackling. Little Thunder Ming's chubby face flashed with a hint of indifference, and a powerful blue thunder surged from his body, emitting crackling sounds. Countless blue thunder forces, like blue thunder snakes, bit into the decaying corpses. Boom boom boom. Crackle crackle. The terrifying thunder struck the corpse demons, immediately emitting a loud roar. These corpse demons were charred all over by the lightning, making crackling sounds. Before they could even reach halfway, they were directly killed by Xiao Ming, their charred bodies collapsing on the ground of the cemetery, emitting black smoke. More and more corpse demons crawled out of the cemetery, only to be met with merciless and violent thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Ming's body was enveloped in the terrifying power of lightning, supported by the thunder, his petite figure already floating in the air, like a deity controlling the lightning. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes flashing with astonishing lightning, mercilessly killing each corpse demon with ease. In no time, the corpse demons in the entire cemetery turned into ghost crystals, lying quietly on the ground, awaiting Lin Chen's collection. "Father, they're all dead." Xiao Ming dispersed the lightning around him, descending from the sky to stand in front of Lin Chen, speaking in an adorable, albeit not very accurate, childish voice. "Well done," Lin Chen praised, patting Xiao Ming's head. Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of joy at being praised by his father. Lin Chen's left eye, the samsara ghost eye, glanced at the tombstone behind him and calmly said, "Friend, you've been there for a long time. Not convenient to meet people, huh?" The handsome man hiding in the shadows was startled at the words, not expecting this terrifying individual to have discovered him. "Damn, you're a dog, aren't you? He can even find me." The handsome man cursed inwardly, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a brilliant smile on his face as he walked out from behind the tombstone, saying to Lin Chen, "Hey, friend, I just arrived here." After devouring the ghost eye, Lin Chen's samsara ghost eye possessed powerful vision and sight, and he had long since noticed someone sneaking around. When Lin Chen saw the man's face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he blurted out, "Ghost father?" The handsome man was taken aback at the words, puzzled. "Madam? Brother, you've got it wrong. I said man, not madam." The handsome man felt a chill in his heart. Damn, could this kid be a pervert? As Lin Chen looked at the handsome man in front of him, countless images flashed through his mind. This man was the top ghost master who dominated the end of the world in the previous life, with thousands of ghost descendants, known as the Ghost Father. In the previous life, he relied on sweet words to conquer the Empress Yen, but in this life, Lin Chen had seized the opportunity that belonged to him. Just now, the Empress Yen was still fighting with him in the wilderness. As Lin Chen looked at the man from his wife's previous life, an inexplicable feeling surged within him, as if the current had met the former. A trace of coldness rose in Lin Chen's heart, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Kneel down," Lin Chen suddenly said coldly to the Ghost Father. "Ah, you want me to kneel down? Are you crazy? Where did I offend you? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're powerful. You're just playing a game, and you're feeling superior. You piece of trash. I'll *CK your mother." The Ghost Father, no longer pretending, revealed his true self and sneered at Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained silent, only holding the thunder ghost gun and walking step by step towards the Ghost Father, with green lightning entwined around him, his eyes flashing with a chilling cold light. The ghost father, at this time, was not a good person in the previous life, and was a gigolo before the end of the world, relying on his looks to make a living, and being kept by multiple wealthy women. After the end of the world, he formed a large army of ghost descendants with millions of powerful ghost offspring, and became one of the top strongmen after the end of the world by contracting with the Empress Yen. He established his own gathering place, called the Ghost Kingdom, where he was the absolute ruler and all the beautiful women became his tools for pleasure. I'll be damned. I'm not someone to mess with either. The lustful ghost, kill him for me. The ghost father saw Lin Chen walking towards him alone with a long spear, his face fierce, and roared at Lin Chen. A black light flashed, and a semi-exposed, beautiful female ghost appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at her and found that she was a sea-level qualified ghost. It seemed that this guy still had some luck. Sure enough, a leopard can't change its spots. Ghosts are all contracted female ghosts. Lin Chen said calmly and coldly, "Get out of the way." A plain voice sounded slowly, crackle. A terrifying green lightning suddenly surged out, the long spear like a dragon, lightning flickering. Lin Chen thrust out a spear, directly piercing the ghost's mouth and coming out of the back of her head. The lustful ghost's eyes were filled with intense fear, and then she lost consciousness. She never dreamed that the ghost gun she held in her mouth would pierce it, and she couldn't bear it. Lustful ghost. The ghost father saw his beloved being killed by Lin Chen, and immediately let out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with anger, staring at Lin Chen. "Kid, you're dead. I will definitely." But before the ghost father could finish, a sharp long spear directly burst his head, turning him into a headless corpse. "Do you think you're still the ghost father from the previous life? Just an ant." Lin Chen retracted the thunder ghost gun, looked at the headless corpse of the ghost father, and said coldly, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you every time." The ghost father's body turned into a white light and disappeared, leaving behind a compass-shaped object. Lin Chen picked it up and looked at it, his eyes brightened. Name, treasure compass, grade, B-level ghost item, effect, can point to the direction of treasures within a few kilometers. Current usage, 1/1, can restore usage by absorbing a large amount of ghost crystals, or cooldown time of 1 year. Ghost item information, Feng Shui compass, turned into a ghost item after being nourished by ghost energy, has the ability to sense powerful ghost energy fluctuations. Lin Chen finally understood why the ghost father came to this high-level map. He must have been guided by this compass. After all, there was a powerful ghost item in this graveyard. Parchment guide is also here. It seems that this treasure hunting compass still has some use, but the cooldown time is too damn long. 1 year, people are gone. No wonder it's a B-level ghost, absorbing a large amount of ghost crystals. Damn it. As soon as I heard about a large amount of ghost crystals, I knew that the required ghost crystals must be absolutely high, and at the current stage, the ghost crystals are not enough for upgrading, so where can I give them to this treasure hunting compass to consume? It's really a bit of a waste. I still have 100 level 6 ghost crystals. Should I give it a try? Lin Chen remembered that he still had the ghost soldiers summoned by the Zombie King General Boss, and the ghost crystals obtained after killing them were not of much use to him. Even if he consumed all of them, he couldn't level up. He could consider giving them to the treasure hunting compass to see if it could restore its uses. Let's find this ghost item first. Lin Chen put the treasure hunting compass into the system backpack and then returned to the cemetery. At the same time, at the resurrection stone of Newbie Village No. 4, the ghost father revived with a resentful look on his face, his mouth emitting a beast-like low growl. "Damn guy. Damn it, you dare to kill me." The ghost father's eyes were bloodshot, like an angry bull, gritting his teeth and roaring with resentment. "Just wait, I won't let it go. You won't get it either." The ghost father immediately flooded the area channel of Newbie Village No. 4, King of Whiteface, everyone, hurry to the cemetery in the north of the village. There is a high-level ghost item appearing, at least an S-level ghost item. King of Whiteface, everyone, hurry to the cemetery in the north of the village. There is a high-level ghost item appearing, at least an S-level ghost item. The King of Whiteface is the nickname of the ghost father. The 4-letter S-level ghost item is like gold in the sand, instantly attracting the attention of many players, sparking discussions in the chat channel. Koen Ghost, is it true? How could you be willing to tell me about a high-level ghost item? Exactly. You want to keep it all to yourself. Don't treat us like fools. King of Whiteface, if I lie to you, my whole family will die. I was the first to discover the treasure, but it was snatched by a beast wearing black evil ghost armor, and he killed me. I was angry, so I'm telling you, hurry up and go. I'm Nin Dai, damn. It seems a bit real. Let's go and see. Grass Small Life, take me with you. Let's go as a team. Thai Cool Spicy, What a beast, snatching someone else's treasure and killing them. Let's uphold justice for you. In a moment, there were groups of players appearing in Newbie Village No. 4, all heading towards the cemetery, and the ghost father's face showed a hint of smugness, grinning and saying with resentment, "Just wait. See how you die. Trash, I will definitely make you regret it. Looks like I have to find a way to please those old women, cheat some money to buy equipment, and then kill off this trash and quit the game." The ghost father's face was dark and unpredictable, and he said fiercely. At the cemetery in the north of the village, Lin Chen and Xiao Lei were in the cemetery, unaware that a large group of players were rushing towards them. After Lin Chen dealt with these rotten corpse ghosts, there was finally some movement on the slope of the largest tombstone in the cemetery. Boom 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 boom. Only a dull sound came from underground, and Lin Chen suddenly felt the ground shake. Boom boom boom. The soil on the slope suddenly exploded, a strong ghostly aura surged out, soil splattered, and the entire cemetery seemed to be shrouded in ghostly aura. Roar! A furious roar echoed from below, and a huge black figure crawled out from the depths. Its massive body resembled that of a one-eyed giant, with dark skin emitting black mist, a fierce and monstrous visage, and a black coffin strapped to its back with chains. The ghost carrying the black coffin let out a tremendous roar, and the black mist on its body churned like a raging storm, exuding an astonishing aura. Lin Chen's left eye, the Samsara Ghost Eye, immediately obtained the information panel of this ghost. Name: Elite Boss of the Coffin-Carrying Giant. Qualification: B. Type: Physical. Level: 10. Abilities: Coffin Defense. Carrying the coffin greatly enhances its defense. Unleashed Rampage: when the coffin is discarded, the giant gains immense power, greatly increasing its speed and strength. Ghost Information: a member of the Coffin-Carrying Clan, who was accompanied by a coffin in life and remains so in death. The ghostly aura brewed within it has transformed into a powerful elite boss of the coffin-carrying giant. Powerful ghostly entities often brew within its black coffin. Description: you can steal my peaches, but never my coffin, or else there will be no rest until death. Lin Chen tightly gripped the Thunder Ghost Gun, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Another elite boss, and a level 10 one at that. Lin Chen couldn't help but lick his lips, a faint smile appearing on his face as he calmly said, "Boss, huh? I've always liked bosses." The elite boss of the coffin-carrying giant, upon seeing Lin Chen's eccentric smile, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, sensing that something bad was about to happen. The giant boss shook its head, trying to shake off these strange thoughts, and opened its bloodthirsty mouth, roaring angrily as it charged towards Lin Chen. "Ghost Sword Immortal! And silly duck, come out!" Lin Chen didn't boast, immediately releasing his own ghosts. Quack quack! Two black lights flashed, and the ethereal Ghost Sword Immortal and the foolish-looking soul-eating crow ghost appeared on the scene. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed, and he immediately shouted to the ghosts, "Silly duck, control it for me." Xiao Leiming, Ghost Sword Immortal, full force attack. Still using the old method, first control, then group attack, simple and effective. Quack quack. The soul-eating crow ghost raised an eyebrow, glaring at Lin Chen. "This damn master always calls me silly duck. I'm not silly, okay? Ha! Am I a duck?" A big question mark appeared in the soul-eating crow ghost's head, but seeing the boss already charging, there was no time to think further. It immediately opened its mouth and let out a terrifying soul-shattering scream, quack quack. Instantly, an invisible mysterious force rushed towards the charging elite boss of the coffin-carrying giant like a violent storm, and in an instant, the boss felt its soul being cut like a saw, howling in agony, clutching its head. Lin Chen had already moved before the silly duck launched its attack, swift as lightning. Seeing the elite boss of the coffin-carrying giant being controlled, he took out an A-grade ghost-sealing talisman from his system backpack, obtained from the Child of Fortune, the King of Hell, and leaped up, directly affixing it to the boss. He knew the ability of this elite boss of the coffin-carrying giant, carrying the coffin. Its defense has now been greatly enhanced, and the ghost-sealing talisman happens to be able to weaken the defense of ghosts and monsters. Humming. The talisman attached to the back coffin giant ghost boss suddenly lit up with a yellow light, and the boss's entire body of tough muscles instantly turned yellow and greasy, becoming soft and weak. Roar! The back coffin giant ghost boss let out another painful roar, but the soul trauma inflicted by the soul-eating crow ghost was too terrifying. Coupled with the immobilizing effect of the ghost-sealing talisman, it couldn't regain consciousness, only instinctively letting out a howl. "Attack! Kill it now!" Lin Chen shouted at Xiao Leiming and the Ghost Sword Immortal. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xiao Leiming, at this moment, was like the descent of the thunder god, his whole body entwined with raging green lightning. Crackling. Like countless thunder snakes roaring, Judgment Spear. "Eat shit, you ugly rat." Xiao Leiming's eyes, filled with lightning, flashed with a cold and chilling light, as he spoke the most vicious words with the most adorable face. The raging lightning instantly condensed into a 2-meter-long green lightning spear in his hand, and then fiercely shot towards the head of the back coffin giant ghost boss. Crackling! The judgment spear, like a thunderbolt, in an instant, the green lightning flashed through, boom! The lightning spear had pierced through the head of the back coffin giant ghost boss, emitting a violent explosion sound. Half of the boss's head had disappeared, with brain matter and black blood splattering in the air. Awoo! The back coffin giant ghost boss let out an angry and painful roar, the intense pain making it slightly regain consciousness, its remaining single eye flashing with a terrified expression. Roar! The back coffin giant ghost boss let out a huge roar, a terrifying ghostly aura surging from its body. Crackling! The chains of dark iron on its body suddenly burst, and the black coffin on its body suddenly fell. Boom! The heavy black coffin smashed into the ground, splashing countless debris and soil, creating a terrifying deep pit. At this moment, the back coffin giant ghost boss had fully erupted, using its strongest ability, breaking free from the immobilizing effect of the ghost sealing talisman. Swish! Just then, a sword aura flashed through the single eye of the back coffin giant ghost boss, the sword resembling a white snake spitting out its tongue, hissing softly, and like a wandering dragon, its momentum was like a rainbow, rising with the sword, swift as lightning. A ghost sword, like a spirit snake, carried the cold light of the 9 provinces. In an instant, it severed the remaining half of the back coffin giant ghost boss's head. The boss's single eye carried a deep look of fear, and the half of its head quietly fell to the ground, like a deflated basketball, rolling a few times. The ghost sword immortal finally made a move, the immortal sword art, terrifying as it was, directly killing an elite boss with a single move. Boom! The massive body of the back coffin giant ghost boss fell heavily onto the cold ground, losing its last trace of consciousness. It never dreamed that it would be over before it even had a chance to act. This game couldn't be played, not even a little bit, it's dirty. Woo woo woo! The eyes of the giant ghost boss carrying the coffin shed a tear of regret. The evil spirit is crying, feeling so wronged. Buzz buzz buzz. The ghost spirit sword that cut off the head of the giant ghost boss carrying the coffin, like a flowing light, flew back to the side of the ghost sword immortal, floating around the ghost sword immortal, emitting a crisp and pleasant sword cry. Quack quack. The soul-devouring crow ghost saw the death of the giant ghost boss and immediately exclaimed excitedly, swaying its hips to the side of the giant ghost boss carrying the coffin, opening its mouth like a black hole, suddenly sucking in the soul of the giant ghost boss, directly into the terrifying belly of the soul-devouring crow ghost. Ugh! The soul-devouring crow ghost couldn't help but burp, ding dong. Congratulations on your soul-devouring crow ghost level up, current level, 10. A black light flashed on the soul-devouring crow ghost, directly leveling up to level 10. Now only the little Thunder Ming is still at level 9, but with the ghost crystal of the giant ghost boss carrying the coffin, the little Thunder Ming steadily reached level 10. But what Lin Chen was not happy about was that this time killing the elite boss did not have a system reward, even though he had a system reward when he killed the one-eyed giant elite boss, and even rewarded himself with an A-grade ghost item, Ghost Eye. Forget it. Maybe there's a big treasure in this boss's black coffin, Lin Chen secretly thought, and at this time, the parchment ghost fire in the air also flew to the black coffin on the ground. Obviously, the powerful ghost item in reality is inside this black coffin. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lin Chen said to the little Thunder Ming and other ghosts, Little Thunder Ming, Ghost Sword Immortal, pick up all the ghost crystals in the cemetery. The ghost crystals of the just-killed corpse ghost have not been collected yet. Lin Chen, with his character of not letting anything go to waste, picked up the ghost crystal of the giant ghost boss carrying the coffin, and then came to this heavy black coffin. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as Lin Chen was about to open the black coffin, tat tat tat, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind. The dense and chaotic footsteps made Lin Chen frown, holding the thunder ghost gun, slowly turned around. I saw a group of players not far away rushing towards him. When the crowd saw Lin Chen in the cemetery, their eyes lit up, and they all walked towards Lin Chen. They stopped about 10 meters in front of Lin Chen, looking at the black coffin beside Lin Chen, their eyes showing a greedy look. Kid, what's the black coffin under your feet? Is it an S-grade ghost item? Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, we'll send you back to the newbie village for free. A burly man, with thick beards on both sides of his face, somewhat resembling the image of the ancient Zhang Fei, said fiercely to Lin Chen. Other players also shouted at Lin Chen, "Humph! Killing and robbing treasures, it's worse than animals. Now you'll experience what it's like to kill and rob treasures." Exactly. If someone else found the treasure first, it's one thing to snatch it, but killing someone for it, that's just despicable. He. I love to promote good and punish evil, but I've already claimed this treasure. Why do I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before? I also feel familiar. Could this be some big shot? Big shot. Today, even if it's a big shot, we'll make him crawl out. We're hundreds of people, we're not afraid of him alone. That's right, that's right. Let's kill him and grab the treasure. A group of players stood on the moral high ground, launching moral attacks on Lin Chen one after another. But everyone with clear eyes knew that their support for justice was fake, and the real deal was to snatch treasures. Human nature is hypocritical. Lin Chen could already guess what was going on when he heard these people's words. It was obvious that it was a lie fabricated by the Ghost Father to lure these people to kill him and seize the treasure. Ha ha, you've got a bit of brains. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a smile, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Unfortunately, you know nothing about my power." Lin Chen's face was shrouded in black mist, and the onlookers couldn't see his expression clearly, only hearing a cold voice slowly saying, "You are truly hypocritical. It disgusts me. For an unknown ghostly object, you are willing to be used as someone else's pawn. Both foolish and hypocritical." Lin Chen's words were like knives, cutting open their bellies and exposing their pitch-black hearts, making everyone's faces look extremely ugly. The burly man couldn't hold back any longer and released his own ghost, a burly and muscular C-grade ghost, which was one of the stronger players in the group. The burly man's eyes were filled with anger as he angrily shouted at Lin Chen, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to me? Die, messy-haired ghost. Kill this kid for me." The burly man immediately ordered his ghost. Roar! The messy-haired ghost roared, its pitch-black eyes flashing with a hint of madness, and it charged towards Lin Chen. Buzz! Swish! At that moment, a light and agile sword hum rang in everyone's ears, and a dazzling sword light flashed. Puff! The still-running messy-haired ghost suddenly spewed out a violent black blood from its throat, like a fountain. Hee. The messy-haired ghost tightly covered its throat with both hands, making a hee sound, its eyes filled with intense fear, and finally fell heavily to the cold ground, staining the soil with black blood. In an instant, the relatively powerful messy-haired ghost died in front of everyone before they could react. Who dares to take another step forward? Die! The robe on the ghost sword immortal's body fluttered without wind, and a pair of phoenix eyes flickered with astonishing sword intent, as he uttered an unparalleled and domineering statement. The decisive killing, formidable strength, exquisite beauty, and domineering words. For a moment, hundreds of players present were actually intimidated by the domineering presence of the ghost sword immortal, and the entire cemetery fell into an eerie silence, with not a sound to be heard. At this moment, someone finally remembered who Lin Chen was and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's him. The fierce man who snatched the boss of the Yanwang Palace Guild in the official forum video, and killed more than 200 members of the Yanwang Palace Guild." Upon hearing this, the pupils of the onlookers suddenly contracted, hiss, involuntarily taking a cold breath. The Yama Palace Guild is located in the 4th Novice Village, and is a dominant presence. However, it is said that the Yama Palace Guild has been keeping a low profile recently, as they were taught a lesson by a player. The guild leader, Ghost Monster, was killed, and their ghosts were plundered, resulting in the death of over 500 guild members' ghosts. This has caused quite a blow, and they are currently licking their wounds in secret. The person responsible for all this is none other than the man standing before them in evil ghost armor. At this moment, some players present are already considering retreating, unable to help but discuss, Gulu, should we just forget about it? This is a fierce person who almost wiped out the Yama Palace Guild. We are far inferior to them, it's pointless. Yeah, my precious ghost wife just formed a contract, I don't want to be separated from her in life and death. Are you all scared? It's just a video, videos can be faked. Did you witness the whole process with your own eyes? Cowards will starve, the brave will thrive. Didn't you see the treasure under his feet? There must be something valuable. They're just one person, what's there to be afraid of? I really don't believe he's as powerful as the legends say. Let's all attack together, grab the treasure and sell it for tens of thousands, and split it among us. Damn it! Let's do it! Many players were discussing, but in the end, their greed overcame their reason. The burly man was especially furious, as his carefully contracted C-grade ghost was killed in an instant. His heart was already filled with anger, and he angrily shouted at everyone, "Let's attack together, and wipe out this trash." Immediately, all the players on the field released their ghosts, filled with killing intent, and charged towards Lin Chen. The battle was about to begin. Watching the players who were driven by greed, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He licked his lips and said lightly, "Since you seek death, then all of you shall die. Kill them all." Lin Chen coldly snorted and shouted at his own ghosts. The soul-eating crow's soul crow cry skill was still on cooldown, otherwise a single crow cry could have wiped out all these trash. Seeking death. The ghost sword immortal saw these people ignoring his words and still daring to charge over, and his pitch-black eyes flashed with an astonishing sword intent. Buzz buzz buzz. The ghost spirit sword floating beside the ghost sword immortally emitted a crisp sword cry, then turned into a sword light, swiftly cutting through these people's ghosts at high speed. Puff puff puff. As the sword light passed, one ghost after another was ruthlessly slaughtered, blood splattered, heads rolled, and the ghost spirit sword was like the scythe of a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of one ghost after another. In an instant, dozens of ghosts were killed. A bunch of ants. Eat my shit. Crackle crackle. Little Lei Ming's entire body erupted with a shocking green lightning, her petite figure floating in the air, her white hair standing on end, like the sky shaker in King's Glory. When she was a child, her entire body was filled with electric snakes hissing. Little Lei Ming controlled the green lightning, continuously bombarding the player's ghosts. Boom boom boom. A flash of lightning would kill several ghosts, turning them into charred ghost carbon, unable to die any further. Although the soul-eating crow's skill was still on cooldown, it was an S-grade ghost after all, with a level as high as 10, and its pure physical attack was still very powerful. Quack quack quack. The soul-eating raven demon let out an angry cry. If my big move wasn't on cooldown, you guys would be done for. The soul-eating raven demon flew in the air, its sharp claws directly killing two ghosts, as if crushing eggs. With just one encounter, the ghosts on the player's side suffered heavy casualties. Almost a third of the ghosts had died, and the remaining ones were like lone boats on the sea, ready to be swallowed by the waves at any moment. Now, these players were finally afraid. Once these ghosts died, they were truly dead, with no chance of resurrection. They had worked hard to level up and form contracts. If they died, they would have to start over, and it would be difficult to catch up with the main force. They would only become low-level players. The players anxiously shouted at Lin Chen standing on the hill, "Big brother, please stop. We don't want this treasure anymore. Please make your ghosts stop attacking. Big brother, we were wrong. Can we leave now? Please don't kill us. Yes, it's all that king of the white-faced deceiver's fault. He misled us to come here. Please spare us. Please. We don't want this treasure anymore. Please don't kill our ghosts. Wah! It's all your fault. You were upset that your ghost was killed, right? You had to drag our ghosts to die with you. Are you satisfied now? Yes, yes. Brothers, let's help the big brother kill this burly man. Maybe the big brother will let us go if he's happy. Kill him. Ah, you'll all die a horrible death." These players, seeing the ghosts being mercilessly slaughtered by the ghost sword immortal, Little Lei Ming, and the soul-eating raven demon, were completely panicked. They woke up from their greed and begged Lin Chen for mercy. They even killed the burly man from earlier. It had to be said that when it came to personal interests, human nature turned evil. What's more, these temporary groups of players. Lin Chen saw this scene and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He slowly said, "This is too exciting. Very good. I like it very much." The players, seeing that Lin Chen seemed somewhat pleased, felt a glimmer of hope and excitement in their hearts. They were about to thank Lin Chen, but he continued, "Then I shall grant you death." Lin Chen had a sunny smile on his face, but his words were as cold as 50 degrees below zero. In the midst of the ghosts wailing, hundreds of ghosts were completely slaughtered under the terrifying onslaught of the ghost sword immortal, Little Lei Ming, and the soul-eating raven demon. The soil in the graveyard had been completely stained black with dark blood, emitting a strong stench, like a purgatory in the underworld. It was densely packed with bodies, leaving only the players with numb faces, staring in shock at the mountain of corpses before them, unable to come to their senses for a long time. This guy is not human at all. Too cruel. These players had a look of despair and resentment in their eyes. It was all over, completely over. The ghosts were all dead, and they would have to find, contract, and level up again. They had become the tail of the players, and no leveling team would want them. Their leveling journey would be extremely difficult, with setbacks at every turn. You demon. You're not human at all. Do you have any conscience? We've all begged for mercy. You still want to kill our ghosts and monsters? Are you still human? Even animals are better than you. Brothers, let's collectively report him on the official forum, expose him on the internet, make him a street rat in the game, and have everyone call for his punishment. Yes, yes. Let's expose him online together. This kind of person is selfish and cruel. Definitely not a good person in the real world. Trash. Just wait to be exposed. You brought this upon yourself. Brothers, this is just a game. We're not afraid of him. How can a game make this animal feel superior? At this moment, these players stared at Lin Chen with resentment, cursing him madly, completely forgetting who was trying to kill and rob others, and showing a completely different side, vividly portraying the evil of human nature. Clap, clap, clap. Ha, so interesting, so interesting. Lin Chen stood on the hillside, listening to the curses of these people, couldn't help but applaud, and burst into laughter. Humans are just like this, selfish and self-serving. That's why I dislike people so much. People often say that ghosts and monsters are scary, but I think ghosts and monsters are much cuter than people. The smile on Lin Chen's face slowly disappeared. Looking at the ghosts protecting him in front of him, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at these players and said lightly, "Are you done talking? Let's get going after you're done talking." A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Holding the thunder ghost gun, countless green thunder flashed on his body. His figure was like a green streamer, rushing into the crowd, launching a massacre. On the other side, the ghost sword immortal held the ghost spirit sword, killing one person with each step. The sword energy was like a rainbow, staining the long sword with blood. Little Lei Ming transformed into the Thunder King. The thunder snake roared, and the thunder rang out. People died. The soul-eating crow ghost bird's claws were like hooks. Its beak was like a sword. They are demons, they are devils. You will not die a good death. The entire cemetery was filled with miserable cries, as if it were the 18th level of hell, and after several minutes, the cries in the cemetery finally stopped. Lin Chen stood on countless corpses. The thunder ghost gun was already stained red with blood. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped from the barrel of the gun. Lin Chen was like a devil, with a calm and terrifying expression. His eyes were as calm as dead water in a deep pool, without a ripple. These bodies then turned into streaks of light and flew in the direction of the newbie village, returning to life. In the cemetery, the ground stained red with blood was glaring. Quack, quack, quack. The soul-eating crow ghost bird made a proud quack, indicating that its skill had cooled down. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he casually flicked a gunflower, shaking off the blood, and fiercely patted the head of the soul-eating crow ghost bird, scolding, "You've finished killing, and you've just cooled down. What's the use?" Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, then walked towards the direction of the black coffin. Quack, quack. The soul-eating crow ghost bird held its head with its wings, and made an angry quack at Lin Chen's back, as if to say to Lin Chen, "Don't hit the duck's head. It will be made into a delicacy." Lin Chen ignored this silly duck. To avoid any accidents, Lin Chen quickly arrived in front of the black coffin, and directly used the thunder ghost gun to pry open this heavy black coffin. Boom. The heavy black coffin lid was pried open and flew out, falling heavily on the ground, raising countless dust. A strong ghostly aura suddenly surged out of the black coffin, like a black mist, woo woo woo, emitting a ghostly howl. Lin Chen's left eye had turned into a black and white circle emitting black mist, looking excitedly at the black coffin. Inside, there lay an item, a 9-layered black ghost tower. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, reached out and took out the ghost tower. As soon as his hand touched it, he felt a wave of coldness and an unusual heaviness. His left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, slightly swayed, and information appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Name, 9-layered ghost tower. Type, S-class ghost item. Effect, release ghost domain. Can weaken the strength of ghosts within a certain range, currently reduced by 20%, with a range of 500 meters, and an additional ability, hell suppression. Ghost tower suppression. Within the domain, designate a target to cause a terrifying injury and immobilize for 1 second. The stronger the enemy, the weaker the effect. Ghost item information. The mysterious 9-layered ghost tower, bred in the black coffin, has its own growth potential, absorbs a large amount of ghost crystals, and can grow into an SS class or even SSS class ghost item. S-class ghost item. 9-layered ghost tower. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed, "It can even absorb ghost crystals to grow into SS class, SSS class ghost items. Could this be the 18-layered ghost tower of the previous Yan Wang? It's just not grown yet." In an instant, memories flashed in Lin Chen's mind. He knew that in the previous life, Yan Wang possessed a powerful ghost item called the 18-layered ghost tower. Although he didn't know if it was SS class or SSS class, its powerful ability was something countless ghost masters dreamed of obtaining. The name and abilities of this item seemed similar to his 18-layered ghost tower, and it was even in the newbie village where Yan Wang was located. Could it be that in the previous life, his ghost father obtained it and sold it to Yan Wang at a high price? There were rumors in the previous life that Yan Wang and the ghost father were at odds. Could it be because of this item? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, silently speculating. No matter who gets it, it's mine now. Yan Wan, oh Yan Wang, I've helped you seize your opportunity. Lin Chen's mouth curved into a sly smile. It had to be said that in this life, the ghost father and Yan Wan were also in a difficult situation. One had his wife stolen by Lin Chen, and the other had a potentially infinite ghost item snatched away. Even his ox-headed ghost was killed. In this life, whether they could rise again was still an unknown. At this moment, Lin Chen put away the precious S-class 9-layered ghost tower into the system's backpack, then took out the ghost crystals of the giant coffin boss for Xiao Leiming to consume. Xiao Leiming successfully reached level 10. Currently, he, the Ghost Emperor, the Ghost Sword Immortal, Xiao Leiming, and the silly duck had all reached level 10. There were still over 100 level 6 ghost crystals in the backpack, as well as 68 newly collected level 8 ghost crystals. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to consume the remaining level 8 ghost crystals himself. His leveling progress bar only reached May 1st, proving that the level 8 ghost crystals were not as effective for him. Glancing at the time, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Chen then found a safe place and logged off. In the real world, Lin Chen took off his gaming helmet, picked up his phone, and suddenly found several messages. He opened one from Shangguan Wanner and couldn't help but be stunned. Lin Chen, can we meet up? You haven't contacted me for several days. I miss you. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I promise I won't do it again. I only love you. Lin Chen saw the message sent by Shangguan Wanner and still had the nerve to ask for forgiveness. Even if she was messed around by someone else, she was still messed around by Teddy. I think Zhang Lei must also despise her and probably cut off contact with her, otherwise he wouldn't have come looking for me. Lin Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he picked up his phone and replied, "You've been screwed by a dog. So dirty." Although the words were few, they were cutting to the heart. Shangguan Wanner, who was waiting for a response, saw this message and let out an angry scream on the spot. "Ah, Lin Chen, you will have a bad death." Like a madwoman, she continued to tear the sheets to shreds. Lin Chen's mouth curled up, feeling good. He had obtained a powerful ghost in the game and disgusted Shangguan Wanner. Humming a tune, he put on his clothes and went out to find food. Lin Chen still ordered a few dishes at the old place and ate happily. The business at this restaurant was also very good, and it was basically full of people. The reason Lin Chen liked it here was that many of the people in the restaurant were young people. What are young people talking about now? Women? No, it's the apocalyptic and Eerie online game. How come the damn official still hasn't released the second batch of game helmets? I've been waiting for a week. This official is really something. Millions of people on the forum have been clamoring for the release of the game helmets, and there hasn't been a single response. It's really something. Hey, what level are you guys at? I envy you for getting the game helmet. Hee. I'm already at level 5, and I've even contracted a second ghost, a D-level qualified strap ghost. Not bad. An S-level qualified ghost is already very good. When you become stronger, go catch a C-level qualified ghost. Did you guys see the official forum today? There's an interesting post, saying that a murderer demon has appeared in the 4th newbie village, specifically hunting players, cruel and violent, and even molesting the bodies of female players. It's simply extreme. Damn, there's such a pervert. As the young people in the restaurant ate and chatted, Lin Chen's heart moved slightly when he heard the last sentence, 4th newbie village. Murderer demon. Lin Chen's sixth sense told him that this matter might be related to himself, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He secretly thought, he. You can only resort to such despicable tactics. But I hate trouble. You better pray you don't run into me, otherwise you'll regret it. Lin Chen let out a cold, cruel laugh in his heart, then continued to eat his meal and returned to his rented room, took a shower, and went to bed. A night of silence. The next morning Lin Chen finished breakfast early and couldn't wait to enter the game. In the game world, in the dim newbie village, Lin Chen's figure quietly appeared here. Ding ding. Just as Lin Chen was about to go to the hidden mission of the village chief, an unexpected system message suddenly sounded, causing Lin Chen to pause for a moment. He opened it and his eyes lit up. It was a friend request. The request message read, "Hello, brother. Are you collecting sword-type ghosts? I have received a task related to sword types, and the task reward is likely to be a ghost sword. I don't know if you're interested." Without hesitation, Lin Chen accepted the friend request and sent a location to him, replying, "Come to this location, I'll be waiting for you." And the other party seemed to be online too. Just as the message was sent out, a reply came back from the other party. "Okay, be right there." Lin Chen waited in place for a few minutes, and a man with a blurred face walked over. He must have also activated the privacy mode, so that other players couldn't see his face. "You are 6 paths, right?" The man spoke, his voice somewhat deep, indicating that he was a middle-aged man. Lin Chen nodded and glanced at the man, slowly saying, "That's right. It's me. Show me your task." The man with the nickname Lianpa Laowi, shortened to Lianpa, said. Lianpa glanced at Lin Chen and said in a low voice, "I'll show you the task briefing first, and then you can transfer the money before I share this task with you." "No problem," Lin Chen said indifferently. Lianpa immediately shared the task he had received in a private chat channel. Special task, forging ghost artifact. Task briefing. The old ghost craftsman is a famous ghost artifact blacksmith. Through special forging methods, he can forge ghost artifacts, ghost items. He has commissioned someone to help him find special materials, and as a reward, he will help you forge a powerful ghost artifact. You can receive the task by going to the village to find him. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he silently said to himself, so that's it. It's a ghost craftsman. Generally speaking, a ghost item is an item that has been nurtured by ghost energy and formed naturally through many coincidences and opportunities. The longer the history of the item, the heavier the yin energy, the more likely it is to become a ghost item, and the more powerful it becomes. But in this world, there is a special type of person who, through special forging methods, can forge ghost artifacts, a type of ghost item. These people are called ghost craftsmen. In the previous world, ghost craftsmen were very rare talents, and currently, they only exist in the game, and their numbers are extremely scarce. After the fusion of the End of Day mysterious online game and the real world, these people are even more sought after in major gathering places, making them the chief ghost artifact blacksmiths of their gathering places, helping to create ghost artifacts and enhance their strength. He didn't expect to encounter a ghost craftsman here, which was a pleasant surprise. Lin Chen raised his head, looked at Lianpa, and said, "That's enough. You can name your price." A glint of excitement flashed in Lianpo's eyes as he said, 5,000. Lin Chen could sense a hint of unease in his tone, indicating that he also felt that the price was a bit unreasonable. "Send me your bank account number." Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Without bargaining, he spoke directly. "This? You agreed to it?" Lianpo was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised, as he thought Lin Chen would definitely bargain, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. I don't like beating around the bush," Lin Chen said calmly. "Okay. Thank you, I'll give you the account now." Lianpo's voice was somewhat excited, and he quickly sent his bank account number to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't dawdle either, and immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to Lianpa after going offline. After receiving the money, Lianpa was somewhat excited, and immediately shared the task with Lin Chen. Ding dong. "Congratulations on receiving the task, Forging Ghost Artifact. Please go to the old ghost craftsman to learn the specific details." A system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's ear, and then on the map, the location of the old ghost craftsman was displayed. "Thank you. Good luck to you." Lianpa felt grateful to Lin Chen and couldn't help but say to him. Lin Chen nodded, waved to Lianpa, and then went to the location on the map. On the south side of the village, in the forest, there was a thatched cottage where an old man with white hair and a strong body was pounding a material emitting black smoke. He had an NPC nickname on top of his head, Old Ghost Craftsman. Bang, bang, bang. A loud and piercing sound echoed in the forest. Step, step, step. At that moment, the sound of footsteps rang out, and a black figure appeared in front of the old man. It was Lin Chen. The old man glanced at Lin Chen, took a look at the evil ghost armor he was wearing, and with a slight movement of his eyes, he said to Lin Chen, "Human, are you here to help me find ghost materials?" Lin Chen looked at the old man, whose left eye was pure black. He knew that the true identity of the ghost craftsman was actually a half-human, half-ghost. It was a combination of humans and ghosts, possessing human intelligence and creativity, as well as the powerful strength of ghosts and monsters, in order to become a ghost craftsman. As for himself, the ghost creature born from the combination with the Ghost Emperor was a purebred ghost, like Xiao Laming, which should be the ability of the Ghost Emperor. However, this was better. After all, the strength of a purebred ghost creature was stronger than that of a half-ghost. He needed powerful ghost offspring. "Yes. What materials do you need? I can help you find them, but you have to help me forge a powerful ghost sword." Lin Chen nodded and said directly. "Ha ha. Interesting human." The old ghost craftsman stopped his hammering and laughed. "Human, you seem very confident, don't you? The task is not yet completed, and you're already bargaining. All right. I promise you, as long as you collect my materials and bring them back to me, I will forge a powerful ghost sword for you." The old ghost craftsman's eyes flashed with a glint as he looked at Lin Chen and agreed. "Ding! Congratulations on receiving a special task, collecting ghost materials. Required ghost materials, ghost ice stone, ghost rhino horn. Ghost ice stone can be obtained in the ice cave to the west of the village, and ghost rhino horn can be obtained in the grassland behind the village. Players can bring back the ghost ice stone and ghost rhino horn to the old ghost craftsman to complete the task. Task reward, an unknown level ghost sword." Lin Chen nodded and directly accepted the task. "Young human, I wish you good luck." The old ghost craftsman showed a row of yellow teeth to Lin Chen, smiled, and then raised the iron hammer in his hand and started hammering again. "Thank you." Lin Chen smiled slightly. This old ghost craftsman was quite easy to talk to. In the integration of the game and reality, this old ghost craftsman must be included in his ghost country to forge ghost tools for himself and his ghost offspring. Lin Chen showed a mysterious smile to the old ghost craftsman and then turned and left. The old ghost craftsman suddenly felt a cold wind blowing, couldn't help but shiver, and touched his messy white hair, muttering to himself, "Strange. Why do I feel a sense of foreboding? Lin Shen set off alone towards the west side of the village. The ice cave, according to the map, was in a cave to the west of the village. This mountain was very strange because underneath was an underground ice cave, with a very cold temperature. In this ice cave, there was a rare material called ghost ice stone. It was a precious material for forging ghost tools formed over a long period of time by ice blocks contaminated with ghost energy. However, the cold and energy inside had also given birth to many ghost creatures. Lin Shen traveled for almost an hour and finally arrived at the entrance of the ice cave. It would be great if I had a ghostly mount. Then I wouldn't have to spend so much time walking here. As a time management master, Lin Shen was very unhappy about spending such a long time on the road. He was already thinking about contracting a large-bodied ghost that could carry people as a mount. The silly duck's body was too small to carry a person, and the ghost sword immortal sword technique could only carry her. Adding Lin Shen would be a bit difficult, so he had to wait until she became stronger to carry both of them. Lin Shen shook his head inside repeatedly. If I have the chance, I must contract one, preferably a ghost dragon. Lin Shen thought to himself, then looked at the chilling ice cave. Even outside the cave, Lin Shen could feel a bone-chilling cold. He took out the Thunder Ghost Gun from his system backpack and released the Ghost Sword Immortal. The Ghost Sword Immortal still exuded an ethereal aura, and the ghostly sword floated obediently by her side. Let's go! Ghost Sword Immortal, you will soon unlock the skill of the Sword Array of Extermination. Lin Shen looked at the mature Sword Immortal in front of him, his heart slightly stirred, and he smiled at the Ghost Sword Immortal. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced at Lin Shen and nodded. Then Lin Shen led the Ghost Sword Immortal into the icy cave. In the passage of the ice cave, Lin Shen and the ghostly sword walked together, quite close to each other. Lin Shen could even smell a unique fragrance emanating from the Ghost Sword Immortal, a scent reminiscent of pure jasmine. Lin Shen couldn't help but take a sniff, then pretended to look around seriously, but he didn't see the Ghost Sword Immortal behind him, with a beautiful smile on her lips. After about 10 minutes of walking, Lin Shen and the Ghost Sword Immortal finally passed through the narrow passage and arrived at a relatively spacious ice cave in the glacier. The ghostly and cold aura here was exceptionally strong, obviously not a good place. At this point, Lin Shen was not in the mood to continue smelling the Ghost Sword Immortal's body fragrance. Holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, he said to the Ghost Sword Immortal, "Be careful. Prepare for battle." The Ghost Sword Immortal nodded slightly, and the ghostly sword emitted a clear and ethereal sword sound. Crack, crack. At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared in the depths of the glacier, followed by violent explosions, and strange-looking ghosts appeared in front of Lin Shen. These ghosts were entirely ice blue, with the upper body of a human and the lower body made of ice crystals, emitting a chilling cold. A pair of pitch-black eyes with a blue glow stared fiercely at Lin Shen and the Ghost Sword Immortal. At this moment, Lin Shen's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, had already displayed the information of these ghosts in his mind. Name: Ice Crystal Ghost. Aptitude: C. Type: Elemental. Level: 8. Abilities: Ice Crystal Shot. Condense an ice crystal and shoot it at the enemy, causing a large amount of damage. Ghost information: a special ghost born from ghost energy in the ice, with a temperature that can reach -50 degrees, capable of launching ice crystal attacks. Weakness: fire, heat. Description: Little brother, do you want me to help you with my mouth? I promise to make you very hard with ice. It's actually an elemental type of ghost. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised to see the information about these ghosts, and these ice crystal ghosts had reached a sea-level aptitude. If he contracted an ice crystal ghost, he would be a big shot among ordinary players. Woo, woo, woo. These ice crystal ghosts let out a ghostly howl, and suddenly a surge of ice blue light emanated from their bodies. Sharp ice crystals were condensed and shot towards Lin Shen and the Ghost Sword Immortal. Crackling sounds filled the air. Lin Shen's body was suddenly surrounded by a blue thunder, his black hair floating, and the Thunder Ghost Gun in his hand carried a violent thunder. The long spear was like a thunderous dragon, and his left eye had turned into a ghostly black eye, activating his dynamic vision. The rapidly flying ice crystals appeared to slow down in Lin Shen's eyes. He swung the Thunder Ghost Gun like a master, continuously shattering the ice crystals in the air, creating intense explosions like firecrackers. Lin Shen's whole body was wrapped in restless blue thunder. Holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, his left eye turned pitch black with a white circle, emitting a strange black mist, making him look more like a ghost than the Ghost Sword Immortal. The restless thunder crackled, and the Thunder Ghost Gun shattered the ice crystals like a wandering dragon. The Ghost Sword Immortal also took action, controlling the ghostly sword with his mind, like a spirit snake spitting out sword chi, and a rapid stream of light cut through the air, slicing the ice crystals into pieces. In just a moment, Lin Shen and the Ghost Sword Immortal cooperated seamlessly, resolving the skillful attacks of the ice crystal ghosts. It's our turn, right? Ghost Sword Immortal. Let's go! Lin Chen's black hair floated without wind, thunder flashing, a cold smile on his lips, a low growl, and thunder erupted from his feet. Under the influence of the power of the blue thunder, Lin Chen's speed greatly increased. Like a streak of blue light, he charged into the group of ice crystal ghosts. One of the ice crystal ghosts had not reacted yet when it was directly shot in the head by Lin Chen's thunder ghost gun, its head bursting into countless ice fragments, turning into a headless ghost, lifeless. At this moment, the ice crystal ghosts also reacted. Just as they were about to launch an attack on Lin Chen, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. A flash of sword-like carrying sharp sword chi pierced through several ice crystal ghosts' heads in an instant. The speed was so fast that they didn't even feel the pain of death. Lin Chen and the Ghost Sword Immortal were like two ruthless butchers, mercilessly cutting down these ice crystal ghosts. After a minute, all the ice crystal ghosts in the ice cave were lying on the cold glacier, leaving behind shining ghost crystals. Lin Chen picked them all up, more than 50 in total, still somewhat unsatisfactory. Even if he ate them all, it would be difficult to level up. Forget it. Let's find the ghost ice stone first. Lin Chen glanced at the ice cave and didn't find the ghost ice stone. He furrowed his brow, showing a hint of doubt. Could it be that this is not the deepest part, and there is still a way to a deeper ice cave? Lin Chen thought to himself with narrowed eyes. There's still a way here. At this moment, the voice of the Ghost Sword Immortal came from behind, causing Lin Chen to pause for a moment. He walked towards the Ghost Sword Immortal with the Thunder Ghost Gun in hand. Under the cracked glacier, a passage appeared, leading to the depths of the ice cave. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. You go first, I'll cover you, Lin Chen said to the Ghost Sword Immortal with a righteous and resolute expression. The Ghost Sword Immortal glanced disdainfully at Lin Chen, then leaped down the hole. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly recalling that the Ghost Sword Immortal had also looked down on him when she was still the Sword Ghost. Sigh. It's hard to be a good person now. Clearly I'm covering for you, yet I still get looked down upon. Ungrateful. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling uncomfortable, and then followed closely behind the Ghost Sword Immortal, jumping down the glacial passage. Lin Chen slid through the narrow glacial passage like a slide, and then a glaring light appeared ahead. Lin Chen slid out of the glacial passage and saw the Ghost Sword Immortal standing at the passage entrance. Bang! Lin Chen couldn't brake in time and crashed into the Ghost Sword Immortal, knocking her to the ground. Lin Chen's body pressed tightly against the Ghost Sword Immortal's, feeling a soft and ample sensation on his chest, a strong scent of jasmine wafting over. The two locked eyes, their mouths almost touching. Gulp! Lin Chen looked at the stunning Ghost Sword Immortal in front of him and couldn't help but swallow hard. The Ghost Sword Immortal's phoenix eyes gazed quietly at Lin Chen, her ears turning a faint pink, her long eyelashes trembling, revealing that her inner thoughts were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. The two were pressed together, facing each other, feeling each other's breath on their cheeks. Just as Lin Chen was about to make a move, a loud roar suddenly interrupted him, making him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Enjoying this. The Ghost Sword Immortal's ears were now as red as apples, but her face remained cold as she asked Lin Chen. Her heart was pounding, and this guy had been pressing against her the whole time, flattening her like a pancake. Enjoy it. No. Sorry, Lin Chen awkwardly said to the Ghost Sword Immortal. Then how long are you going to keep pressing me? The Ghost Sword Immortal said coldly. Only then did Lin Chen reluctantly get up from the Ghost Sword Immortal and reached out to help her up. The Ghost Sword Immortal gave Lin Chen a disdainful look, but still reached out her delicate and white hand to hold Lin Chen's. Lin Chen's restless heart trembled slightly. Although the Ghost Sword Immortal had always wielded a sword, her hand was unexpectedly smooth and tender, making it hard to let go. Lin Chen pulled the Ghost Sword Immortal up and shamelessly didn't let go of her hand, pretending not to notice as he turned to look at the giant ice crystal monster that had appeared in front of the ice cave. The monster was glaring at the two of them. This should be the boss. Lin Chen held the Ghost Sword Immortal's hand and casually said. A faint pink rose on the Ghost Sword Immortal's cheeks, but she didn't expose Lin Chen's little scheme. In this bone-chilling glacial cave, the two fiery hearts seemed to slowly merge together, despite the sub-zero temperature that couldn't conceal their restless hearts. At this moment, both the man and the ghost were a little annoyed because their ambiguous moment had been interrupted. Should someone die for this? Lin Chen's eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the massive monster not far away, which had a huge crystalline head with ice horns and lantern-sized black eyes. The monster seemed puzzled by the hateful looks from the two humans and let out a confused roar. Lin Chen, using his reincarnation ghost eyes, obtained information about the peculiar-looking monster. Name: Ice Guardian Ghost Elite Boss. Quality: B. Type: Elemental. Level: 10. Abilities: Ice Crystal Shield, can create an ice shield to block enemy attacks. Frost Breath, emits an extremely cold breath from its mouth, causing massive freezing damage and immobilizing enemies. Ghost information, a special ghost boss born from ghost energy in the cold ice, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as control. It is a powerful elemental ghost with weaknesses to fire and heat. Description: don't be fooled by my appearance as just a head. I can still bite off your little bird. As expected, Lin Chen found the Ice Guardian Ghost to be a B quality, an elite boss of the elemental type, with excellent skills in control, damage, and defense. In the past, he would have eagerly sought to form a contract with it. However, now he wished he could just chop it up and feed it to the dogs. He was so close to toppling the Ghost Sword Immortal, but this annoying potato-like head had interrupted his plans. You deserve to die, Lin Chen said through gritted teeth, burning with rage. Let's go. And take down this guy, he said to the Ghost Sword Immortal. Can you let go of my hand then? The Ghost Sword Immortal retorted, annoyed by Lin Chen's grip. I can control my sword, but it's awkward to do so while holding hands. Oops. I didn't realize, Lin Chen said, feigning surprise, and released the Ghost Sword Immortal's hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. The Ghost Sword Immortal fell silent, then a white energy surged from its body, enveloping the Ghost Spirit Sword, which emitted a sharp hum. You old coot. It's time for you to go, Lin Chen said coldly to the Ice Guardian Ghost, summoning a mini 9-layered ghost tower, an S-class ghost, to suppress it. Go. Suppress it, he commanded, throwing the tower, which materialized into a 2.5-meter high structure, creating an invisible domain that reduced the enemy ghost's strength and speed by 20% within a 500-meter radius. The Ice Guardian Ghost suddenly felt weakened and let out an angry roar, emanating a powerful ghostly aura and glaring at Lin Chen with furious eyes. You son of a... Lin Chen held the Thunder Ghost Gun, and a violent blue thunder surged from his body, as if possessed by the Thunder God, turning into a blue thunder light and swiftly rushing towards the Ice Guardian Ghost boss. Crackling. The tip of the Thunder Ghost Gun condensed a rich blue thunder, the long gun like a thunder dragon, the thunder snake hissing, and the Thunder Ghost Gun, with a terrifying momentum, stabbed at the Ice Guardian Ghost boss, using its own skill, Thunder Ghost Kill. Roar! The pupils of the Ice Guardian Ghost boss suddenly contracted. Seeing Lin Chen's astonishing speed and skill power, it roared in anger, and a surge of icy blue energy suddenly erupted from its body, instantly forming a hard ice shield in front of the Ice Guardian Ghost boss. Boom! The Thunder Ghost Kill skill, with the power of violent thunder, fiercely collided with the ice shield of the Ice Guardian Ghost boss. A huge explosion sounded, and the hard ice shield instantly shattered, revealing a huge hole. The ice shield was pierced through. The pupils of the Ice Guardian Ghost boss suddenly contracted. A hint of shock appeared in its pitch-black eyes, seemingly not expecting Lin Chen's attack power to be so strong. Swish! At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out. A swift sword light pierced through the hole in the ice shield, directly into the eye of the Ice Guardian Ghost. The Ghost Guardian Ghost boss couldn't react in time, and one eye was instantly blinded by the Ghost Spirit Sword. Awoo! The Ice Guardian Ghost boss let out a miserable cry. The eye that was hit shed icy blue blood. Awoo! The Ice Guardian Ghost boss let out a huge miserable cry, echoing throughout the entire ice cave, icy blue blood flowing from its eye sockets. The tacit cooperation between Lin Chen and the Ghost Sword Immortal, one making a hole, the other piercing through, one in front and one behind, perfectly coordinated, like a pair of adulterous lovers, understanding each other without a word. But it was the Ice Guardian Ghost boss that suffered, being blinded in one eye by these two despicable humans at first sight. It was simply infuriating. Crack! At this moment, the Ice Guardian Ghost boss was completely enraged, emitting an astonishing cold air from its entire body, the water molecules in the surrounding air instantly freezing, condensing into ice flowers. Roar! The Ice Guardian Ghost boss let out an angry roar, the only remaining eye flashing with violent killing intent. Its huge mouth suddenly sucked in a breath, emitting a powerful ice attribute energy, obviously preparing to unleash its ultimate move, Frozen Breath. I've been waiting for you for a long time. But at this moment, Lin Chen's cold voice slowly sounded, buzz. The floating 9-layer town ghost tower suddenly emitted a dull sound, rapidly rotating in the sky and suddenly pressing down towards the Ice Guardian Ghost boss. Boom! The Ice Guardian Ghost boss, who had just taken a breath, was instantly crushed by the 9-layer town ghost tower, its huge body directly suppressed on the ice ground, emitting a huge rumbling sound. The ice on the ground shattered, creating a huge deep pit. Ugh! The Ice Guardian boss spat out a mouthful of old blood from 1986, feeling as if it were being crushed by a great mountain, firmly pressed down by the 9-layer ghost tower, unable to move. It experienced the feeling of being suppressed for 500 years, just like the stone monkey spirit ghost being suppressed by the 5-finger mountain. This is the inherent skill of the 9-layer ghost tower suppression. Not only can it cause huge damage, but it can also forcibly suppress the enemy for 1 second. If used well, it can even interrupt the enemy's skills, just like interrupting the Ice Guardian boss's Ice Sealing Breath skill, causing it to spit out old blood instead. Ghost Sword Immortal. Let's take down this bastard together. Lin Shen revealed a twisted smile on his face as he shouted at the still suppressed Ice Guardian boss, then called out to the Ghost Sword Immortal. Blue lightning suddenly surged from Lin Shen's body, gathering fiercely on the tip of the Thunder Ghost Gun. Crackling! It transformed into a blue lightning, holding the Thunder Ghost Gun, and directly pierced the suppressed Ice Guardian boss, like a dragon of thunder, with flashing lightning, unmatched. Meanwhile, the Ghost Sword Immortal emitted a white light from his body, holding the Ghost Spirit Sword, transforming into a white stream of light, standing side by side with Lin Shen. The Ghost Spirit Sword emitted an astonishing ghostly aura, radiating a dazzling white light, which is the inherent skill of the Ghost Spirit Sword, Ghostly Stab. One person, one ghost, one gun, one sword, one man, one woman, one blue, one white. The entire ice cave seemed to have only these two figures, the blue and white streams of light resembling the Blue Thunder Sword Immortal. Lin Shen and the Ghost Sword Immortal, with a terrifying momentum, simultaneously struck the huge head of the Ice Guardian boss. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the ice cave, and a large hole was directly blasted open in the Ice Guardian boss's forehead. The remaining single eye showed a deep look of fear, then lost its luster. It was dead. It was tortured, killed, and slaughtered by this pair of dog-like men and women. From start to finish, it didn't even have a chance to fart, and was constantly tortured and killed, simply inhumane. It would be too embarrassed to even speak to the King of Hell about how it died. Stupid duck. Come out, it's time to eat. Lin Shen saw the disappearing body of the Ice Guardian boss and immediately called out the soul-eating crow ghost to devour the boss's soul. This was a great supplement, not to be missed. Poor Ice Guardian boss, it didn't even have a chance to go to hell, with both its body and soul gone. How could the word miserable describe it? Quack! A black light flashed, and the soul-eating crow ghost suddenly appeared in front of the Ice Guardian boss's body, directly opening its mouth like a black hole and sucking in the Ice Guardian boss's soul. Ding dong! Congratulations to your soul-eating crow ghost for successfully devouring the soul of the elite Ice Guardian boss. Ding dong! Congratulations to your soul-eating crow ghost for leveling up. Current level, 11. After devouring the soul of the Ice Guardian boss, this silly duck, with silly luck, directly leveled up, becoming the highest level ghost among its own kind. Quack quack quack. Feeling its own power increase, the soul-eating crow ghost immediately let out a happy cry, its eyes slightly curved, as if in a comical expression. Why are you shouting so stupidly? You scared the ghost. Lin Shen directly slapped the soul-eating crow ghost's head and said. The soul-eating crow ghost immediately hugged its duck head in grievance, looking at Lin Shen with an angry expression, feeling so wronged. Why does it always get hit by this duck every time? It's rare for this duck to look handsome, isn't that also a kind of mistake? By the way, this dog man must be jealous of how handsome I am. The soul-eating raven ghost felt smug in his heart. Lin Shen didn't know what the soul-eating raven ghost was thinking, otherwise he would have missed out on a delicious meal of duck neck. Lin Shen arrived at the place where the Ice Guardian ghost boss died, in the deep pit. The boss's body had already dissipated, leaving behind only three things: the ghost crystal of the Ice Guardian ghost boss, a blue ice bead, and a crystal stone. Lin Shen's reincarnation ghost eye immediately displayed the attribute information of this bead in his mind. Name, Ice Ghost Bead. Type, A-level ghost item. Effect, Ice attribute ghosts can carry it, enhancing Ice attribute power by 50%. Ghost item information, a bead born inside the Ice Guardian ghost's body, enhancing the power of the Ice attribute. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. This Ice Ghost Bead was part of the same series of ghost items as the Thunder Ghost Bead on Xiao Leiming, except Xiao Leiming's enhanced the power of the Thunder attribute, while this Ice Ghost Bead enhanced the power of the Ice attribute. The awkward thing was that he currently didn't have any Ice attribute ghosts, so it seemed useless. Wait, it seems like the Ghost Empress's ability is to feed the Ghost Crystal and have a high probability of giving birth to ghosts of a certain attribute. If the Ghost Crystal of the Ice Guardian ghost is fed to the Ghost Empress, there is a high probability of hatching Ice attribute ghosts. Lin Shen suddenly remembered the ability of his Ghost Empress, and she should be close to giving birth to her second ghost offspring. He didn't know if feeding the Ghost Crystal would still be effective. The last item was the mission item for this time, the Ghost Ice Stone. It was a rare material for forging ghost tools. A smile appeared on Lin Shen's face as he put the Ghost Ice Stone into the system's backpack. With a thought, he summoned the Ghost Empress, who was currently pregnant. Husband, did you summon me? Husband, do you miss me? A black light flashed, and the stunning figure of the Ghost Empress appeared next to Lin Shen. She held Lin Shen's neck with her delicate jade hands and spoke softly to him. Lin Shen calmly glanced at the Ghost Sword Immortal, then smiled at the Ghost Empress and said, Madam, I'm giving you this ghost crystal to consume. It's the ghost crystal of an ice attribute ghost. I wonder if consuming it will give birth to an ice attribute offspring. The ghost empress's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy flashed in her autumn-like eyes as she said to Lin Chen, "Leave it to me, husband. With such a concentrated ghost crystal, our second child can be born tomorrow." The ghost empress looked at Lin Chen with a sweet expression, as if she wanted to melt into his body. "That's great." Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the boss's ghost crystal could also shorten the gestation period. This was an unexpected joy. "Madam, you should consume this ghost crystal quickly." Lin Chen placed the ghost crystal in the ghost empress's mouth. The ghost empress directly opened her cherry-like mouth, swallowed the ghost crystal, and even deliberately held Lin Chen's finger in her mouth, her agile tongue entwining around his finger. Lin Chen stood up and saluted, but suddenly, a sword aura rose from his back, as sharp as a eunuch's knife, and Lin Chen's little brother immediately drooped down. Ahem! Lin Chen coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. At this moment, the ghost empress also swallowed the ghost crystal, and her body emitted a black light. Ding! Congratulations, your ghost, the ghost empress, has leveled up. Current level, 11. The system's voice slowly sounded in Lin Chen's ear, and the ghost empress finally leveled up. The ghost emperor Yanho's mouth emitted a seductive voice as he slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the ghost sword immortal beside him. She knew that her husband's younger brother was hesitant because of her. A strange light flashed in Yanho's eyes as he smiled at Lin Chen and said, "Husband, is this your sister? Your sister is really beautiful. No wonder she can captivate your husband." Yanho's words made Lin Chen blush and feel embarrassed. The ghost sword immortal's cheeks also turned red, feeling like a mistress caught by the main wife. Yanho couldn't help but laugh when he saw the shy look on the ghost sword immortal's face. He walked over to her and whispered in her ear, making her cheeks even redder, like a ripe peach. "Husband, sister, you two should communicate well. I need to go back to nurture the fetus. Husband, be gentle with your sister." After whispering in the ghost sword immortal's ear, Yanho came to Lin Chen, kissed him, and touched him lightly. Then, with a mischievous smile on her face, she turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. After becoming the ghost queen, Yanho became bolder and more daring. He somewhat missed the shy and pure queen he had known at the beginning. Now, Yanho was so bold that even in the small forest, Lin Chen felt nervous and constantly checked if his younger brother was recording. But it was really exciting. Lin Chen's face returned to normal, and he held the thunder ghost gun as he approached the still blushing ghost sword immortal and asked, "What did she say to you just now? Why are your cheeks so red?" "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." The ghost sword immortal touched her hot cheeks and stammered. Lin Chen looked at the ghost sword immortal suspiciously, then took her delicate and smooth hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go outside. I'm holding your hand because it's slippery here, and I'm afraid you might fall." The ghost sword immortal heard Lin Chen's lame excuse for taking advantage of her and couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she held Lin Chen's warm hand tightly. "So warm." The ghost sword immortal looked at Lin Chen's back, a happy smile appearing on her beautiful face. Then, the human and the ghost walked out of the cold cave and continued on to the next place. To prevent the ghost sword immortal from slipping, Lin Chen, like a gentleman, continued to hold her hand. The ghost sword immortal followed closely behind Lin Chen like a young bride, feeling the warmth in Lin Chen's hand, which made her cold heart feel a bit warmer. Ghosts' body temperatures are usually cold, unlike human body temperatures. Of course, some special ghosts are different, such as fire ghosts, red refining ghosts, and so on, which can burn you to death. As Lin Chen and the ghost sword immortal walked on the road, many players couldn't help but turn back to look at the outstanding and beautiful ghost sword immortal, feeling envious and jealous as they watched Lin Chen. Especially when they saw Lin Chen holding the ghost sword immortal's hand, it made the surrounding players furious, wishing they could break Lin Chen's bones. "Brother, please wait." Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Although he already knew that the beauty of the ghost sword fairy would attract some players' attention, who told him to want to touch her hand, Lin Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to see a handsome man with long hair and several players walking towards him. The handsome man with long hair kept his gaze on the ghost sword fairy, his eyes flashing with a hint of warmth. When he arrived next to Lin Chen, he reluctantly shifted his gaze to Lin Chen, revealing a sunny smile on his face as he said, "Hello, brother. I am the leader of the Carefree Ghost team. You can call me the Carefree Leader." Although Lin Chen didn't know this guy, the players around instantly recognized him, causing a stir of discussion. Carefree Wanderer. He is the leader of the Carefree Ghost team, Carefree Wanderer. Very famous. I don't know. Brother, you are really uninformed. He is the famous leader of our No. For novice village ghost team, with over 50 elite members. Oof, just over 50 people. The King of Hell Guild has 2,000 people. What's so impressive about that? Maybe they don't have as many members as the King of Hell Guild, but they are on the elite path. With over 50 people, every ghost they have is at least C grade or higher. How strong is that? Wow, that's impressive. Ha ha. Now you know how powerful he is. He himself even has an A-grade elemental ghost, very powerful. I see. He's another big shot. I can only admire him. Lin Shen heard the discussions around him and roughly understood the information about this person, a leader of an elite ghost team. But so what? There was no ripple in Lin Shen's heart. Lin Shen glanced at Carefree Wanderer and said indifferently, "What do you want?" Carefree Wanderer smiled slightly at Lin Shen and glanced at the ghost sword fairy, saying, "Brother, is this your ghost?" Lin Shen nodded, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and said lightly, "Yes." "What, do you have any ideas about her?" Carefree Wanderer couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Brother, I really like your ghost. I wonder if you can let go of her." "Of course. I guarantee the price will satisfy you. I'll offer 100,000 yuan, what do you think?" Carefree Wanderer was also very generous, offering 100,000 yuan right away, showing that he really liked the ghost sword fairy. But Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, kid, why are you laughing? Our leader has already offered you 100,000 yuan, do you want more? Don't be too greedy. Be careful not to get a single penny, you should know when to stop. This is the wilderness, your ghost dies and it's dead, it can't be resurrected." Seeing Lin Chen laughing, the members behind Carefree Wanderer were immediately unhappy, cursing at Lin Chen and making their threats very clear. "Friend, what are you laughing at? Do you think I'm funny? Or do you think my price is too low?" Carefree Wanderer narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he said lightly to Lin Chen, "Smart. I just think you're funny. She is priceless, no matter how much money you offer, I won't sell her." Lin Chen said lightly to Carefree Wanderer, then looked at the ghost sword fairy and said affectionately. The ghost sword immortal's cheeks instantly turned a rosy hue, and the icy heart felt as if it had been sweetened, so sweet. The sunny smile on Xiao Yaoyu's face finally disappeared at this moment, and his eyes carried a hint of coldness as he lightly said, "So there's no room for negotiation, is that it?" Xiao Yaoyu's eyes were filled with a terrifying indifference as he looked lightly at Lin Chen. The members behind Xiao Yaoyu also revealed a hint of cruel smiles towards Lin Chen. The surrounding players at this time already felt that Lin Chen was doomed. It's a pity that such a beautiful ghost would be gone once she died. This kid is doomed. How dare he speak to Xiao Yaoyu like that? Damn idiot. Not even selling for 100,000, it's just a game data, really treating it like a wife. I think he deserves it. Must show off such a beautiful female ghost, I spit on it. Exactly. Just kill him, I'm so jealous. Yes, yes. Seeing someone else's wife so beautiful, it's more painful than killing me. Captain Xiao Yao, we support you, kill him and snatch his wife. It's best to forcefully take his wife in front of him. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're really perverted. I like it. The surrounding players were also envious, jealous, and hateful towards Lin Chen. Seeing that Lin Chen had such a beautiful female ghost, it was almost painful to breathe. Since they didn't have it, then you can't have it either, that's human nature. Lin Chen heard the shouts of the surrounding players and a brilliant smile appeared on his lips. Lin Chen's face showed a brilliant smile, but those who knew Lin Chen understood that he was about to kill someone. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a white sword light flashed. The icy cold light was like the moon, the sword hum was like a snake's hiss, and the sword shadow was like an eel. Ah, ah, ah. The surrounding players suddenly let out a miserable scream, only to see a few players who were just cursing at Lin Chen, clutching their throats tightly. Terror-stricken blood spurted out like a fountain, their eyes filled with intense fear, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief, then their heads tilted and they died. Crackle, crackle. At the same time, a burst of green lightning suddenly surged out, a black long spear shot out like a thunderbolt, and a player was directly shot in the head. Black, white, and red liquid splattered, extremely bloody and brutal. Ah, ah, ah. He's killing people, he's killing people. The surrounding players immediately let out a terrified scream, and chaos ensued. Lin Chen and the ghost sword immortal acted at the same time, ruthless and without much talk, directly killing people, which caught everyone present off guard. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of provoking public anger? Even Xiao Yaoyu's pupils suddenly contracted. Never in a million years did he expect Lin Chen to suddenly start killing people. Even his Xiao Yao ghost team didn't dare to kill people at will, for fear of provoking public anger. After all, there are millions of solo players in the game, and this force is extremely terrifying in the game. Ghost sword immortal. Kill them all. Just a bunch of animals. Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Yaoyu, slowly walked towards the player who was shot in the head, picked up the Thunder Ghost gun, and said lightly to the Ghost Sword Immortal. The tone was as if he was killing a chicken, without any emotional fluctuations. The Ghost Sword Immortal held the Ghost Spirit Sword, killing one person with each step. The sword light, blood, and screams, like a symphony, playing a song of killing. The Ghost Sword Immortal's killing swordsmanship was so beautiful that it made people automatically ignore that she was killing people. Her appearance made people ignore whether she was killing humans or not. In just a few seconds, Lin Chen and Goe Jianxian slaughtered all the players around them. Their swords and guns were stained with fresh blood, and the surrounding air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Lin Chen, with blood on his face, wore a sunny smile as he approached the remaining members of the Xiaoyao Guild. The crisp footsteps sounded like a devil's knock, making the Xiaoyao Guild members' backs soak with sweat. "Sorry." These people rudely interrupted our conversation. "Where were we just now?" Lin Chen smiled at the sweating Xiaoyao and said, "Gurgle." Xiaoyao looked at Lin Chen, who seemed like a demon, and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Brother, we're sorry for the disturbance. We were just passing by and we'll leave now." Xiaoyao showed a faint smile to Lin Chen, but Lin Chen smiled and said, "I hate being threatened. Do you think you can leave?" Lin Chen licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said to Xiaoyao with a smile, "Damn it. Don't think you can show off here just because you killed a few ordinary players. I'll kill you. Come out, Reaper. Kill him." Xiaoyao's member suddenly shouted, summoning his own ghost. A sharp sword light flashed, and the scythe-wielding ghost suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Xiaoyao's expression changed, and he roared, "Don't release the ghosts. He's waiting for us to release them so he can kill them." The other members were about to release their ghosts, but upon hearing Xiaoyao's roar, they immediately stopped. The scythe-wielding ghost that had just been summoned was a sea-level elite ghost with a level of 6. But just as it was summoned, a sharp sword light flashed, and the ghost's head was cut off, its round head falling like a basketball, spraying several pounds of black blood from its neck. The scythe in the ghost's hand fell heavily to the cold ground, making a crisp impact sound. The newly summoned ghost lost its life as its head fell to the ground. Silence, a terrifying silence. "You're indeed a leader with some brains. I didn't expect you to be quite clever." Lin Chen glanced at Xiaoyao with some surprise. He did want them to release their ghosts so he could wipe them all out in one go. After all, it's not fun to kill players who can just resurrect. It's better to kill their ghosts, just like the Yanwang Temple Guild. When their ghosts die, they won't dare to come out and cause trouble for a few days. But he didn't expect this guy to see through it. However, Lin Chen didn't mind. They were just a few players, easily taken care of. "Brother, we don't have any grudges. Let's settle this peacefully. There's no need for us to make a big deal out of this. I apologize to you and will compensate you with 10,000 yuan. Can we settle this?" Xiaoyao's face looked extremely unpleasant, but he managed to force a smile and said to Lin Chen. This guy was very deep, able to keep his composure. "If one day, I ask you if you would sell your wife for 100,000 yuan, what would you do?" Lin Chen did not answer Xiao Yaoyu's words, but looked at him with a murderous look and said lightly. On the other side, Goe Jianxian heard Lin Chen calling her his wife, and a blush appeared on her face, looking at Lin Chen with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. Xiao Yaoyu's face changed. The answer was obviously clear, and Lin Chen's attitude was also very clear, that is, he must be killed. Xiao Yaoyu's face returned to normal. He already knew that they were doomed, so there was no need to continue pretending to smile. "Today, I admit defeat. But fortunes change. The grudge of today, I, Xiao Yaoyu, will remember." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yaoyu's eyes, and he said coldly to Lin Chen, "Boom." Just as he finished speaking, he was directly shot in the head by Lin Chen. White and red liquid splattered, some of it even splashed onto the mouths of the several members of the Xiaoyao ghost team behind him, causing them to vomit. Lin Chen frowned, extended his long spear, and killed these people. In the place that was just lively, now there were only Lin Chen and Goe Jianxian. The ground was stained red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. "Let's go." Lin Chen's face was expressionless as he put away the Thunder Ghost gun into the system backpack, then extended his blood-stained right hand to Goe Jianxian. Goe Jianxian did not mind at all that Lin Chen's hand was stained with blood, and she extended her own pure white jade hand to hold Lin Chen's hand. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, a smile that could enchant the city, making Lin Chen slightly dazed. Lin Chen tightly held Goe Jianxian's jade hand, a sincere and sunny smile appeared on his face, and he walked side by side with Goe Jianxian. A hearty voice slowly echoed in the wind, "There are ghost immortals in the mortal world, accompanying me." A smile that could enchant the city, entwining my heartstrings. At the same time, the players who were slaughtered by Lin Chen in the know, for Novice Village were resurrecting by the Resurrection Stone. Each of them had a strong anger and resentment on their faces, and they were cursing Lin Chen fiercely. "This is despicable. This person is not human at all, he is a beast, killing people for no reason, it's simply outrageous. We just said a few words to him, and he started killing people. Isn't there any justice? Isn't there any law? A person like this is definitely an orphan in the real world. Without parents, the whole family is dead. Yes, damn it. He is the scum of society, the dregs of society. If we could find him in the real world, I would be the first to kill him. Does a person like this deserve to play games? No, he doesn't. Let's unite, let's all call for help, and today we will drive this scum of society out of the game. Yes, we, the solo players, should unite. Let's work together to rid the people of this harm and create a good gaming environment. The solo players at the Resurrection Stone shouted in unison, raising their powerful fists. They completely looked like victims, completely forgetting that they were the ones who first said shameless and immoral words, provoking Lin Chen and causing him to kill them. But when there are many people pretending to be ignorant, it becomes a fact. They had already automatically ignored the cause and only thought about the consequences. They were killed by the ghost, they were killed, so Lin Chen was the murderer, he was the scum. Xuan Xuan. At this moment, Xiao Yaoyu and several members of the team also appeared pale-faced at the Resurrection Stone. Everyone was stunned when they saw them, and then they were overjoyed, asking Xiao Yaoyu, Captain Xiao Yao, have you also been killed by that scum? We are preparing to call for a retaliation against this scum. Your strength is the strongest, so why don't you lead us to eliminate that scum? The crowd clamored, urging Xiao Yaoyu to lead them in attacking Lin Chen. Xiao Yaoyu saw a glint in their eyes, then a look of anger on their face, and said to the crowd, yes, we have also been killed. Since everyone is so kind, then I, Xiao Yaoyu, will respectfully comply. We are all victims. If this person is not eliminated, the entire newbie village will be in danger. To resort to killing at the drop of a hat is simply lawless. Let's go and call for help. My Xiaoyao Ghost team will all participate, and we will definitely kill this person out of the game. Give all players a bright future. Kill, 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 kill. Suddenly, all the players in the audience shouted loudly, and thus began a massive campaign to attack Lin Chen in the know. For newbie village. Seeing the departing crowd, Xiao Yaoyu's face revealed a sly smile, muttering to themselves, provoking public anger. Even if you're powerful, it's useless. A tree standing tall in the forest will be felled by the wind. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. This is the terrifying nature of humanity. Ha ha ha, you're still too young. The Ghost Sword Immortal ranks second in talent among the ghosts and monsters, right? Only I, Xiao Yaoyu, am worthy of it. Xiao Yaoyu's eyes flashed with a dazzling light, licked their lips, and revealed a twisted smile. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the Ghost Sword Immortal finally arrived at the last mission location, the Ghost Rhino Plain. On the plain, huge ghost rhinoceroses with rotting flesh on their bodies roamed aimlessly. Lin Chen looked at these ghost rhinoceroses, and the information about them had already appeared in Lin Chen's mind through the reincarnation ghost eye in his left eye. Name, Ghost Rhino, talent, C, type, physical, level, 8, ability, Rhino charge, use the sturdy horn to charge at the enemy, causing a large amount of damage. Ghost information, formerly a rhinoceros, cruelly killed by humans to take its horn for money, lingering resentment, ghostly energy gestated, transformed into a ghost rhinoceros, extremely resentful towards humans. Description, where's my horn? You took my horn, I'll take your life, complimentary horns, you're big, my big too. There were quite a few of these ghost rhinoceroses, but there was no sign of the boss. Lin Chen guessed that his mission item was definitely on the boss. Come out. Little Thunder Ming, silly duck. Lin Chen directly summoned his own ghosts, not counting his pregnant wife. Lin Chen was ready for a quick battle, so he didn't double up with the Ghost Sword Immortal, but chose to form a 4-person team. Father Emperor. Duck, duck. When the two little guys came out, Little Thunder Ming respectfully greeted Lin Chen, very polite, obviously well taught by Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but pat his son's head. Duck, duck. When the soul-eating crow ghost saw Lin Chen patting Little Thunder Ming's head, and not patting his, it immediately came to Lin Chen, stretched out its pitch-black head, and rubbed against Lin Chen's hand, indicating that Lin Chen should also pat its head, which was even better to pat. Smack! What came instead was a big slap from Lin Chen, landing on the head of the soul-eating crow ghost. You haven't washed your duck head in days, and you still want me to pat it. Take it as a desperate duck head, and people still despise it. Lin Chen scolded the soul-eating crow ghost with a smile. Duck, duck, duck. The soul-eating raven demon held its duck head in anger, cursing at Lin Chen, you've hurt my duck heart. It never expected that by taking the initiative, it would receive a slap from its master. A tear of regret streamed down the soul-eating raven demon's eye sockets. In the end, it was my own fault. Quack! At this moment, as Lin Chen and his group approached, the wandering ghost rhinoceros sniffed the scent of the humans it hated the most, and instantly became furious. Its pitch-black eyes emitted a blood-red light, and it roared towards Lin Chen and the others, charging at them. The entire plane trembled slightly, as if 1,000 horses were galloping, with billowing smoke and a fierce momentum. Kill them all! Lin Chen took out the thunder ghost gun, and a green lightning burst forth from his body, speaking coldly to the ghosts and monsters. After killing the ghost rhinoceros here and collecting the ghost crystals in the glacial cave, he should be able to level up, considering it as a way to level up conveniently. Quack the duck spirit converted all its grievances into power, opening its mouth and emitting a soulful duck call. Instantly, a mysterious force swept towards the charging group of ghost rhinoceros, causing them to convulse and collapse. A duck call from the soul-eating raven demon had a limited range, currently only about 100 meters, beyond which it had no effect. As the saying goes, those who run fast, die fast. This was proven true, as the ghost rhinoceros that thought they were the bravest and fastest were caught off guard and fell halfway. Quack quack quack, the soul-eating raven demon flapped its wings and arrived in the air above the fallen ghost rhinoceros, opening its mouth and suddenly sucking in all their souls. Strike while the iron is hot, especially when it comes to fragrant souls. On the other side, Lin Chen, Xiao Laming, and the ghost sword immortal also confronted the remaining ghost rhinoceros. There were still quite a few of them, but with Lin Chen wielding the thunder ghost gun and surrounded by green lightning, his long spear was like a dragon, bursting the rear, and bursting the heads of the ghost rhinoceros with 1 or 2 shots. These were just ordinary ghosts, nowhere near a match for Lin Chen's abnormal strength, and his combat experience made it seem like a fish in water. These clumsy ghost rhinoceros couldn't even touch his clothes and were killed by Lin Chen with a single shot. Xiao Laming and the ghost sword immortal's battle was one of fury and elegance. Xiao Laming's furious green lightning strikes killed a ghost rhinoceros with a single blow, and the thunder power naturally restrained the ghosts. Xiao Laming also wore the thunder ghost bead, which was as damaging as a thunderstorm. Countless green lightning strikes continuously bombarded these clumsy and huge ghost rhinoceros, leaving them with nowhere to run. The ghost sword immortal technique was also very sharp, as the ghost spirit sword directly pierced the heads of one ghost rhinoceros after another, like a needle through cloth, leaving no hole untouched and liquid flowing out. In just over 10 minutes, all the ghost rhinos on the plane were killed, with not a single one left alive. Over 100 ghost rhinos died at the hands of Lin Chen and his 3 ghosts, their souls devoured by the soul-eating crow ghost. Lin Chen collected a total of 152 ghost crystals, in addition to the ones he had previously, which should be enough to level up. Without hesitation, Lin Chen consumed all the ghost crystals, and finally reached level 11. Ding dong! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 11. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he opened the level rankings. NO1, hidden nickname, level 11, NO2, Miyamoto Musashi, level 7, NO3, King Arthur * Caesar, level 7, NO4, Emperor, level 7, NO5, handsome and dominant, level 6. He still maintained an absolute advantage over everyone else, and the higher his level, the slower their leveling speed became, as money could no longer buy high-level ghost crystals. Furthermore, his contracted ghosts required a large number of ghost crystals to level up, so it was normal for leveling up to be slow. Just as Lin Chen finished off all the ghost rhinos on the plane, a loud roar suddenly echoed from deep within the plane, shaking the entire area. Fortunately, the ghost creatures here were of a high level, and no players had come to this area temporarily, otherwise it would have definitely attracted many players. Boom boom boom. A series of loud rumbling sounds rang out, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and a thick dust cloud rose from the nearby plane. Under Lin Chen's solemn gaze, a giant ghost rhinoceros appeared on the plane, standing at least 2.5 meters tall and 4 meters long, covered in thick rhinoceros hide that shimmered with a defensive glow. Its large black eyes flashed with a fierce and angry expression, and it had long, thick, black horns on its head. It was too fierce. Lin Chen's reincarnation ghost eye in his left eye trembled slightly, and a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Rhino Ghost Leader Elite Boss, Aptitude, B, Type, Physical, Level, 10, Abilities, Thick Skin. The Rhino Ghost Leader is wrapped in tough skin, increasing its defense by 100%. Savage Horn Charge. The Rhino Ghost Leader wraps ghost energy around its horns and charges at the enemy, causing massive damage. Ghost Information. Former leader of the rhinoceros population. The population was cruelly killed by humans, their horns stolen. Their resentment soared to the heavens, and after being killed, their ghost energy gave birth to a powerful boss, filled with extreme hatred towards humans. Weakness, the anus. Description: do you see the thing on top of my head? If you're afraid, then get lost, otherwise I'll stab you to death. Damn, this guy is both stinky and tough. Lin Chen was shocked by the abilities of the Rhino Ghost Leader boss, and couldn't help but curse. The ghost's skin was bulletproof, and he had never seen such a thick-skinned ghost before. Lin Chen glanced at the Thunder Ghost gun in his hand, a hint of apology in his eyes, muttering to himself, "Gun, oh gun, I'm sorry for today." If the Thunder Ghost gun had consciousness, it would definitely poke Lin Chen a few times to express its apology. Roar! The Rhino Ghost Leader boss's pitch-black eyes flickered with a fierce and vengeful light. In life, its tribe was killed by humans, and even in death, it was killed by humans. This was simply too much for the ghost to bear. The Rhino Ghost Leader boss roared in anger, emitting a strong ghostly aura all over its body, and concentrated it on its large horn, charging at Lin Chen like a tank. This was the ability of the Rhino Ghost Leader boss, the Savage Horn Charge. The silly duck soul duck call is still in cooldown, Lin Chen decisively took out from under his crotch. Pa, the 9-story ghost tower in the town, thrown into the air, buzzing. The 9-story ghost tower immediately emitted a white light, turning into a ghost tower floating in the air. A mysterious force swept towards the 8 directions in the west, and the ghost town domain was opened. The running ghost rhinoceros leader boss suddenly felt his speed, defense, and attack power weaken. Roar! The ghost rhinoceros leader boss's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and he let out a roar, not knowing why his strength suddenly weakened so much, feeling uneasy in his heart. Let's attack together. Kill! Lin Chen's whole body was flashing with a blue electric light, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, rushing towards the ghost rhinoceros leader boss, "It's Father Emperor!" Little Laming obediently replied, and a powerful blue thunder burst forth from his body. The raging thunder instantly condensed into a thunder spear in Little Laming's hand, crackling. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Little Laming's eyes narrowed, a serious expression on his chubby face, and a childish voice came from his mouth, "Judgment Spear. Pierce this bowl for me." Whoosh! The terrifying thunder spear was like a thunderbolt, a flash of blue thunder passed, and the thunder spear had fiercely hit the tough rhinoceros skin of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The huge body of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss was directly stopped by this terrifying energy, emitting a loud roar. A huge wound appeared on the part of the ghost rhinoceros leader boss's body hit by Little Laming's judgment spear, with charred skin. Although it had not broken through the defense, it was close. Little Laming's judgment spear was the strongest single-target skill. Terrifying as it was, even the rhinoceros skin thicker than a city wall, and the elite boss template, could barely withstand Little Laming's judgment spear. Die for me! At this moment, Lin Chen's attack had also arrived. While the ghost rhinoceros leader boss's head was still buzzing, Lin Chen had quietly arrived behind the ghost rhinoceros leader boss, looking at the boss's buttocks. A determined look flashed in his eyes. The thunder ghost gun in his hand carried a strong thunder power, and he used the thunder ghost kill on the ghost rhinoceros leader boss's buttocks. Puff! The long spear was like a thunder dragon. The thunder ghost gun with terrifying thunder pierced the boss's buttocks. Ow! The ghost rhinoceros leader boss let out a heart-wrenching and miserable scream. The lurking ghost dog shivered all over. A look of fear flashed in its eyes, cursing and leaving. Too cruel. Even the dog shook its head after seeing it. The ghost rhinoceros leader boss's eyes were full of bloodshot veins, almost bulging out, and his huge body jumped straight up in place, leaping high into the sky, leaving Lin Chen dumbfounded. He was directly stunned. It turns out that a rhinoceros can jump so high. Ow ow ow. The ghost rhinoceros leader boss's body kept jumping, brushing against the ground, black blood continuously flowing out, staining the nearby lush grassland. You. Disgusting. The ghost sword immortal looked at Lin Chen with disdain and said coldly, "Lin Chen." Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, looking helplessly at the ghost sword immortal. Can he be blamed for this? It's all because of the reincarnation ghost eye, saying the weak point is here, not there. Roar! The leader of the ghost rhino boss had already emerged from the cruel reality. It was no longer clean. Although the reality was cruel, it had to accept it. The leader of the ghost rhino boss shed a tear of humiliation from its pitch-black eyes, then went mad and became violent, looking at Lin Chen as if he had committed a heinous crime, wishing to tear him to pieces. Roar! The leader of the ghost rhino boss roared to the sky, full of intense emotions, its whole body filled with ghostly energy, entwined around its rhinoceros horn, charging towards Lin Chen like a mad bull. Ghost tower suppression. Suppress it for me. Lin Chen looked at the fiercely murderous leader of the ghost rhino boss, feeling no guilt. Although he had done something excessive to it, so what? A real man never cares about race. Lin Chen directly activated the power of the 9-layer ghost tower. Buzz! The 9-layer ghost tower floating in the air emitted a piercing noise, and the heavy ghost tower directly pressed down fiercely on the ghost rhino boss below. Boom, boom, boom. The leader of the ghost rhino boss's legs went weak, as if a mountain had been pressed down on its back. Ugh. It spat out a mouthful of blood, and its body was directly crushed into a deep pit by the 9-layer ghost tower. Xiao Lei-ming. Attack! Used the judgment spear to attack its back. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen immediately shouted at Xiao Lei-ming. Xiao Lei-ming was young and innocent, very pure. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, he unconditionally believed in Lin Chen. Yes, Father Emperor. Xiao Lei-ming immediately responded, and a violent force of 7 or 8 colored lightning surged from his body, gathering in his small hands. Crackle, crackle. A series of green lightning snakes flickered around Xiao Lei-ming, hissing and roaring. Take this. Xiao Lei-ming aimed at the bleeding rear of the ghost rhino boss, and with a childish voice, he shouted, Judgment Spear. The spear, like a green thorn, with an unmatched momentum, was thrown at the ghost rhino boss's rear. The ghost rhino boss, being firmly suppressed, stared with eyes wide open, filled with fear, wanting to shout for help, begging for mercy, and pleading for forgiveness. But being tightly pressed by the 9-layer ghost tower, it couldn't say a word, only trying its best to close its doors, as if it would feel better that way. Boom! But its weak defenses were easily shattered by the judgment spear, and then the spear, with the momentum of thunder, fiercely pierced into the ghost rhino boss's vulnerable spot. The 2.5-meter-long judgment spear directly attacked the inside of the ghost rhino boss. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying thunder energy exploded inside the ghost rhino leader boss, and the entire body of the ghost rhino leader boss oozed dark blood. Its massive body twitched slightly, ending its sinful life with a strong sense of resentment and injustice. Its pitch-black eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, stared firmly at Lin Chen, seemingly wanting to etch his image into its soul. Suddenly, the soul-eating raven ghost appeared, and with a swift motion, it devoured the pitiful ghost rhino leader boss's body and soul. Letting out a satisfied burp, the soul-eating raven ghost patted its stomach, revealing a hint of delight on its face, exclaiming how delicious it was. Like beef. The body of the ghost rhino leader boss slowly turned into black mist and dissipated, leaving behind a rhinoceros horn, a ghost crystal, and an evil spirit mask. Xiao Lei-ming. Well done. Lin Chen praised Xiao Lei-ming, causing his fair face to blush slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't learn bad things from your father. The ghost sword immortal glanced at Lin Chen and softly advised Xiao Lei-ming. It was truly pitiful for the ghost rhino leader boss, cruelly abused by the father and son. Right bad? Learn bad what? Xiao Lei-ming furrowed his brow, asking in confusion. Xiao Lei-ming, quickly go and collect the spoils. Lin Chen quickly changed the subject, instructing Xiao Lei-ming to pick up the loot dropped by the ghost rhino leader boss. Yes, Father Emperor. Xiao Lei-ming obediently nodded and was about to go collect the spoils. At that moment, a dark shadow near the ghost rhino leader boss suddenly darted out and snatched the 3 items dropped by the boss, swiftly speeding away into the distance. How dare you! Lin Chen, seeing this, suddenly unleashed a surge of anger, his left eye resembling the eye of a grim reaper opening, as he let out a furious shout. Lin Chen was furious. He never imagined that someone would dare to steal from under his nose, which was a direct challenge to his bottom line. In an instinctive reaction, Lin Chen immediately unleashed a powerful ghostly aura and activated the ability of the evil ghost armor he was wearing, Ghostly Roar. In an instant, a black mist boiled in front of Lin Chen, revealing a terrifying black ghost head with horns, a fierce visage, and pitch-black eyes emitting a horrifying black light. The evil ghost directly opened its blood-filled mouth and let out a massive roar. No matter how fast the black shadow was, the speed of sound was faster. In an instant, the life-threatening sprint of the black shadow was halted by this terrifying sound. Clutching its head, it let out a painful cry. Ghostly Roar, condense a ghostly shadow and emit a massive roar, causing damage to the enemy and inducing a state of mental disorientation. The roar of the ghostly shadow stopped the black shadow in its tracks, revealing its entire form to everyone, a figure shrouded in black mist, with only a pair of blood-red eyes. At this moment, the left eye of the reincarnated ghost trembled slightly, and a piece of information appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Name, Shadow Black Ghost, Aptitude, A, Type, Elemental, Contract, Equal Contract, Level, 6, Ability, Shadow Lurking. The Shadow Black Ghost can lurk in the shadows, greatly reducing its presence and breath, making it difficult to be detected. Ghost information, a ghost creature born from the ghostly aura in the shadows, intangible and shadowy, likes to stay in the darkness. If someone passes by it, it will cut your throat without you noticing, and its weakness is sunlight. Description, you can't see me, but I can see you, and I like to spy on activities between couples. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly, instantly understanding why this guy had been near him all along. Neither he nor his ghostly companions had noticed. It turns out this guy had such a powerful ability. Moreover, it is an elemental type with an A-level aptitude, a very good ghostly creature. However, Lin Chen saw that the contract status displayed an equal contract, which meant that this ghostly creature belonged to someone else, and the player commanded it to take his spoils. A cold, chilling intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, daring to pull teeth in the tiger's mouth. I see you don't know your own limits. Lin Chen's heart was filled with killing intent as he coldly said to his ghostly creature, "Control it for me. Don't kill it, it's still useful." In fact, without Lin Chen saying anything, the Ghost Sword Immortal's eyes were already filled with anger, and with a furious aura, he controlled the Ghost Spirit Sword like a stream of light, stabbing towards the Shadow Black Ghost, puff, directly piercing the Shadow Black Ghost's thigh. Black blood splattered like black slurry. Ah! The Shadow Black Ghost, who had just awakened from a dazed state, let out a miserable cry, clutching its thigh in pain. Lin Chen, Xiao Ming, Ghost Sword Immortal, and Soul-Eating Crow Ghost had all come to the side of the Shadow Black Ghost at this time. Quack, quack, quack. The Soul-Eating Crow Ghost stared with its bird eyes, continuously pecking at the Shadow Black Ghost with its sharp beak, emitting a desperate quacking sound. Daring to steal in front of your Uncle Duck. I think you're asking for it. I'll peck at you. The Shadow Black Ghost let out a painful cry, but did not dare to resist at all, because the aura emanating from Xiao Ming and Ghost Sword Immortal had firmly held it. If it made any move, it had no doubt that it would end up with a few holes in its body, so it chose to endure. Under the pecking attack of the Soul-Eating Crow Ghost, the Shadow Black Ghost emitted strange sounds. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he picked up the items dropped by the Shadow Black Ghost, finally showing a slight relaxation in his expression. Lin Chen glanced around at the trees and grass, and slowly said, "If I were you, I would come out now. Otherwise, your A-level aptitude ghost will have to bid you farewell." After a while, Lin Chen finished speaking, but still no one came out, as if there was no one around. A glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he picked up the Thunder Ghost gun in his hand, and a cold, blue thunder surged from his body as he coldly said, "In that case, then die." The Thunder Ghost gun in Lin Chen's hand, like a thunderous dragon, was about to stab at the head of the Shadow Black Ghost. Wait. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in the forest, and then a plain-looking woman walked out from the woods. Snow White. Lin Chen saw the woman and his pupils slightly contracted. He fell silent for a while before speaking slowly. Yes, this person was Snow White, who had teamed up with him to kill the elite boss Thunderbird. At that time, they had even become game friends. Lin Chen had some impression of this woman. She was talkative but knew her limits and how to conduct herself. However, Lin Chen never expected that she would be the one trying to steal his spoils of war. It was unexpected, but within the realm of reason. Lin Chen had already gained a deep understanding of the treachery of human hearts. The pain of being devoured by countless ghosts was something he dared not forget. A hint of mockery appeared on Lin Chen's face as he looked at Snow White, who was standing in front of him with her head lowered, unable to speak, as if she were a mere beast. "Oh, Snow White, long time no see." Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile as he spoke to Snow White, but this smile was colder than the autumn wind. 6. Big brother. I'm sorry. Snow White's eyes carried a hint of guilt and shame as she apologized to Lin Chen, her voice trembling. Sorry. What are you sorry to me for? Lin Chen's smile grew even wider as he asked in return. I shouldn't have been so blinded by greed to steal the loot from the boss you killed. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Snow White's face turned red with shame as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze, stammering as she spoke. Ha ha. Isn't this quite normal? After all, a high-level ghost items dropped by an elite boss can easily fetch tens of thousands of dollars. Even tens of thousands. I would be tempted too. Lin Chen smiled faintly and continued speaking to Snow White. Then, he turned to the trembling shadow ghost on the ground and said, "This ghost is the one we obtained the A-level qualification ghost clue from the system announcement and formed a contract with, right?" Yes. Snow White lowered her head even further, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands, and answered softly. Lin Chen's mocking smile grew even wider as he spoke slowly. You really know how to play. Using the ghost I gave you to steal from me. It's really quite amusing. Even novels wouldn't dare to write this way. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen burst into laughter, but his eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous intent. Big brother 6. I beg you, let go of my ghost. I apologize to you. Don't kill my ghost, please. I've already joined a powerful and mysterious ghost group. If I didn't have the shadow ghost, my status would definitely be greatly reduced, and I might even be kicked out. Big brother 6. I was wrong, I really was. Please spare my ghost. Just consider it as repaying the favor from last time when I took you to kill the boss. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found that boss, and you wouldn't have obtained an S-level qualification ghost clue. So, please, just spare me this once? Snow White saw the killing intent in Lin Chen's eyes and was suddenly shocked. She cried out loudly, as if she were a humiliated girl, and Lin Chen was the unfaithful man. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed even louder at her words, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Meanwhile, Snow White's face alternated between red and white, like a clown. Lin Chen stopped smiling, his eyes filled with a strong sneer as he looked at Bai Shui and said seriously, "First, taking me to kill the boss was a win-win situation. You gained fame and an A-grade elemental ghost, so we're even now." Lin Chen held up a finger and continued, "Second, if you join the Ghost Clan, your status will decrease, and you'll be kicked out." "What's it to me?" Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent, and suddenly, violent green lightning surged from his body. Crackling. The lightning crackled and coiled around the pitch-black thunder ghost gun. Under Bai Shui's shocked gaze, Lin Chen aimed the gun at the shadow black ghost's head and fired. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out as the shadow black ghost's head burst like a watermelon, splattering black and yellow liquid across the air, spraying onto Bai Shui's face. A highly potential A-grade elemental ghost was killed by Lin Chen in this way. Ah! Bai Shui opened her mouth and let out a scream of shock and anger. You'll die a horrible death. I already apologized to you. Why did you still have to kill my ghost? Are you even a man? You trash. You'll die a horrible death. You're finished, the members of my ghost clan will avenge me. Do you think you're invincible? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are plenty of players in this game stronger than you. Others just use different methods to hide their rankings. Just you wait. You're doomed. Boom. Bai Shui's face twisted into a grimace, like a demon from hell, completely different from the sunny girl she was before, and she cursed Lin Chen with resentment. But before Bai Shui could continue, Lin Chen shot her in the head, turning her into a headless body that fell heavily to the cold ground, blood pooling around her. So annoying. Just die already. I thought you were too noisy last time, couldn't stand it. Lin Chen coldly retracted the thunder ghost gun, his eyes as calm as dead water in a deep pool, chillingly indifferent. Lin Chen glanced at the ghost crystal left by the shadow black ghost, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he picked it up. When the ghost empress gives birth to this child, it might be good to feed this ghost crystal to the next one. Giving birth to a shadow-type ghost seems like a good idea. Lin Chen thought to himself. It was a close call this time. If the shadow black ghost had delivered the item to Bai Shui and she had put it in the system backpack, it would have been difficult to expose even if she was killed. He would have suffered a great loss, unable to complete the mission. That Bai Shui deserved to die. If given the chance, he would kill her every time he saw her. Zhang San once said that the human heart is the most malicious thing in this world. I fully agree with this statement, Lin Chen muttered to himself coldly. Lin Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was already late, so he found a temporary safe place and logged off on the spot. Meanwhile, in the 4th newbie village, in a high-level leveling area, 5 players dressed in black windbreakers and wearing demon masks were commanding ghosts to kill wild ghosts. The ground was littered with the bodies of level 8 wild ghosts, and the black blood stained the earth, making it look like a large slaughterhouse. Boss, Bai Shui has been killed, and the shadow black ghost is dead too. One of the players wearing a white demon mask spoke with a man's voice, addressing the leader wearing a black demon mask. Ha! Who killed her? With her ghostly strength, very few people should be able to kill her. The leader of the black demon mask player spoke with a hoarse and deep voice. She said she was killed by a player named Lu Dao, the one who destroyed the Yen Luo Palace Guild and killed the player of Xiaoyaoyu. He is also the person we are looking for, but he seems to have a mysterious whereabouts and does not respond to friend requests. I didn't expect to encounter Bai Shui and have her killed. The player with the white demon mask continued to speak. Is it him? His strength is not bad. Now he has killed Bai Shui, enough to prove his strength. He is qualified to join us. You go. Bring Bai Shui and let him join us. If he has any grudges with Bai Shui, then you personally hand Bai Shui to him to kill. As long as he joins us, everything is negotiable. The man with the black demon mask pondered for a moment and spoke with a hoarse voice to the man with the white demon mask. If he doesn't join, you know what to do. Yes, boss. The man with the white demon mask respectfully nodded and then left. He. The boss is really ruthless, treating a little girl so cruelly. A player wearing a silver demon mask spoke with a charming woman's voice, laughing and saying, but I like it. The man with the black demon mask, with eyes as calm as still water, coldly said, the weak have no rights, and then continued with the other 3 to enter a higher level map. Poor Bai Shui, at this moment, still did not know that she had been abandoned by this mysterious organization. At this time, she was at the resurrection stone, looking at the player with the white demon mask, saying to wait for him to come over. Bai Shui's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement, and with a resentful look, she opened her mouth and said, Lu Dao, you're dead. Ha ha ha. She laughed happily, her laughter also chilling. In the real world, Lin Chen took off his game helmet. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach protested, making a rumbling sound. Lin Chen went to the bathroom, put on his coat, and went out to eat. It was still the same place, and the boss saw Lin Chen, smiling and greeting him. "Young man, here again? What do you want to eat today?" The boss was an old man, with gray hair, but still lively, running his own restaurant. A tomato scrambled egg, a boiled beef, a woohoo fish, and a cauliflower with pork. Lin Chen looked at the menu and said to the boss, "All right, wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The old man smiled slightly at Lin Chen and said, then went into the kitchen to work. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind blew outside the restaurant. Lin Chen glanced at the temperature display on his phone and found that it was already 19 degrees Celsius, which was quite strange. According to reason, it shouldn't be this cold at this time of the season. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown and thought to himself, I remember that in the last world, 2 weeks before the bizarre game and the fusion of the Earth, the global temperature seemed to continue to decrease. On the day of the fusion, the temperature even dropped to 0 degrees Celsius, and this was in the south. It was even lower in the north. This is because the bizarre end of the world game is trying to merge with the Earth, which will create temporal and spatial rifts. The ghostly aura from the bizarre game has already merged into the Earth, causing a global cooling. But there's still over a month left now. Lin Chen felt a slight unease in his heart, furrowing his brows, and speculating in his mind, could it be because of my rebirth that this world has undergone unknown changes? Or is this just a normal unexpected cooling? Lin Chen was not certain in his heart, but he secretly kept a watchful eye. If the temperature continued to drop every day, then Lin Chen would be certain that the bizarre end of the world game might have indeed merged with the Earth ahead of time due to certain reasons. The dishes are here. The old man brought the dishes, smiling as he placed them on Lin Chen's table. With various speculations weighing on his mind, Lin Chen decided to focus on eating first and deal with other matters later. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily. It had to be said that one of the reasons he frequented this restaurant was because the boss's cooking was indeed good and suited his taste, otherwise he wouldn't have come here so often. By the time Lin Chen finished his meal, it was already 9 o'clock. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, there were few customers in the restaurant, and there were not many pedestrians on the street, all of them wearing coats and hurrying along. On his way back, Lin Chen overheard passers-by discussing in puzzlement, "What kind of weather is this? How did it suddenly get colder? It was just spring." Exactly. The temperature dropped several degrees overnight. It's so strange. I was still wearing short sleeves yesterday. It's better to be a little cold, otherwise it's hot every day. That's one way to look at it. But I always feel that something's not right. It's a bit eerie. Ha ha ha. Don't tease, it's just a sudden drop in temperature. Look at how scared you all are. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was doomsday. Lin Chen tightened his coat and looked at the pitch-black sky, a darkness without stars or moon. A strange glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Doomsday, ha." A faint voice slowly sounded, "To me, it makes no difference." The cold wind rustled the leaves, making a swishing sound. Under the streetlights, a slender figure took firm steps, walking towards the darkness. The figure's shadow grew longer, carrying a hint of desolation and solitude, but it walked with unusual determination, resolute. "If the world kisses me with pain, then I will destroy this world." Lin Chen returned to his rented room. It was already past 9 o'clock. After taking a hot shower, Lin Chen felt wide awake and couldn't help but turn on the computer, logging into the game's official forum to browse the special events happening in the game. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, and it was also the reason why he knew so much information in this life. As Lin Chen browsed the information on the forum, it was all about advertisements for purchasing ghost crystals, ghosts, and other items, as well as guild recruitment. Many guilds had been established one after another. The most popular guilds in the country now were the Emperor's Heavenly Court, his old enemy Shui Baishan's Tyrant Guild, and the King of Hell's Yama Palace, and so on. As Lin Chen looked at the recruitment information for the Tyrant Guild, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Li Shui, cherish it well. Your countdown to death is about to begin." Lin Chen smirked coldly, then continued to scroll down with the mouse, and suddenly saw a post that made the corners of his mouth curl up. The title of the post was, "A super abnormal player who kills in the 4th newbie village, the enemy of all players. For novice village players speed up." Lin Chen saw this title and instantly felt that this matter was related to himself. Don't ask why, ask the 7th sense of a man. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile and clicked into the post. Sure enough, the first photo inside was of himself wearing demon armor, with a blurred face, holding a thunder ghost gun, and a photo of him shooting a player in the head. It has to be said that Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this photo. His head was blown open, blood and brain splattered, and Lin Chen looked like a demon from hell, ruthlessly slaughtering humans. Below the post were all the merciless slaughter photos of players by Lin Chen, with bodies piled up like mountains, blood forming rivers, like a hell on earth. Below the photos were written Lin Chen's crimes. All players of the 4th Novice Village. Today, we call on scattered players to gather together and jointly attack this person. This person is a habitual killer, quick to draw his gun and stab, extremely vicious. Countless scattered players have been persecuted by him. We scattered players must unite and jointly attack this demon, otherwise the next victim will be us. We already have 3,000 players gathered together, forming a large army to attack the demon. We hope more players will join us, to go together to rid the village of the evil, and bring light to the 4th Novice Village. It has to be said that with pictures and words, it has attracted the attention and resonance of many players, especially a group of players in the comment section inciting others, stirring up emotions. It's this beast. He shot and killed me and my girlfriend while we were in the woods swatting mosquitoes, and then he dragged my girlfriend and said let's swat mosquitoes together. What happened next? Did you swat mosquitoes together? Brother, don't digress. Talk about the real issue. I was also killed by this beast. I had no grudge against him, just glanced at him, and he killed me, and even cursed me. Look at your dad, huh? Damn. This person is so crazy, it's really scary. This person is indeed hateful. That's right. He deserves to die. Maybe he's a murderer in real life. Report him to the police quickly. Gather to attack this person. Count me in. This kind of person deserves to die. Yes, yes. Let's kill him out of the game together. This kind of person doesn't deserve to play games. I'm in. I'm in too. The comments section has gone completely crazy, with more and more people joining the army to attack Lin Chen. Even some players who don't know Lin Chen at all have been led astray by the comments section and joined in. After reading this kind of post, Lin Chen's face showed a chilling coldness. Yama's Palace. Or, the Wandering Ghost Group. But no matter who it is, dare to come, then I dare to kill. Not afraid to kill once, then kill twice. Not afraid to kill twice, then kill 5 times. Lin Chen muttered coldly, word by word. You think I'm afraid just because you've isolated me from the players? Ha ha ha. Too bad, you're wrong. I've never considered myself a human. Lin Chen's face showed a twisted smile, his left eye suddenly opened, like the ghost eye of reincarnation, with white circles like the wheel of fate, full of eerie and mysterious aura. Come on. I'll let you experience what real hell is. Lin Chen grinned, showing a sinister smile. No words were spoken that night, and early the next morning, Lin Chen finished breakfast and eagerly entered the game. Lin Chen's figure quietly appeared on the Rhino plane, and he immediately opened the system backpack to check the items dropped by the Rhino Ghost Leader boss the day before. Just as Lin Chen was about to open the system backpack, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ear, ding dong. Congratulations to the player for holding the top 3 rankings for a week, unparalleled in the world, world number 1. The player has earned a chance for a world system announcement and a special mysterious reward. Would the player like to hide their nickname? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Chen's face showed a hint of excitement, murmuring to himself, it's here, finally. Last time, those who held the top 3 rankings received rewards, each obtaining an S-class ghost item. But this time, being the sole holder of the top 3 rankings, the reward surely won't be inferior to theirs. Lin Chen eagerly anticipated in his heart. Hide nickname. Lin Chen immediately chose to hide his nickname, and as his words fell, a deafening system announcement resounded in the void of the game world, like a thunderbolt in broad daylight. Ding dong! Congratulations to player for holding the top 3 rankings for a week, unparalleled in the world, renowned throughout the ages, and receiving a world system announcement and rewards, 1000 points of ghost reputation, S-class ghost item, substitute scarecrow, ghost treasure, soul ghost crystal. Congratulations to player for holding the top 3 rankings for a week, unparalleled in the world, renowned throughout the ages. 3 consecutive loud voices suddenly rang out in the sky above all players, shocking the entire world of players. Even the players who were still exercising in the morning, like Xiao Kunkan, lowered their heads in embarrassment and looked up at the thunderous sound that streaked across the void, plunging the game into an eerie silence at that moment. Upon hearing this system announcement, everyone realized that the same person had hidden their nickname while holding the top 3 rankings. This completely stunned all the players. In an instant, the world chat channel exploded like hot oil poured into a pan. Double 18 tough guy, damn. Brothers, it turns out the same person held the top 3 rankings. I feel like I've discovered some incredible truth. Barala little fairy, I thought it was different people hiding their nicknames, but it's the same person. Basketball master, played ball. Trash game, how can we still play this? Let's go back to playing basketball. Suspenders man, join my kunk realm. What the heck are ghosts? My kunkin chicken is the strongest. Heartvine Shinichi, yo. Players from my great island country are awesome. We'll soon dominate the Chinese country. F***ck your mom little day, little devils. Have you been drinking nuclear waste and gone crazy? Go back and drink your nuclear waste. Musashi Kojiro, Baga. You, as a big country, have such low quality. Flax butterfly, hilarious. Sorry, our quality is only for humans. We directly criticize beasts. Heavenly War God, hello, player at the top of the rankings. Our Heavenly Guild sincerely recruits you. If you join our guild, you'll earn 1,000,000 yuan annually and can buy a car and a house in the real world. Welcome to join us, feel free to private message me if interested. King of Kings, top player, hello, I am from the King of Kings Guild, sincerely inviting you to join us in our quest for dominance. Annual salary of 1,000,000, including car, accommodation, and even a wife. If interested, please private message me, I will definitely satisfy you. In the World Chat channel, various discussions were ongoing, with the screen constantly refreshing. Some envied, some were jealous, and some cursed the use of cheats. Even the large guilds were extending lucrative invitations to Lin Chen, making the World Chat channel quite lively. However, as the person involved, Lin Chen didn't have time to open the chat channel. At this moment, Lin Chen was joyfully examining the 2 items obtained from the system announcement. An S-class ghostly item was expected, but he didn't anticipate obtaining a precious ghostly treasure as well. This surprised Lin Chen, and he was somewhat excited. He couldn't wait to check the information of the first S-class ghostly item. Name, substitute scarecrow, type, S-class ghostly item, effect, when a player or ghost carrying it suffers fatal damage, it can block the damage for the wearer, preventing their death. Ghostly item information, a scarecrow filled with resentment, after being nurtured by ghostly energy, it transforms into a ghostly item with magical abilities, quite precious. Upon seeing this S-class ghostly item, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Although this ghostly item wasn't a combat type, its effect was excellent. It could withstand fatal damage once. In Lin Chen's mind, the figure of his ghostly empress wife appeared, followed by the ghostly sword immortal. This item would maximize its benefits when carried by ghosts, as players could be resurrected 5 times, but once a ghost died, it was permanent. With this substitute scarecrow, it was like gaining an extra life, which was of great significance. After some consideration, Lin Chen decided to let his ghostly empress wife carry it, as she was considered the main wife and her abilities were currently the most crucial to Lin Chen. Continuing to read down, the system announcement rewarded the last item, which was also the most precious ghostly treasure. Name, Soul Ghost Crystal, Ghostly Treasure, Type, Special Ghostly Treasure, Effect, can be consumed by ghosts to enhance their soul power, with a moderate chance of gaining a soul-type skill. However, the effect is even better when consumed by soul-type ghosts, and can even improve their aptitude, with a high chance of gaining a soul-type skill. Ghostly item information, a ghostly treasure nurtured by heaven and earth, possessing mysterious and powerful forces. Soul-devouring raven ghost SSS. After reading about this ghostly treasure, Lin Chen suddenly took a deep breath, and the surrounding oxygen levels decreased slightly. This foolish duck has good luck. Lin Chen instantly thought of his pet foolish duck, the soul-devouring raven ghost. Although other ghosts could also consume it, it was clearly most beneficial for the soul-devouring raven ghost. Not only could it improve its aptitude, but it also had a high chance of comprehending a soul-type skill. Lin Chen's heart raced for a few seconds. Without hesitation, he released the foolish duck. Quack quack quack. A black light flashed, and the foolish duck tilted its head, resembling a college student, foolishly looking at Lin Chen, emitting a puzzled call from its mouth, as if saying, "Foolish master, why did you call this lord out?" Lin Chen had a soul contract with the soul-devouring raven ghost, so he could vaguely hear and understand what the soul-devouring raven ghost was saying. This foolish duck dared to insult me. It's like lighting a lamp in the toilet. Looking for trouble. Lin Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. He took out this black, crystal clear soul crystal from the system backpack. Its surface emitted a strong soul power. The soul-eating raven ghost, upon seeing this soul crystal, straightened its eyes and looked at Lin Chen's hand with a fervent expression. Its instinct told it that if it consumed this crystal, it would undergo a qualitative change, transforming from a poor boy into a handsome and wealthy man. In this rare moment, the soul-eating raven ghost's few brain cells were working at lightning speed. Ding! A sound rang in the soul-eating raven ghost's mind, as if its brain had suddenly opened up. Without any hesitation, it spread its wings, grabbed Lin Chen's thigh, and shed a tear, pitifully calling out, "Daddy! Daddy, I was wrong. Let me eat it. I won't insult you again. From now on, I'll be your fiercest duck leg. If you ask me to peck a dog, I won't peck a chicken." Lin Chen probably understood the meaning of the soul-eating raven ghost's words in the soul contract. He couldn't help but smirk and mockingly said to the pitiful soul-eating raven ghost holding onto his thigh, "Come on, Perform a butt wiggle for your master. Then this soul crystal is yours as a reward. Upon hearing this, the soul-eating raven ghost showed a hint of embarrassment, but after glancing at the soul crystal in Lin Chen's hand, it became resolute. Even if it means wiggling my butt, it's worth it to contribute. The soul-eating raven ghost thought to itself without any hesitation. It then performed what it meant to be a raven wiggling its butt right there, its comical appearance causing Lin Chen to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Alright, it's too much for my eyes. Here, take it. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chen interrupted the soul-eating raven ghost's antics and threw the soul crystal to it. Daddy! The soul-eating raven ghost's eyes lit up, and it immediately swallowed the soul crystal, its pitch-black eyes shimmering with excitement. Suddenly, a dazzling black light burst forth from the soul-eating raven ghost, like a black diamond. Buzz! A piercing noise rang out, and a powerful soul power emanated from the soul-eating raven ghost, with a mysterious faint green light appearing within the black light. Daddy! Following this, a dark call suddenly echoed from the black light, and the black light began to slowly shrink. Buzz! A powerful soul fluctuation instantly swept in all directions. Lin Chen's left eye, the reincarnation ghost eye, suddenly opened, automatically absorbing all the incoming soul power without causing any disturbance. Shwa! Within the black light, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spread open, resembling the wings of a black angel. Then, its head also appeared. At this moment, the soul-eating raven ghost's head emitted a creepy green light, or rather, a faint green gas, extremely eerie. Its pitch-black eyes had faint green pupils, full of mystery and eeriness. Daddy! The transformed soul-eating raven ghost let out a loud call to the sky. Lin Chen looked at the Shirhan crow ghost in front of him, which looked like a bird gun turned into a cannon. He couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. The silly duck now looked quite impressive, exuding the aura of a powerful ghost. Lin Chen was very satisfied. I hope your brain has evolved too. Lin Chen thought to himself. Quack, quack, quack. Before Lin Chen could finish his thought, the Shirhan crow ghost, now looking at itself, suddenly jumped for joy, its eyes curved as it broke into a silly smile. Lin Chen! Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he retracted the words he had just thought in his mind. Indeed, the brain cannot be cured. Lin Chen shook his head and casually opened the information panel of the Shirhan crow ghost. Name, Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost, Aptitude, SS, Type, Rule Class, Level 11, Abilities, Soul Devouring. The Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost can enhance its own strength by devouring the souls of its enemies. When devouring the souls of ghost creatures, there is a very low chance of comprehending one of their abilities. Soul Crow Cry. The Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost directly attacks the souls of its enemies with its cry. Those with weak souls will have their souls scattered, while others may experience dizziness and vomiting. Undead Control. The Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost can control the souls of deceased creatures to fight for itself. The soul body can be freely stored within the Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost and released during battle. Ghost Information. Formerly a crow in life, it was nurtured by mysterious forces and ghostly energy, transforming into the Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost. It devoured the soul crystal of a ghost treasure, gaining even greater power and becoming the Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost, possessing the terrifying ability to manipulate the souls of its enemies. It enjoys devouring the souls of living beings and has the ability to see and attack souls, making it a very rare rule-class ghost creature. Description: a crow's cry, a life's end, playing with the souls of the living, kneeling to feed the pigs. Hiss. Lin Chen saw the Shirhan Crow Ghost at this moment, or rather, the Shirhan Wan Crow Ghost. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and he took a sharp breath. The first ability had been strengthened. By devouring the souls of ghost creatures, there was a chance to comprehend one of their abilities. This ability was extraordinary, but unfortunately, the probability was extremely low, leaving Lin Chen somewhat helpless. However, it was not bad. Perhaps the silly duck was lucky and would hit the jackpot, comprehending an ability in one go, which would be a huge gain. The second ability, Soul Crow Cry, had not changed, but Lin Chen knew that the power and attack range of this skill must have greatly increased. He would know for sure when he had the chance to try it out. As for the last ability, Undead Control, it transformed the silly duck into a soul summoner. In the future, after killing a boss, it could directly control its soul body to fight for itself. However, the soul body was still a soul body and could only use soul-type skills, so it would be of little use against ordinary bosses, only serving to frighten them. But if it was a ghost creature boss, killing it and then controlling its soul to fight for itself, that would truly be invincible and worth looking forward to. However, ghost creatures were so rare, it all depended on fate. Overall, Lin Chen was very satisfied with the changes in the silly duck at this moment. Although it could only use the Soul Crow Cry ability for now, its potential was enormous and should not be underestimated. It seemed as if Lin Chen could already see the silly duck controlling countless soul bodies of ghost creatures, each crow being a soldier. Lin Chen touched the somewhat bald head of the silly duck with satisfaction, feeling somewhat strange. Could one lose hair without using their brain? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling the eerie light green mist, and felt a chill, a bone-chilling cold, even to the soul. This should be the green mist of the silly duck's soul power. In order to live a decent life, you must have a bit of green on your head. There's no problem with that, bro. Not bad, not bad. Even though I'm bald, I'd become stronger. Even though I'm green, I've still become stronger. Lin Chen patted the silly duck's head and said with relief to the bewildered silly duck, "Quack quack quack." The silly duck was suddenly shocked at the words, and hurriedly touched its balding head with its wings, tears of regret streaming down its eyes. "Quack quack quack. Sob sob sob, why am I so bald? This handsome hair of mine sob sob sob. If I had known I would go bald, I would have definitely. Let's eat it. It's so delicious gagaga." The silly duck's eyes curved, revealing a foolish smile. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at the silly duck, then continued to open the system backpack. Yesterday, the boss of the rhinoceros ghost dropped 3 items. One was a quest item, the rhinoceros horn, and the second was the boss's ghost crystal. He and the silly duck and the ghost queen wife were already level 11, while Xiao Laming and the ghost sword immortal were still at level 10. This ghost crystal was a level 10 elite boss ghost crystal, which would have the greatest effect if consumed by Xiao Laming and the ghost sword immortal. Lin Chen decided to give it to the ghost sword immortal. He swore it was either because he favored her or he instinctively felt that it would be better to give it to the ghost sword immortal. Don't ask, it's just a whim. Lin Chen summoned the ghost sword immortal, grabbed her smooth and delicate jade hand, and then handed the ghost crystal to her, saying, "This is for you." The boss's ghost crystal. The ghost sword immortal gave Lin Chen a disdainful look, but did not pull away from his grasp. With her other hand, she picked up the ghost crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding dong. Congratulations to your ghost. Ghost Sword Immortal's level has increased, current level, 11. The sound of the system prompt rang in Lin Chen's ears, and the Ghost Sword Immortal's level had finally increased, leaving only Xiao Laming at level 10. Lin Chen decided to find a place to level up later and raise Xiao Laming's level as well. Lin Chen then took out the last item, a mask, a ghost mask. It had 2 pointed horns on top, covering the forehead, nose, mouth, and half of the face, looking very handsome. Lin Chen opened its attribute panel. Name, Evil Ghost Mask. Type, A-level ghost item. Effect, protects the player's head, reduces damage to the head by enemies, and can use the ability, Brain Domain Purification. Brain Domain Purification. After using this ability, it can dispel dizziness, blindness, dizziness, vomiting, and other states. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Ghost Information, a ghost item bred by the rhinoceros boss. It also wants to look handsome, but it was unexpectedly blown away. Lin Chen was delighted after reading the information about the evil ghost mask. It reduced damage and had a control skill, which was very good. Lin Chen decisively put on the evil ghost mask, along with the evil ghost armor he was wearing, and the thunder ghost gun in his hand. He looked like a battle-hardened evil ghost king, majestic and domineering. Even the ghost sword immortal couldn't help but take a few more glances at the main character of the evil ghost mask. Looking at Lin Chen holding her hand, a faint blush appeared on her pure white cheeks, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Chen looked at his equipment, nodded in satisfaction, and was definitely a local tyrant, with a full set of A-level ghost items. In the previous life, just one A-level ghost would make Lin Chen unable to sleep with joy. Now, he had a full set of A-level ghost items, and also carried an S-level item, the 9-layer ghost tower, an S-level ghost item, the scapegoat, an S-level ghost item on the ghost sword immortal, the ghost spirit sword, not to mention the giant ghost sword. Those didn't need to be mentioned. In short, shamelessly rich. Lin Chen's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Dear husband. At that moment, a black light flashed, and a stunning figure quietly appeared by Lin Chen's side. The ghost sword fairy immediately withdrew her jade hand, her face blushing as if caught in a secret affair, avoiding eye contact and hiding her inner turmoil. Although the ghost empress had told her to serve the same husband, she was still too embarrassed to let go of her pride. In their view, it was normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. After all, in ancient times, wealthy men often had several wives. So, they were not entirely opposed to it, and the ghost sword fairy was just thin-skinned. The ghost empress appeared in front of Lin Chen, embracing his neck with both hands, and with a smile on her face, she said, "Husband, our second child is about to be born." Lin Chen hugged the ghost empress's waist, expressing joy upon hearing the news, and looked at her belly, which was emitting a black light and seemed to be about to give birth. "That's great, my dear, give birth," Lin Chen said solemnly to the ghost empress. The ghost empress looked at Lin Chen tenderly, then immediately emitted a powerful ghostly aura, and a black light instantly enveloped her, shining brightly. Lin Chen also summoned little Lei Ming, and together with the ghost sword fairy, Silly Duck, and little Lei Ming, they stood around the black light source, protecting the safety of the ghost empress during childbirth, which was her most vulnerable moment. A buzzing sound. Suddenly, a ear-piercing sound rang out, and a cold blue chill instantly emanated from the black light, freezing the surrounding water vapor in the air into sparkling snowflakes under the sunlight, creating a beautiful sight. Lin Chen realized that the ice-protecting ghost boss's ghost crystal was working, and the ghost empress had given birth to an ice and snow elemental ghost. A strong light flashed, and the black light gradually dissipated, revealing two figures in front of everyone. One was the slightly pale-faced ghost empress. Lin Chen quickly went to support his wife and gave her a few ghost crystals to consume. The ghost empress's pale face finally regained its rosy glow and radiance. "Thank you, husband." The ghost empress looked at Lin Chen tenderly, a touch of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Silly wife. I am your husband, don't say such polite words. This is what I should do." Lin Chen looked at the slightly disheveled ghost empress with some heartache, and said solemnly to her, The ghost empress was so moved that she was about to cry, resting her head on Lin Chen's shoulder, looking sweet. Father, mother, have you forgotten that there is a newborn child?" Just then, a childish voice filled with milkiness and innocence rang out. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, turned his head and saw a lovely little girl looking at him pitifully. Her adorable eyes almost melted Lin Chen's cold heart. This little girl had snow-white hair, a round face, big teary eyes, and was dressed in ancient white clothes with snowflakes floating around her, like a snow elf, a delicate little girl. "Husband, this is our second child," the Empress Ghost said to Lin Chen with a smile, as his left eye, the Samsara Ghost eye, trembled slightly, and a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Snow Ghost, Talent, S, Type, Elemental, Level 6, Abilities, Snow Ghost. The Snow Ghost has the ability to create and control ice and snow, instantly freezing enemies. Barrage of ice arrows. The Snow Ghost uses powerful ghost energy to condense numerous ice arrows. The more ghost energy consumed, the more ice arrows, causing terrifying ice damage to enemies in the area, and freezing them upon impact. Ghost information. The Empress Ghost, born from the union of a human and a ghost, has the ability to control ice and snow, a long-range ice mage. She will definitely make you understand what it means to be helpless. Description. Have you made up your mind? 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. Ding dong. Due to the Empress Ghost's ability, you have randomly obtained one ability of your ghost offspring, Snow Ghost. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the Snow Ghost's ability, Snow Ghost. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Chen's ear, and he felt a powerful force surging in his body. Crack! Suddenly, a cold chill covered half of Lin Chen's body. His hair miraculously turned white like snow, emitting a cold air, with snowflakes floating around, matching the evil ghost mask. He looked like a true ghost king. Lin Chen slightly opened his mouth, and a cold air blew out, directly vaporizing. It was evident that Lin Chen's body temperature was extremely cold, a snow ghost. This ability turned Lin Chen into a snow ghost, and at this point, he was no longer completely human, but could be said to be half human, half ghost. This power is so wonderful. Lin Chen clenched his fists, made a tempting moan in his mouth, slightly raised his head, feeling the power that had filled his body at this moment, a look of intoxication on his face. Power indeed can make people addicted. Father, don't get carried away. I want a hug. Just as Lin Chen was indulging in himself, a pitiful voice of a little girl suddenly sounded in his ear, instantly awakening him from his self-indulgence. Looking at the adorable little girl in front of him, Lin Chen smiled and released the Snow Ghost's ability, took off the evil ghost mask, and directly hugged the snow girl, saying, "My child, welcome to this world. Come, give father a kiss." Lin Chen directly kissed the chubby cheek of the snow girl. He. The snow girl burst into laughter. "That I'll also kiss father." The snow girl happily kissed Lin Chen's face, leaving a blob of saliva. "From now on, you will be called Lin Shui. Your nickname will be Shuier. This is your brother, Lin Laming. Call him brother quickly." Lin Chen's face revealed a smile, wiped the drool from his face, gave the snow girl a name, and then looked at little Laming while holding the snow girl, softly saying to the snow girl, "Brother is good." The snow girl looked at little Laming with her big eyes and sweetly said, "Sister. Sister is good." Little Laming suddenly had a sister and was not used to it for a moment, feeling a bit at a loss. "Ha ha. Our little Laming is shy," the Ghost Emperor said with a smile, then reached out to Lin Shui, showing a bright smile and said, "Come, Shuier, come to mother." The obedient and cute snow girl nodded and threw herself into the Ghost Emperor's full embrace, happily saying, "Mother, I miss you so much." "Mother misses you too," the Ghost Emperor said affectionately, pinching the chubby cheeks of the snow girl. Watching this heartwarming scene, a touch of tenderness appeared on Lin Chen's face, bringing some warmth to his already cold heart. Lin Chen turned to the Ghost Sword Immortal, reached out to hold his hand, and then held the hand of the Ghost Emperor, with the silly duck also next to Lin Chen. At this moment, everyone looked at each other with bright smiles. Under the sunlight, the smiles were so sincere and beautiful, the hearts of people were hard to fathom. But the connection between people and ghosts, the thoughts of ghosts are even more pure and sincere. On the Rhino Plain, Lin Chen walked side by side with the Ghost Sword Immortal, while the Ghost Emperor went back to rest for her confinement period. Little Laming, Schwer, and the silly duck all turned into ghost patterns and returned to Lin Chen's body. Now Lin Chen was going back to the old ghost craftsman to complete the mission, and the Ghost Sword Immortal would be able to possess 4 ghost swords and unlock the ability of the Extermination Sword formation. Lin Chen glanced at the Ghost Sword Immortal and said, "I haven't given you a name yet. What nice name do you want?" The Ghost Sword Immortal was momentarily stunned, then slightly pondered and said to Lin Chen, "I don't know. You can help me choose." Lin Chen looked at the ethereal appearance of the Ghost Sword Immortal and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he said, "Let's call you Siener." "Siener? Good. Let's go with Siener." The Ghost Sword Immortal muttered to himself, then showed a bright smile and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly, reached out to hold Siener's jade hand, and the two walked towards the old ghost craftsman on the Rhino Plain. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front, causing Lin Chen and the Ghost Sword Immortal to stop. Lin Chen looked at one of them, a mocking smile on his face, and said, "What's wrong? Are you here for revenge?" The person was Bai Shui and a player wearing a white evil ghost mask. "Lu Dao. You trash, even at death's door, you're still talking tough. Ha ha. I will definitely kill you with my own hands, you beast. I won't rest until I kill you in the game, to ease my hatred." Bai Shui looked at Lin Chen with resentment, cursing through gritted teeth, then turned to the man wearing the white evil ghost mask beside him and respectfully said, "Lord White Ghost, this trash killed me and also killed my shadow black ghost. Please avenge me." The white ghost was the man wearing the white evil ghost mask. At this moment, he was quietly looking at Lin Chen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and finally spoke.